This is our main character. He possesses an unimaginable power. Control plus C and Control plus V. Just as the name suggests, he can copy anything. This ability allows him to duplicate other people's skills, replicate his own mana, turning his body into an infinite mana vessel, and even clone himself. No matter how many times he's sent to the scoreboard, killed, he can always return to his original state. He can create a million cores, producing an army of destructive golems. Greedy for more, he rushes into a museum and copies the most powerful sword of the era. With a single strike, he takes down a catastrophe-level monster. Enough talk. Let's begin the story. Somewhere in the universe, the night sky glimmers with countless shining stars. Suddenly, something emerges from the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. A colossal golem king rises from beneath the earth, launching a direct attack on everyone nearby. Sano Haruto swiftly grabs a shield, blocking the ferocious assault. His team receives orders to press forward, scattering to engage in combat within a low-level dungeon in the golem-infested region. The giant golem king seizes the moment when Sano Haruto lets his guard down, landing a devastating punch to his face. Sano Haruto grits his teeth and cries out in pain. The shield bearer shouts a reminder, "Don't let it hit your head. Deflect the attack to the side." Following the advice, Sano Haruto stands firm and fights back resiliently, while his teammates cheer him on relentlessly. "Alright, let's attack." A vanguard charges forward, landing a direct punch on the massive golem king. The rest of the team quickly spreads out, surrounding the golem and attacking relentlessly. The golem king goes berserk, its eyes glowing red with fury. It opens its mouth as if to swallow everything whole, charging recklessly toward the team. The shield bearer, noticing this, yells a warning. It's about to go berserk. He then orders everyone into a defensive stance. The mages prepare their finishing blows. Shouting in unison, they raise staffs radiating brilliant golden light. One of them readies a spell, signaling with a shout, "Hey, mana shuttle." Sano Haruto snaps out of his daze and looks over. His teammate, frustrated by his hesitation, snaps at him. "What are you standing there for? We're running out of mana here." At that moment, Sano Haruto snapped out of his daze, stammering, "Oh, got it." He closed his eyes, focusing all his strength into a single concentrated mass. Then, he channeled that immense power directly to his teammate. His comrade in arms felt the surge of power coursing through him, growing stronger by the second. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "This is incredible. With this much mana, we can take down that giant golem king for sure." His voice brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, the golem king, still in a frenzied state, charged toward the two of them like a mindless beast. The teammate wearing a hood quickly unleashed his next move. A tremendous burst of energy shot forth, aimed straight at the golem king. The colossal creature took the hit and collapsed, completely destroyed in an instant. Only then could Sano Haruto sit down and breathe a sigh of relief. But as he rested, another member of the group noticed him and remarked, "Hunter Sano, in today's purge, you didn't contribute much, did you? Get up and help clear the path." Exhausted though he was, Haruto reluctantly agreed, muttering, "Alright." He stood up to assist with the cleanup. The others who had fought alongside him observed this scene with growing curiosity. One of them wondered aloud, isn't he supposed to be the type with strong offensive abilities? Why does he only seem to play a support role? A lazy teammate sprawled out nearby chimed in with a judgmental tone. He doesn't have many skills. But his mana supply? It's practically endless. Haruto remained silent, quietly walking away without a word. A guy with two-toned hair sitting nearby overheard this and widened his eyes in shock. Wait, he can generate infinite mana? Wow, that's basically the strongest ability out there. The brown-haired guy lying down scoffed dismissively. Strong? Any mage can absorb mana from a healer. It's only when you're up against powerful boss monsters, like today, that you need a huge mana pool like his. Another teammate, this one wearing a hat, jumped into the conversation, and that's exactly why he's been a hunter for 5 years and still hasn't reached level 30. The group burst into mocking laughter. Yet, no matter how low a hunter's rank might be, their abilities still far surpassed those of ordinary people. Here's the translated and logically arranged version of your text from Vietnamese to English. Haruto overheard every word of their gossip. Furious but powerless, he grumbled to himself, "Shut your mouths, all of you. I know you're deliberately talking loud enough for me to hear." Still, he brushed off their harsh words. No matter how others badmouthed him, he resolved never to give up. At the Grand Sage Guild headquarters, Sano Haruto slammed his hand on the table, arguing heatedly with the team captain. His face showed clear disapproval. "Captain, why am I, a hunter, suddenly being transferred to the production department?" he demanded. The guild representative leaned on his hand calmly and replied, "Sano, I don't know if you're aware of this yourself, but the guild no longer has anyone left who can team up with you to hunt monsters. He continued bluntly. At level 29, there's no way you can participate in high-tier hunts. The only skill you can use is generating infinite mana. Sano Haruto froze, his face darkening as he processed the words. Unconvinced, he shot to his feet and retorted. But that means I can provide enough mana for any hunt. And I'll reach level 30 soon enough. Before he could finish, the guild leader interrupted. Most mages and healers can absorb mana already. So in a real team, your skill doesn't have much use. He turned the question back on Sano. So, tell me, Sano, do you think hitting level 30 will change anything? Caught off guard, Sano stammered, unable to respond coherently. The guild leader adjusted his glasses and pressed on. This is the guild's decision after evaluating your strengths. Make the most of your skill's potential and work diligently in the mana potion production department. Sano, dejected, asked quietly, if I refuse, will I be kicked out of the guild? The guild leader's voice lingered in his ears as he replied, I'm sorry, but I don't see any further potential for growth in you. We can't keep you in the guild any longer. Later, sitting on a park bench, Sano had just bought himself a rice ball and a can of soda. He sighed heavily, rubbing his throat and yawning. Blink of an eye, and I'm unemployed, he thought. Just like that, Sano had been sacked from the guild. He reflected silently. Everyone thinks my skill is just generating mana and transferring it to my teammates. But in truth, it's far more special than that. I just haven't revealed it to anyone. Sano had always kept that secret to himself. Sano picked up the rice ball. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of him. Would you like to copy the target? Sano pressed Ctrl+C, and the panel vanished. The single rice ball he'd been holding duplicated into two identical ones. This was Sano's special ability. He often recalled the powers of Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, skills that allowed him to copy and duplicate targets. It's a skill I'd never even heard of before, he thought. When I awakened as a hunter, I had such high hopes. But I quickly realized this ability was useless. It was a unique skill, one granted solely to him. Sano set the duplicated rice ball back down, and it vanished instantly. The truth about his skill came to light, no matter what he copied. It disappeared the moment it left his hands. Like an illusion. That's why I can't copy money or sell duplicated equipment, he reflected. He stuffed the original rice ball into his mouth, chewing slowly, still weighed down by frustration. To make matters worse, there was a catch. Copied equipment came with level restrictions. For example, a small dagger might require level 90 or higher to use, and he could only copy one skill at a time. If Sano stubbornly tried to duplicate something beyond his level, the system would flash a warning. User's level is insufficient to copy this item. Sano revealed the true nature of his power to himself. My so-called infinite mana generation, the reason they call me the mana shuttle, is actually this copying skill. I duplicate the small amount of mana I naturally have. Over and over, the copied mana doesn't disappear and can even be transferred to other hunters. He'd tried using this method to copy skills too, but it came with random conditions, like needing to defeat a high-level monster first. Crushing the soda can in his hand, Sano muttered helplessly, if I could just gain a few more levels and copy some decent gear, I'd be able to join any hunt I wanted. He picked up his phone to check the news. A fresh headline popped up. Dragon Inspector Kalisha has arrived in Japan. Irritated, Sano could only fume to himself. Damn it, if I could just reach level 30. The Kalisha Dragon Sword. This blade boasts two special skills and a defensive enhancement effect. What makes it truly unique, the only longsword of its kind in the world, is its inherent power. The moment it's wielded, the user's level surges to 200. Best of all, anyone who has reached level 30 can equip it, making it highly sought after. Sano thought to himself, I haven't even hit level 30 yet. But he began to calculate. Despite being hailed as a legendary weapon, it was remarkably user-friendly. Even for low-level hunters, if I copy this sword, he reasoned, I'd instantly become a high-tier hunter at level 230. That makes this sword my top priority right now. According to Sano's research, the Kalisha Dragon Sword was on display in Japan for a week. Per the plan, its durability was down to just 10, meaning it could only withstand a few more hunts. Word of the legendary blade had drawn crowds of visitors, snapping photos left and right. Sano knew it could no longer function as a weapon, so the organizers had decided to exhibit it as a money-making attraction. Feverishly scrolling through his phone, Sano grinned at the thought of the sword soon being his. This is a golden opportunity, he mused. If I can just touch it once, durability won't matter. I can copy it and use it forever. If I reach level 30 within a week, I can duplicate the sword. All I need to do is level up, and everything will fall into place. The next day, a massive spider was under fierce attack. An unregistered dungeon hunter organization was locked in a desperate battle with a group of giant spider kings. The fight was intense. One hunter swiftly sliced at a spider king's head, A blonde-haired teammate, seeing the dire situation, signaled to Sano, "Hey, spectator, I need more mana." Sano replied quickly, "Got it." He duplicated his mana and transferred it to the blonde. A massive surge of mana erupted, flowing directly to where the blonde was fighting. Fueled by the influx, the blonde's strength multiplied. He launched a ferocious counterattack against the Spider King. "Take this, you crisp fried bugs," he shouted, unleashing a blazing torrent of firepower. The flames engulfed the Spider King, burning it to a crisp as it screeched in agony. Here's the translated and logically arranged version of your text from Vietnamese to English. Sano was visibly shaken by the overwhelming power he'd just witnessed. Shielding his face, he thought to himself, this level gap is insane. That guy's firepower just jumped to a whole new tier. After the battle ended, Sano checked his status again, silently hoping, maybe I've leveled up by now? Ikenaga IO, noticing Sano's inspection, approached with curiosity. "Checking your status again, huh? No matter how much you look, it's not gonna change anything," he teased, clapping Sano on the shoulder. Startled, Sano stammered, "Whoa, no, I'm just preparing myself before facing more monsters." Ikenaga shrugged and started to walk off, but not before adding, "Hey, Senior Sano, if you're just gonna be a spectator, don't forget to pay the viewing fee." Sano blinked in surprise. "Wait, you're charging me? My own junior from the guild?" Ikenaga chuckled lightly. "After we're done, just treat me to a drink, and we're good." Sano sighed. "Fine, got it, I'll treat you once I level up." Inwardly, he judged his junior. This guy joined this unregistered dungeon hunt for the money. No doubt. Sure, it's dangerous since it hasn't been reported to the Hunters organization. But that's exactly why I get to team up with high-level hunters like these. The dungeon buzzed with lively chatter. A voice called out, "We've cleared the path. Let's move. The monsters are just ahead. So let's wrap this up quick." Footsteps echoed, then abruptly stopped. A faint warning sounded. "Everyone, hold up. This is the giant Spider King's territory." They stood before the entrance to the Spider King's lair. The sleeping beast inside was Alexa, the level 80 boss of the giant Spider King dungeon. The group erupted in murmurs upon seeing it. "Can we really take down something like this?" Sano felt a twinge of fear. "It looks insanely dangerous. I feel like if I even brushed one of its legs, I'd drop dead on the spot." Noticing Sano's unease, Ikenaga smirked. "What's the big deal, Senior? You're not even fighting, so why are you scared?" He added, "This thing's not too tough to handle. But we still need to be careful. If you get caught in its webs, your movements get completely sealed. Oh, and watch out for the eggs in its nest. Mess with its territory, and this spider might go berserk." Ikenaga warned, "A giant Spider King going berserk is way more terrifying than most other monsters." The blonde, noticing Ikenaga lingering in conversation with Sano, snapped, "Hey, Ikenaga, why are you wasting time explaining stuff to this guy who's just here to watch like he's on a flower tour? Are you the announcer or something?" Ikenaga hurriedly apologized. "Oh, sorry about that." The blonde clicked his tongue in irritation. "Seriously, we don't have time to mess around. And that spectator fee you mentioned? Split it up, and it's barely enough to stuff between my teeth." His sharp words ignited Sano's anger. Without waiting for a reply, the blonde stormed off. Suddenly, a strand of webbing quivered, startling the blonde and everyone nearby into stillness. Alexa, the giant Spider King, slowly awoke. It roared loudly, the sound reverberating through the cavern as its legs lashed out, targeting the group. Faces blanched at the sudden crisis. One hunter, losing his composure, shouted, "Damn it, this is all that stupid mage's fault." The spider woke up by mistake. Alexa's massive leg crashed down, but thankfully, a shield blocked it, otherwise, they'd have been toast long ago. Someone yelled, "Cut off Alexa's leg, get that disgusting thing off me." The group shouted warnings to the fighters. "Be careful of the webs and eggs when you attack." They charged Alexa from all angles, launching a coordinated assault. The beast was quickly subdued, unable to resist. Sano, tucked away in a corner, couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, they're unreal. They took down that monster like it was a bowl of soup. Good thing these guys are strong. If all goes well, I might hit level 35 after we finish this spider." He smirked to himself. But then, the creature sprang back to life, shocking everyone. A vanguard called out, "It's about to spin webs. Fall back behind the pillars." The brash blonde, unfazed, readied his firepower. "Why freak out over trash like this? I've killed dozens of these things." Brimming with confidence, he shouted, "Step aside, everyone. I'll incinerate this spider with my skill." He unleashed his fiery attack. Fire. Alexa didn't hesitate to shoot out spider silk. Thick strands wrapped around, completely encasing the blonde-haired man's flames into a solid mass. Caught off guard, the blonde-haired man cursed. "What the hell? A damn spider blocked my fireball?" Unwilling to accept it, he stubbornly continued his attacks. My pride won't let me back down. I'll keep attacking until you're injured. Sano tried to intervene. Wait. Before he could finish, the blonde-haired man had already launched another fireball. Take this, damn spider. Another person, seeing his reckless actions, swore, "You idiot, what if you break the eggs?" Sano panicked. It's too late. The fireball hit the eggs, cracking their shells. The man who had scolded the blonde-haired warrior turned pale and shouted, "This is bad. Everyone, run. It's about to go berserk." But it was already too late. Alexa's silk shot out wildly. Ikunaga reacted quickly. Sano, hurry and hide behind the pillars. Once it goes berserk, it'll shoot webs everywhere. Sano bolted, his mind still struggling to grasp the situation. The spider had truly gone mad. Its webbing flew in every direction. The blonde-haired man found himself completely entangled. As he struggled, he realized, no way, my fireball can't burn through this webbing? He was completely trapped, unable to move. Alexa advanced toward him. His face went pale, and he trembled in fear. Wait, no, stop, please, don't come any closer. His screams echoed as Alexa approached. Sano, also ensnared in the webbing, could do nothing but watch. He cursed internally. Alexa's steps drew closer. It opened its mouth, ready to swallow Sano whole. Tears welled up in his eyes as panic overtook him. I've always played it safe, only exploring low-level dungeons. I never thought that I died just because I wanted to level up quickly. Alexa's leg lifted, then slammed down toward Sano. It barely missed. Sano's face was deathly pale. His mind screamed in frustration. Damn it, so this is how I die? Suddenly, a notification appeared. Do you want to paste what you have copied? Along with it, the shortcut Ctrl+V flashed before Sano's eyes. Sano smirked internally. My copy and paste skill isn't entirely useless. Is it? Slowly, he stood up, reassuring himself. Even if the things I copy and replicate disappear, I will never vanish. That's why, right before entering the dungeon, I copied myself, completely. Down to the last strand of hair. He sank into deep thought. Just like in a game, when one body dies, the previous copy takes its place, making the corpse disappear. Sano's current body began fading away. Watching himself vanish was always a strange experience. No matter how many times he saw it, he could never fully get used to it. But at this moment, what other choice did he have? Before he could dwell on it further, Alexa suddenly appeared and crushed him into the ground with one of its massive legs. Sano screamed in pain, cursing the monster internally. Once again, the notification popped up. Ctrl+V. Do you want to paste what you have copied? Alexa continued its relentless pursuit. But Sano had already slipped away, hiding in a corner, gasping for breath. If this keeps up, I'll have to keep copying and pasting myself forever. I need to find a way out of here. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Then, he suddenly noticed something. A faint voice called out. Help me? It was Ikunaga. Sano was momentarily stunned. He's still alive? He heard the desperate plea clearly. But he turned away, conflicted. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to save myself yet. At that moment, Alexa caught Ikunaga's scent and slowly turned toward him. Ikunaga cried out in terror. Help me. Sano clenched his jaw, swearing in his head. Damn it. He was about to walk away. But his conscience roared inside him. If he abandoned Ikunaga now, he'd lose all credibility as a senior. With a determined grip on his sword, Sano lunged forward. He slashed Alexa with all his might. But the monster barely flinched. With a single flick of its leg, Alexa sent Sano flying. Sano was overjoyed, thinking he had successfully distracted Alexa as it began shifting its target. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have leveled up. The message startled Sano. What the heck? How did I level up? He muttered in disbelief. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his previous attack had actually been effective? However, before he could process it further, Alexa suddenly lunged at him from the front. Sano panicked. The cycle of copying and pasting continued. Now that he had reached his goal, he had leveled up. His next task was clear. Copy and paste the Kalisha Dragon Sword. Another notification popped up. Do you want to paste what you have copied? The familiar Ctrl+V command appeared again, but Sano ignored it. Screw it, I don't care anymore. If I can't escape, then I have no problem dying 1,000 times to take you down. Disregarding the power gap between himself and Alexa, Sano charged forward. Even if I can only inflict the smallest wound, my copy and paste skill is long enough. It's only a matter of time before I erase you from existence. You damned spider. 3 days later, according to Sano's calculations, he had fought tirelessly. Day and night, he had died around 50 times. Every weapon he had brought, including the ones from his comrades, had been destroyed. Panting heavily, hands on his knees, Sano was exhausted, but deep down, he considered this a blessing. This battle had made him far more skilled than before. After a grueling struggle, Sano finally managed to sever one of Alexa's legs. The colossal spider was weakening as the battle dragged on. Fortunately, it had no regenerative abilities. From a distance, Alexa locked onto Sano and shot a web at him. The silk flew straight toward him. But thanks to his countless deaths, he had gained enough experience to evade it. I've already died 4 times to this move, he thought grimly. Alexa's leg lunged at Sano, stabbing deep into the ground. Once again, Sano dodged successfully. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, ready to go all out against Alexa. Sano gripped his dagger tightly and swung it high, aiming straight at the massive spider. Get the hell back to Mother Earth, he cursed as he hurled his sword at Alexa. The blade shot forward, but it snapped in half upon impact. Damn it, this piece of junk, I should have never copied it, Sano muttered in frustration. Losing his balance, he tumbled backward. Meanwhile, the spider, enraged by the attack, nearly went berserk and lunged at him, ready to tear him apart. Sano gritted his teeth. Shit. Alexa's eyes glowed blood red as it charged at him. Using all his strength, Sano swung his weapon with everything he had. In an instant, Alexa's body burst apart, its shattered remains scattering in all directions. Lying flat on the ground, Sano let out a hollow laugh. I did it, I actually did it. But he didn't forget to curse one last time. Screw you. A low-rank hunter took you down. Must feel pretty damn stupid. Huh? A flood of notifications bombarded Sano. You have leveled up. Then, another message appeared. You have received a special reward for defeating the giant Spider King. Sano hoisted Ikunaga onto his back, staggering forward. Hang in there, alright? You remember that drink I owe you? Forget it. I'll treat you to the finest whiskey instead. But just as those words left his mouth, something suddenly attacked him. Sano collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain, trying to see what had dared to strike him. It was the newly hatched offspring of the giant Spider King. They had just emerged, and they had already made their first attack. Sano stared at them in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Desert hell. In that desperate moment, Sano's thoughts shifted to Ikunaga. I'll be fine, but if he gets hit, he's done for. The spiderlings advanced, ready to strike again. Without hesitation, Sano rushed toward Ikunaga, determined to shield him. But then, out of nowhere, a blade slashed through the air, cutting down the attacking spiderling. The remaining creatures, realizing one of their own had fallen, panicked and began to flee. But their escape was short-lived. A woman stood firm, blocking their path, with her spear gripped tightly in her hand. Shinoda Nanas unleashed her devastating infernal hellfire attack. A surge of immense power erupted, consuming the vile spiders in a raging inferno. Sano watched in awe, completely stunned by the sheer force of her attack. Infernal Hellfire was a high-level fire attribute skill, the most powerful fire magic spell. The number of mage-class hunters capable of using this ability could be counted on one hand. Sano vaguely recognized it. If my memory serves me right, in Japan, there's only one person who can use this technique. As the flames settled, Shinoda Nana's figure became clearer. Nicknamed the Witch's Spear, she was a magic swordswoman with the prototype blade, ranked 5th on Japan's hunter ranking. After eliminating the remaining monsters, Shinoda turned to Sano. So, you two are the only survivors? Sano, still supporting Ikunaga, nodded. Yeah, pretty unlucky. Huh? Shinoda silently surveyed the area. The spiderlings have already hatched, which means the eggs were broken, and the giant Spider King had already gone berserk. That means the high-ranking hunters in their group must have been wiped out. She then turned her gaze toward Sano. And yet, this guy survived? Not only had he managed to stay alive against such a monster, but he even had time to save someone else. At a glance, he looked like a low-rank hunter. But that didn't explain what had happened here. It was something that puzzled her deeply. At the Hunter Association headquarters of Japan, inside the interrogation room, a voice could be heard from behind the door. It was Sano's. Thanks a lot, Hunter Nanas. Without you, we probably wouldn't have made it out of there alive. Scratching his head awkwardly, Sano continued. And also, thanks to the Dungeon Management Department for reporting this. Nanas coldly replied. I was just doing my job as a member of the association. I was only focused on getting it done. She then pulled out a piece of spider silk and spoke again. The dropped item from the giant Spider King has already been reported. Everything's been settled, so you can leave now. Clearly, she was eager to go home. Sano, however, was left stunned. Wait, what? The high-ranking hunters were completely wiped out, and I had to pay a fee to participate in a non-verified illegal dungeon purge, and that's it? Seeing his confusion, Nanas raised an eyebrow. What more do you want? She continued, her tone indifferent. Accidents happen in dungeons every day. You should have known that before signing the waiver accepting all risks. Sano remained silent, listening as Nanas continued speaking. As for the matter of illegal dungeon teams, the association has decided to overlook it. The practice of low-ranking hunters paying to participate in purges alongside high-ranking hunters, especially for the purpose of leveling up, is something we acknowledge. While it does have potential negative consequences, it also plays a role in strengthening our hunter forces. She then asked, "Anything else?" Sano sighed. No. Her indifference to the situation irritated him. It was as if this whole ordeal was just another trivial matter to her. He turned to leave, but Nanas suddenly stopped him. "Your reward for the dropped item from the monster has been settled. It will be transferred to you in a few days." Sano politely declined. "I don't need it. Please give that money to my juniors instead." With that, he walked away, leaving Nanas sitting alone. She muttered to herself, "What the? He's just as indifferent as I am." Looking at the item, she contemplated, this is a significant sum. No matter how lucky someone is, a low-rank hunter surviving a dungeon of that level, all on his own. Hunter Sano, you're definitely hiding something. Sano stepped into the headquarters hallway, a smirk of satisfaction forming on his face. Perfect. Mission accomplished. He requested access to the storage room. The adhesive substance from the giant spider king had already been copied and stored away. He chuckled to himself. That giant spider king, now that was one hell of a treasure trove. He had copied an entire mountain of its adhesive material for future use. A few hours earlier, after defeating the giant spider king, Sano received a reward. Giant Spider King Adhesive. Its effect mimicked the webbing of the giant spider king, granting strong adhesive properties for a limited period. Usage requirement, level 40. Sano picked up the item and let out a long, disappointed sigh. Seriously? This is it? I went through dozens of deaths just for some damn superglue? He grumbled. Maybe I can at least use it to keep bugs away while camping? Shrugging, he proceeded to make a copy of the item. Curious about its use, he held the giant Spider King adhesive in his hand. Then, suddenly the item vanished. Sano panicked. What the hell? Where did it go? A notification appeared. Giant Spider King adhesive has been merged into an existing skill. Copy-paste, LV. 5, has been upgraded. Sano was stunned. Wait, my copy-paste skill can evolve? Another message popped up. Ctrl+C. Allows the user to copy the target. Skill upgrade process is currently under control. Sano frowned. Huh? What do you mean the skill upgrade process is being controlled? Wait, I just realized, this whole time, I never thought my copy-paste skill could evolve. The system sent another message. Ctrl+V. Allows the user to paste copied objects, level 1. Currently, 3 new skill options are available. Sano was dumbfounded. No way, my copy-paste skill actually leveled up? But something didn't add up. Both of these skills were supposed to be static, right? Unless absorbing that item from the giant Spider King triggered the upgrade? That gave him an idea. So if I find other compatible items and copy them, my skill will continue to evolve? His face lit up. Holy crap, this is amazing. A new selection screen appeared, presenting him with 3 options. Curious, Sano clicked on it. New choices? The options appeared before him. You can copy a target and paste it within a specific time frame. You can paste a copied object anywhere within a defined area. You will no longer be affected by the giant Spider King's web adhesive. Sano stared at the list, his jaw dropping. What the hell? I thought this would be some useless upgrade. But these choices are actually insane. Excited, he decided to test the first option right away. After selecting it, he dropped a copied strand of giant Spider King adhesive onto the ground. To his delight, it remained there, completely intact. Sano grinned. It doesn't disappear even after I let go of it? This alone is already a huge improvement. The adhesive remained unchanged, even after several minutes. His eyes gleamed with excitement as a mischievous smirk spread across his face. If I can copy this indefinitely, I can make as many copies as I want. 30 minutes? 100 years? 1,000? His mind was already racing with limitless possibilities. At present, Sano joyfully exclaimed, just like mom's cooking. He felt a bloom of happiness inside. Starting today, I'm about to become rich. I'll live the life of a hunter at the top of society. Once this is done, all I need to do is copy and replicate the longsword of Kalisha. 2 hours earlier, on Tokyo's Rainbow Bridge, a large green truck rumbled along the road, surrounded by identical black cars. The bridge was bustling with vehicles of all kinds. Moving back and forth, the convoy of black cars closely followed the green truck. A voice announcement rang out. Lead vehicle. Please maintain speed and distance. Roger. Maintaining current speed, replied Moore, a level 112 member of the International Hunter Association. As he sat inside a Moore Grant vehicle, he turned to Aries and struck up a conversation. Aries, how many times have you been to Japan? The one he was addressing was Aries Hugh, a level 131 member of the International Hunter Association. Formerly a mage, she indifferently replied. Twice. He continued. You once said Japan is your mother's homeland. right? You must have moved away at some point. Maintaining her cold demeanor, Ares responded, "It's my mother's homeland. What does that have to do with me? I feel nothing about it." Moore wasn't bothered by her response and casually moved on to another topic. "The last stop for the Longsword exhibition is Japan. So, did you join this convoy for a vacation?" Ares replied flatly, "Yes, I want to find something in a dungeon in Japan." Moore stretched his arms and leaned back in his seat, a carefree look on his face as he closed his eyes. It'd be great if you actually found it." Ares coldly retorted, "Mind your own business. If you get beaten up one day, don't ask why." The announcement sounded again. "The lead vehicle is now passing through the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. We will lose communication for a few minutes due to electromagnetic interference in the dungeon." Moore leaned closer to the window, glancing outside. "Oh ho, a dungeon right above the sea? How romantic." Ares ignored him, giving him a brief glance before saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? If that thing collapses, it'll be a disaster." Moore pouted in dissatisfaction. "Ares, you're so boring," she slowly responded. "If you open your mouth to say something romantic like that, are you asking for a beating on the spot?" Moore raised his voice. "Hey, what did I even do to deserve this treatment from you?" Meanwhile, at the Dungeon Access Management Office of Rainbow Bridge, a tall building stood against a clear blue sky. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through as two people walked side by side. One of them was Shinoda Satoru, a level 21 attack-type hunter and a member of the Grand Sage Guild. He yawned repeatedly and complained, "Managing the dungeon entrance is so boring." The person next to him chuckled and teased, "You only got in here because of connections. You know." Looking up as if recalling something, he continued, "About 3 weeks ago, this place was still in quite a mess. Suddenly, something small hopped near Satoru's feet. Noticing it, he glanced down curiously. Huh? What's this little thing?" Satoru crouched down, picked it up, and excitedly exclaimed, "A slime. This one's adorable. Way cuter than the ones we usually see in dungeons." Then, as if remembering something, he turned to his companion, holding up the slime. "But is it really okay for them to be roaming outside the dungeon?" His companion's face turned grim, and he stammered in panic. "Oh, of course not, you clueless rich kid." The next second, something massive loomed behind him, startling him. Instinctively, he turned around and looked up, his face immediately filled with terror. The shadow of the enormous figure engulfed both of them. Overwhelmed by fear, they quickly stepped back, gripping their weapons in a defensive stance. The creature was a gigantic, bright green monster. It let out a deafening roar and swung a spiked wooden club down with immense force. The senior hunter barely managed to raise his shield in time to block, but blood splattered everywhere upon impact. Back to the present, the sky had begun to take on an evening hue, casting a warm glow over the sturdy high-rises. On the status screen, the stats were displayed. Sano Haruto, HP, 102 101st, plus 30 MP. MP, 98 97ths, plus 18. Class rank, increased from level 4 to level 6. Skill rank, increased from level 1 to level 2. Possessed skills, Control plus C, Control plus V. Looking at his status screen with satisfaction, Sano grinned. "I knew it. After punching that spider to death, my skill points finally increased. Just a little more, and I'll reach level 50. Hunters who surpass level 50 find it much easier to join dungeon clearing squads. Except for beginner-level dungeons. Most mid-tier monsters inside regular dungeons are above level 50. In mid-tier dungeons, hunters can earn significantly more experience points and rewards. Over time, rare items will also start to appear. This is why leveling up becomes much easier for those who reach level 50. Sano thought about this for a while, then stood up, his face filled with excitement. "Alright, first, I should copy the adhesive substance from the giant king spider and sell it at an auction or something." Just as he was preparing to leave, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Glancing to the side, he saw a large number of people rushing past him in a panic. They looked like they were in a hurry, and someone shouted, "Please clear the way." Sano was utterly confused by the scene unfolding before him. As the crowd dashed past, he overheard someone exclaim, "Damn it, why is the dungeon collapsing all of a sudden?" Watching their retreating figures, Sano frowned. A dungeon collapse? Did the monsters escape? Two of the fleeing hunters were talking as they ran. One of them asked, "What should we do now? Head straight to the big guilds?" The other replied anxiously, "The truck carrying the legendary sword to the exhibition got caught in the chaos. This is an official cooperation request from the International Hunter Association." Hearing this, Sano's eyes widened in shock. He internally screamed, "Wait a second, the Kalisha Longsword got caught in the monster escape? Are you kidding me?" Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hunter Association, several aircraft landed one after another, kicking up clouds of dust. A group of people quickly boarded, urging each other to hurry. Move fast, and request support from the International Hunter Association. Our top priority is to protect the transport truck carrying the longsword. One of them immediately asked, "Who gave this order?" A clear voice rang out. "I did. As the team captain, I will issue the commands." The person who had arrived was Shinoda Nanas. Holding her weapon firmly, she spoke in a stern voice. The Hunter Association's top priority is defeating the monsters and rescuing civilians. With that, she quickly stepped forward. The aircraft began turning around as someone reminded them. "This is an emergency. We will discuss further later." Her subordinate hurriedly replied, "You understood, Captain Nanas." Suddenly, Nanas glanced into the distance. As if noticing something, from that direction, someone shouted, "Me too." Several others were trying to hold them back, yelling, "You can't go down there." Nanas turned to a subordinate nearby and ordered, "Hey, you, we're in a hurry, get on board quickly." The person hesitated awkwardly. Well, about that. The one being forcibly dragged away was Sano. He urgently called out, "Hunter Nanas, please let me come with you. I've already seen how you're organizing the plan here." The people holding him back grew frustrated. "We already told you, you can't." Nanas finally took a closer look at him and was visibly surprised. "Hunter Sano?" Sano, with a determined look, continued to plead, "Let me come too, even if I can't fight the monsters. At the very least, I can help evacuate civilians. This is a situation where everyone needs to do their part, right?" Nanas was momentarily taken aback and silently stared at him. Moments later, the aircraft took off one after another, swiftly moving toward their destination. Inside one of the aircraft, Nanas furrowed her brows, speaking in a doubtful tone. "Back in the giant king spider's nest, you prioritized rescuing your juniors first. Hunter Sano, I never took you for such a selfless person. It's quite surprising." She scrutinized him with suspicion, but Sano could only force a smile in response. In his mind, he thought, "She's got it all wrong. My actions are 100% driven by self-interest." Someone else in the aircraft suddenly spoke up. "But isn't this whole situation kind of strange? The Rainbow Bridge dungeon, it's barely been 3 weeks since we stabilized it, hasn't it?" Nanas remained calm and looked at everyone before replying. "This is no surprise at all. In this world, anything can happen. Just because a building was rebuilt after collapsing once doesn't mean it won't fall again. That's why we're here, to prevent these disasters. To make sure what happened 15 years ago doesn't repeat itself." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire aircraft fell silent. Sano's expression grew serious. His hand unconsciously clenched at his waist as he muttered to himself. The great disaster? 15 years ago. His mind drifted back to the past, to an event that had shaken the entire world. A monster escape so massive that it could only be compared to a natural catastrophe. The scene back then was utterly terrifying. Giant monsters of all kinds rampaged, trampling everything in their path. Smoke, fire, and shattered debris filled the air, turning the entire area into a battlefield. To explain briefly, when monsters in a dungeon are not regularly hunted, the dungeon becomes saturated and eventually collapses. When that happens, the creatures trapped inside break free and begin attacking innocent people, creating a living nightmare. These are dungeon breaches, when savage monsters unleash destruction everywhere, turning entire cities into seas of fire. Sano recalled the memories of his childhood, how he had struggled and suffered back then. He muttered, "I lost my parents in that disaster." Then, another memory surfaced in his mind. He thought to himself, "I've never told anyone about this, because even I find it hard to believe." During that catastrophe, he had witnessed the appearance of a supernatural being, something from another dimension. At that moment, a radiant blue light had penetrated his body while he was drowning in grief and despair. Thinking back on it, he whispered, "That being, it used the words, grant, and curse, and bestowed this ability upon me." Lost in thought, Sano remembered that the creature had called this curse a gift, and had only spoken a single phrase, 20 years. "I still don't know if that meant the duration of the skill, or my lifespan." He pondered. Even now, at this very moment, the sands within the cursed hourglass continued to fall. An hourglass-shaped mark remained imprinted on his neck, hidden beneath his thermal collar. His mind replayed the moment he was marked, and he thought, that being appeared because of the disaster. Reaching up, Sano pressed his hand against his neck, feeling the mark through the fabric of his shirt. A sudden realization struck him, and he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. That means, when that being appears again, history will repeat itself, with another catastrophe. And there are only 5 short years left. Determination surged through him. "Now that I know how to level up my skills, I will become the strongest hunter. I will find a way to stop that disaster, and break this curse from my life." To achieve that, his first step was clear. He had to copy the Kalisha longsword. At that very moment, a deafening noise erupted from the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Thick white smoke billowed into the sky, Frenzied monsters roared as they smashed and flung everything around them. Panic spread like wildfire. Terrified civilians screamed, desperately trying to escape. A black vehicle was hurled aside by a rampaging beast, crashing with a resounding bang. All around, the air was filled with the chilling sounds of chaos, shrieks of fear, the crashing of debris, and the relentless roars of the escaping monsters. The scene on the bridge was in utter chaos. Satoru observed the situation and silently lamented that their side lacked sufficient manpower. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to protect everyone. While he was momentarily distracted, a green-skinned monster suddenly let out a roar and lunged at him from behind in a surprise attack. Satoru reacted swiftly, slashing his sword and cutting the creature in half. The monster let out a painful scream. However, just as he had dealt with one, another monster pounced at him from behind. Before it could land its attack, a sword flew through the air and embedded itself in the monster's stomach. It roared in agony as Satoru quickly turned around. His senior had saved him. With a stern expression, the man reminded him, "Hey, rich kid, stop getting distracted." Satoru had narrowly escaped death and felt deeply grateful. "Thank you so much," he said sincerely. His senior pulled the sword from the monster's corpse and warned, "Next time you let your guard down, I won't let it slide." Satoru obediently replied, "Yes," but inwardly thought that his senior was quite rough with his sword and even called him, "rich kid." Still, as he recalled the past moments, he realized that the man had just saved him from the orcs, and even earlier from a goblin, rescuing him twice in total. Watching his senior walk ahead, Satoru made a silent vow, "I will definitely repay you." Meanwhile, the senior, unaware of Satoru's thoughts, grumbled under his breath, "Damn it, everything is covered in blood. Disgusting." Taking the opportunity, Satoru asked about the situation. "By the way, has there been any news from the reinforcements?" His senior responded, "All communication has been blocked by the dungeon's electromagnetic interference." Wiping sweat from his face, he continued, "But I'm pretty sure they've noticed something's wrong and are already on their way here." After a brief pause, he made a decision. "We should cross the bridge. That way, we'll have a better chance of meeting up with the reinforcements sooner." Satoru hesitated. "Crossing over, are you sure?" His senior's tone turned firm. "It's either that or stay here and serve ourselves up to the monsters. Let's move." Just then, a loud rumbling sound echoed from the other side. Something was approaching. A massive brown bear roared fiercely. It was the Bear King, a level 190 beast-type monster. Observing the situation, Moore anxiously turned to Ares. "Can this vehicle hold up?" Ares remained calm and replied, "Moore, I understand your concern, but don't worry, my defensive magic is top tier." She glanced at the magic array in front of her and added, "Even a level 400 monster wouldn't be able to leave a scratch." Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground. The entire bridge quaked, and debris tumbled down into the rushing waters below. Ares looked up, her voice trembling. "That thing, even the highest level defensive magic is useless against it." From the other side, Satoru witnessed the scene and shouted in shock, What is that?" The scene then shifted to a group aboard a rapidly moving aircraft. A crew member peered outside, immediately panicked, and reported, "Captain, that's..." Nanas swiftly turned toward the direction the crew member was pointing at. His face instantly darkened with worry. A colossal monster emerged from beneath the water, blocking their fleet's path. Someone screamed in terror. "It's the dungeon's strongest boss, the Raging Abyss Guardian, Kuexia." Recognizing the threat, Nanas immediately shouted orders. "Everyone, get into battle formation." The next moment, the giant beast Kuexia let out an earth-shaking roar. It opened its massive jaws, and a blinding golden light began to gather. Then, in an instant, Kuexia unleashed a devastating energy beam forward. The sheer power of the attack engulfed everything in a dense cloud of dust and debris. Its glowing red eyes pierced through the haze, and remnants of golden energy still flickered within its breath. Sano watched in horror, his face drained of color. The dungeon's final boss just wiped out the whole bridge with a single breath. His grip on his sword tightened, but even that felt futile in the face of such overwhelming power. Above, the sky darkened as ash and debris scattered through the air. Kuexia tilted its head up, locking onto the two aircraft hovering above, letting out another deafening roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a concentrated golden sphere. A split second later, Kuexia fired. One of the aircraft was struck directly, exploding into pieces. The crew members barely managed to escape, leaping out just in time. As soon as Nanas landed, he took command. "The dungeon's boss has appeared. We're changing battle strategy, effective immediately. The entire association squad will now focus on eliminating Kuexia." The remaining team members also landed safely and responded in unison. "Understood." Nanas scanned the area and suddenly realized something. "Wait, where's Hunter Sano?" After a brief moment of thought, She smirked. Well, I'm sure he's fine. No way something like this could kill him. Green light began to swirl around her spear as she prepared an attack. With a powerful strike, she unleashed Infernal Prison. Blue flames surged forward, engulfing Kuexia's massive body. Sano, watching from a distance, was amazed. Infernal Prison. This is the second time I've seen it, but it's just as breathtaking as the first. Determined, he made up his mind. I must replicate that skill. Having landed safely himself, Sano dusted himself off. Strands of silk still clung to his stomach, remnants of the king spider's webbing he had used to slow his descent. Though he had considered moving in a different direction, a smirk crept onto his face. Instead, he chose to run forward with newfound determination. My top priority right now is to replicate and claim the legendary Kalisha Dragonblade. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious figures, fully cloaked and moving at an incredible speed, all converged toward the same destination. One of them spoke up, relaying information. Captain, Kuexia's appearance was unexpected. A single misstep, and we could lose our lives. The one wearing a purple hood, seemingly their leader, responded calmly. That just makes it the perfect opportunity to act. Hunter Nanas and the association members will be entirely focused on subduing Kuexia. After all, the fastest way to stop a dungeon break is to eliminate the dungeon boss. Another member chimed in, which means, this is our best chance to steal the Kalisha Dragonblade. The leader gave a final warning. Stay hidden. Don't engage the monsters. Rogers, we can't afford unnecessary fights. Back on Sano's side, he continued his search, eventually arriving at an unfamiliar area. He scanned the surroundings, noting the abundance of monster corpses. Looks like another hunter group was here first. As he observed the scene more closely, he noticed that all the fallen monsters looked identical. That realization triggered an unsettling thought. The most dangerous thing about these creatures is, they always move in packs. A bad feeling crept over him. Something's not right. Sano was still engrossed in his observations when he suddenly heard a voice nearby. It's fine, just run. Not far from him, Satoru was frantically slashing through monsters. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, I don't need to run. I can handle monsters of this level. His senior, who had been fighting alongside him, was now heavily injured, slumped weakly on the ground. Despite the pain, he forced himself to speak. I really don't want to say this, but when I tell you to run, you should listen and just go. Satoru turned his head slightly but answered firmly. I won't run. From a distance, Sano also took note of the situation. Hunters from the dungeon management office? One of them is injured. He quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself, no, stay focused. I don't have time to meddle in other people's problems. I'm sure they can handle it themselves. But just then, the wounded senior mustered his remaining strength and shouted, you stupid rich brat, haven't you realized why these low-level monsters are inside a high-tier dungeon? If they gather in large numbers, they're combined strength rivals that of high-rank monsters. His voice was hoarse, but he pressed on. The fact that they keep showing up means. Before he could finish, another monster appeared. His expression turned grim as he cried out in alarm. They're converging here. As soon as the words left his mouth, more monsters emerged from the shadows, an entire pack of identical creatures. Dire wolves, level 15 wolf-type monsters. Individually, they were weak, but in packs of 20 to 30, they became a serious threat. The wolves poured in from all directions. Satoru felt fear creeping in, but he clenched his sword tightly and declared, you got hurt protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Sano, who had been about to walk away, stopped in his tracks. Those words. A memory flashed through his mind, his younger self carrying an injured junior on his back. Murmuring words of comfort. Hang in there, you want to get out of here too. Don't you? Thinking about it now, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Satoru stood his ground, positioning himself in front of his injured senior, ready to face the pack of wolves. One of the beasts snarled before lunging at him. Satoru reacted swiftly, swinging his sword with all his strength and cutting it down. But before he could catch his breath, another wolf pounced at him from behind. Satoru hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. Struggling under its weight, he gritted his teeth and let out a strained cry before adjusting his sword's direction toward the wolf monster. With a swift strike, he cut off its escape route. Another wolf monster lunged at him from behind, attempting a sneak attack. It snarled, baring its fangs, and pounced. Satoru's face turned pale, his eyes widening in shock. He had no time to react. Just then, Sano appeared. With a single powerful strike, he sent the wolf monster flying. The creature howled in pain, landing on the ground and writhing in agony. Sano turned back to Satoru, who was still in shock, and asked, are you okay? Satoru, still shaken, his face ashen, stammered, I'm fine, but over there. Before them stood an entire pack of wolf monsters, their eyes glowing red as they growled menacingly. Satoru gasped, There are too many of them. He quickly got to his feet, a sense of righteousness in his stance, and insisted, I really appreciate your help, but you need to get out of here now. Even high-rank hunters can't handle this many at once. Sano remained silent, unmoving. Then, he smirked and said, I see, this is perfect. Satoru looked at him in confusion. Huh? Sano opened his status panel and thought to himself, I was planning to sell these items at auction. But, before he could finish his thought, the wolf monsters suddenly charged at them, howling furiously. A massive horde of wolves attacked Sano. Yet he remained calm, still operating his status panel. In that moment, he even had time to wonder, if I combined the giant king spider's adhesive with my skills to fight this pack, what kind of effect would it have? I'm really curious. The monsters lunged at him, their dark, furry bodies swarming around. Satoru, witnessing the terrifying scene, screamed in horror. A system notification appeared. Ctrl+V activated. Giant king spider's adhesive will now be applied according to option 2. Immediately, thick strands of spider silk shot out, ensnaring each wolf monster tightly. They howled in pain, their cries piercing the air. Sano grinned in satisfaction as the adhesive wrapped around the creatures, squeezing them mercilessly. The wolves struggled desperately to escape but were completely trapped. One by one, they succumbed, their bodies piling up as they writhed and gasped for air. Each of them, without exception, was suffocated by the giant king spider's adhesive, unable to resist any longer. After a while, the corpses of the wolf monsters were firmly buried under the thick layers of giant king spider's silk, piling up into a towering heap. The system notification rang out several times. Level up. Sano glanced at his status panel and let out a sigh. Looks like combining these two didn't increase my level by much. Just as I expected. Still, this technique is pretty useful against monsters that attack in hordes. If I use this move, I can practically win without lifting a finger. Satoru sat there, still overwhelmed, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. That many wolf monsters, taken down with a single move? What kind of skill is that? He was completely baffled. Does a skill like this really exist in the world? Could it be an ultra-high-level secret technique? The senior warrior was the first to speak. Thank you very much for saving us. You must be a member of the rescue team sent by the association. Right? Hearing that, Sano was startled for a moment but quickly mumbled. Yeah, he thought to himself. We all came on the same helicopter. So answering like this isn't really lying. The senior warrior, struggling to catch his breath, forced himself to speak. In that case, I'm sorry to trouble you. But could you take him with you? Before Sano could respond, Satoru rushed forward, eyes burning with determination. No way. Even if I die, I'll stay here with you. The senior sighed in exasperation. You idiot, you'll be much safer if you go with him. Sano watched the exchange from the side and couldn't help but think. Wow, this scene really feels like one of those dramatic moments where someone's willing to be buried with their fallen comrade. But Satoru refused to budge. I don't want to leave alone. Sano pondered for a moment. Whether they stay or go, both of them will still be in danger. Sorry, but I guess I have no choice. I can only copy and paste. After all, after a brief hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Storage, open. A warehouse panel appeared, and Sano took out a glass vial filled with a red liquid. He handed it over. Here, take this. The senior warrior, dazed and confused, accepted the vial and asked, What is this? Sano replied calmly, a mid-grade healing potion. You may not be able to fight, but I guarantee this will help you safer. Words. He immediately panicked and asked, Why would you give me something as precious as this? Sano flashed a bright smile, looking incredibly cool, and replied in a deep voice, Because you have to survive and return to your junior. Satoru was instantly won over, falling for him hard, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Sano. In his mind, he screamed, So cool, insane. He bowed solemnly to Sano, speaking each word with heartfelt sincerity. Truly, thank you so much. My name is Shinoda Satoru, a dungeon guard. Please, at least remember my name. One day, I'll repay this life-saving favor. Sano turned to leave, leaving them with just his back. After a few steps, he turned around, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, could I ask you for a small favor now? I'm actually looking for the transport vehicle of the International Hunters Association. If it's no trouble, could you help me? I'm kinda directionally challenged. Satoru blinked, stunned, and blurted out, Wait, what? A hunter who's directionally challenged? Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bear King was roaring furiously. Moore and Ares stood beside a green container, silently watching it struggle. Moore spoke up, Should we put it back to sleep again? As a hunter, your approach really is the nonviolent method. You're pretty thorough with these things. Ares ignored him, offering no response. Suddenly, a spherical object was thrown near them.
Moore instantly noticed, his eyes sharpening with alertness. With a swift, decisive swing of his sword, he sliced the object in half. Moore smirked. I knew there were people over there, trying to take advantage of the chaos to play the fisherman profiting from the dragon sword mess. I'm sick of seeing this kind of behavior at exhibitions. Step out. You thieves. Ares glanced at the green smoke swirling around.
Moore suddenly realized something was off. Those masked weirdos are stepping out into the open. The leader of the group laughed and said, "You're pretty sharp. Let's see what moves you've got. Bring it all out." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, aiming a strike directly at Moore. Moore quickly raised his sword to block, the clash of metal ringing out with a sharp clang. He grinned and said, "Don't underestimate me, even if I'm just an escort right now." Moore forcefully shoved the masked man backward, his strength sending the enemy staggering. He shouted loudly, "Don't think someone like you can outsmart me." He was about to chase after the fleeing opponent, yelling, "Get back here," as he ran. Ares, panicked, immediately called out, "Moore, no," but it was too late. The moment he took his next step, Moore's entire body stiffened. Something was taking effect. He dropped to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ares rushed to his side, shouting his name in alarm. Moore, writhing in pain, still couldn't comprehend what was happening to him. "What? Why is this?" Ares quickly explained. "Those people, they're using some kind of item to temporarily prevent mana absorption. It's a poisoned artifact. If you keep fighting, you'll die." The leader in the purple hood scoffed, his tone indifferent. "The mage here has quite the keen intuition. We never underestimated you. This is simply how we operate." Hearing his casual, almost dismissive words, Ares clenched her teeth in fury and growled, "This is how you operate? Using forbidden poisons, outlawed by the International Hunter Association, without a second thought. Even on human bodies?" Her anger flared. Raising her hand, she began casting a spell, her voice resolute. "I'll make sure you regret this. You won't even have time to beg for mercy." One of the masked men sneered in disdain. "A mage who can't even use mana. What are you gonna do? Huff dust at us?" He prepared to strike, but another of his comrades interrupted. "We'll handle the sword fighter." The very next moment, before the first man could even finish his sentence, he was obliterated, blood splattered, his body was no longer whole. The scene unfolded so fast that the remaining enemies were left stunned, staring blankly at their fallen comrade. What just happened? Before they could react further, a towering figure emerged. The king bear stood before them, its massive fangs bared, growling menacingly. Paralyzed with fear, none of them dared to move. Then, with a thunderous roar, its blood-red eyes gleaming, the king bear began its ruthless slaughter. Not a single one of them escaped its razor-sharp claws. The air grew thick with the stench of blood and the desperate screams of the dying. With terrifying ease, the king bear lifted its prey high into the air before hurling them violently aside. It rampaged through the battlefield, smashing bodies beneath its mighty paws. The scene was beyond gruesome and unspeakable. Blood-soaked massacre. The purple-hooded boss hastily fled, not forgetting to curse, "Damn bear cub." As he hurried away, he mumbled to himself, "They didn't kill it, just sedated it? Damn it, I need to get out of here first." After finishing off the masked attackers, Bear King stood amidst their scattered corpses. Not a single one remained intact. It then approached Ares and Moore. With a helpless smile, Ares spoke, "Looks like it's our turn now." "Huh?" Moore, panting heavily, struggled to ask, "You can't put it to sleep again, can you?" Ares calmly responded, "You should already know the answer. We can't use mana right now." Though his face was pale from pain, Moore still found the strength to mock. "I knew it. Your obsession with non-violent tricks was bound to backfire on you someday. And Ares, looks like today is that day." Ares did not refute him. A drop of water clung to her cheek as she smiled and said, "You're right about one thing, but you're wrong about another." The next moment, Ares suddenly stood up and dashed forward, swiftly activating a magic array as she moved. Moore was startled. He immediately sprang up and shouted, "Ares, what the hell are you doing?" His desperate cries echoed, but Ares charged straight toward Bear King. Suddenly, she coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet, her hands never stopped casting magic. She thought to herself, "I knew it. I can't absorb mana, so I can't use my skills." Looking up, she saw Bear King lunging at her with its massive claws, now only inches from her face. Bracing herself, Ares silently muttered, "Sorry." At that moment, Sano's status screen unexpectedly appeared before her. "Would you like to replicate the copied object?" Something emerged, casting a shadow over Ares' shocked face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The giant Spider King's sticky webbing burst forth, swiftly binding Bear King's enormous body. The beast roared, struggling, but the adhesive strands only tightened around it. And it didn't stop there. The webbing's quantity surged, pouring down relentlessly onto Bear King, trapping it completely. Bear King was completely restrained, wrapped tightly in the giant Spider King's adhesive webbing. The massive beast collapsed, unable to move. Satoru let out an odd exclamation. Oh wow, you took down Bear King with just one move? That's insane, man. Even Sano couldn't believe it himself. Stunned, he muttered, huh? So I can do something like this? I had no idea. Satoru's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Sano, full of conviction and excitement. Senior Harutoto, you're absolutely legendary. Sano was at a loss for words. Since when did I become your senior? We're the same age. Satoru, acting like an enthusiastic fan, earnestly declared, you saved me and Senior Sakabe. From that moment on, you've been my senior in my heart. Trust me. Sano sighed internally. Sigh, there's no getting through to this guy. Shaking his head, he turned to check on the other two. You guys okay? You're members of the International Hunter Association, right? Ares stood frozen, still in shock, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Morse suddenly drove his sword into the ground and gritted his teeth. You're after the sword too, aren't you? Sano was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, not at all. I came to help guard the sacred sword with you. Moore remained unconvinced, his voice laced with suspicion. We just went through an attempted sword theft. You really think I believe you? Hearing this, Sano furrowed his brows and surveyed the surroundings. Blood was splattered everywhere, and bodies littered the ground. He thought to himself, so these corpses, looks like they tried to use the chaos to steal the sword but ended up getting slaughtered by Bear King instead. Damn, I should be thanking that beast. As he turned back, he fell into silence. This is a mess. Observing their tense postures, Sano noted how Moore looked like he was ready to draw his sword at any moment. At that moment, Satoru suddenly spoke up, clearly upset. Hold on, why are you treating him like an enemy after he helped you? He went out of his way to support you, and now you're treating him like a thief? With that, he pulled out his identification card and introduced himself. He's a member of the Japanese Hunter Association. Senior Sakabe and I are the designated hunters responsible for managing this dungeon. Sano watched as Satoru passionately defended him, his energy blazing. Smirking with amusement, he chimed in, well said, my friend. Grinning mischievously, he thought to himself, just need to push things a little further. With that in mind, he gestured for the storage space to open and took out 2 bottles of mid-grade healing potion. Handing them to Moore and Ares, he said, drink these now. Your injuries look pretty serious. His gesture took both of them by surprise. Sano, wearing the most friendly and inviting smile he could muster, urged them, go on, don't hesitate, no need to be shy. All of this is for copying the Kalisha dragon sword. He reminded himself, spending a bit now is worth it. Moore and Ares accepted the potions but hesitated, not drinking them right away. Ares glanced to the side, her eyes falling on the bound monster. Bear King was completely restrained, its body tightly wrapped in sticky webbing, yet it was still alive, growling and whimpering. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind howled through the area. The loud hum of aircraft engines filled the air as several rescue helicopters appeared above them. Looking up, Sakabe commented, looks like the guild's rescue team has finally arrived. Satoru, overjoyed, exclaimed, does that mean we're getting out of here? Sakabe, however, hesitated before replying, I'm not so sure. Seeing Satoru's confused expression, he elaborated, sometimes, hunters, well, you know, he trailed off, then gave an example, like those guys from the Great Sage Guild. Meanwhile, in another battlefront, Nanas and her team were still locked in fierce combat with Kuexia. A fleet of combat vehicles had been deployed to assist. Nanas sprinted swiftly across Kuexia's massive body, shouting, cease fire, it's entering phase 3. Her voice carried urgency, it's about to unleash a wide-area energy blast. Leaping down, she landed smoothly before turning to give commands. It looks like the support guild has arrived. Our priority now is to buy time until all civilians are evacuated. Understood, her team responded in unison. Suddenly, a mocking voice called from behind. This is how you guys are handling the prison break? Nanas immediately turned toward the source of the voice. The man standing there smirked, his tone dripping with arrogance as he addressed her. Hunter Nanas, he sneered, clearly amused. The newcomer was Sorosaki Masato, a level 503 Dark Mage Hunter and the Guild Master of Future. Floating in midair, he greeted them with a smirk. Long time no see. Nanas was caught off guard. Why are you here? She asked. Masato twirled his magic staff in his hand, sneering. Why, you ask? You tell me. Noticing his movements, Nanas realized something alarming. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, you. Before she could finish, Masato unleashed a spell. A massive magic array formed in the air, locking onto Kuexia. The sky was bathed in an ominous crimson glow. Nana's urgently tried to stop him. Stop right now. If that magic doesn't kill it. Masato didn't even glance at her. He grinned wickedly and scoffed. If I hesitated over trivial things like that, I wouldn't have made it this far. His voice grew sharper. Back during the battle at Kalren Bridge, only you and the association bothered stabilizing that dungeon. That incident pissed me off more than you can imagine. But this prison break, oh, it's perfect. Then, with a roar, Masato declared his intent. This time, I'll be the one to finish it off, and claim every last piece of mystic thunder loot. The moment he spoke, black lightning rained down relentlessly. Kuexia let out an earth-shaking roar as the devastating attack engulfed it. Realizing it was too late to stop him, Nanas shouted to her team, "Everyone, get out of here." The chaotic storm of black lightning didn't just target Kuexia, it struck indiscriminately, tearing through the battlefield and threatening the hunters below. Panicked cries rang out as they dodged for their lives. Kuexia, overwhelmed by the brutal assault, staggered and collapsed onto the bridge. The sheer impact shattered the structure, splitting it in half. Meanwhile, Sano's gloved hand gripped the fractured edge of the bridge tightly. He had barely made it. Propelling himself upward, he landed back on the bridge, shaking off the remnants of Giant Spider King's adhesive webbing from his body. Exhaling sharply, he muttered, "Damn, almost died there." Steadying himself, Sano turned to look down. Suspended below the bridge, 4 people in a large container were precariously hanging, secured by none other than the Giant Spider King's webbing. It had absorbed the impact, keeping them from plummeting into the abyss. Sano let out a relieved sigh. Phew, the transport truck and everyone are safe. But just then, a deep, menacing growl echoed from behind him. Alarmed, Sano whirled around. The colossal Kuexia collapsed right next to him, occasionally letting out a few groans. Sano was startled and cried out, but Kuexia immediately covered his own mouth, panicked as he looked at the monstrous creature before him. His mind raced. Was it dead? No, it had been captured. Someone approached, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. What's this? There's still a survivor over here? The newcomer was Masato. He stood in midair, looking down with an air of superiority, scanning the scene before making his assessment. Just a low-level hunter. Huh? Well, you did a good job. Sano silently observed the man. As soon as he saw the emblem on Masato's coat, a memory surfaced. He had seen that symbol before. It belonged to one of the top-ranked guilds in the country. Future, which held the 3rd position. Sano spoke up. You look like you're from a support guild. But that's not right. Shouldn't your goal be to help civilians and deal with the escaped monsters? Masato barely reacted, glancing around indifferently before replying. Rescuing civilians and subduing monsters? Look over there. He gestured towards the distance. The remaining survivors have already been evacuated. But I heard something else. Sounds that weren't from Kuexia. Annoying cries, wailing noises. Walking toward the restrained bear king, Masato asked, "Is it this one?" The bear king growled menacingly as Masato examined it. He reached out, touching the thick white threads binding it. What's this? Giant monarch spider silk? Huh, I didn't expect it to be used this way. The white silk suddenly unraveled. Sano's eyes widened in shock. What? The once secure webbing was blown apart in an instant, scattering in all directions. The bear king was torn into countless pieces, its fresh blood spilling out, dyeing the ground red. Sano stood frozen, his mind unable to process what had just happened. This man had not only obliterated a level 200 monster in the blink of an eye but had also effortlessly lifted a 25-ton transport vehicle. The beast had still been trapped in the monarch spider's silk, yet with a mere snap of his fingers, Masato had wiped it out completely. Was he the one who had captured Kuexia? A notification appeared before Sano, drawing his attention. A series of messages flashed and echoed in his mind. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have received a reward for defeating the bear king. Masato also took notice. He turned to Sano and asked, "Huh? The level up notification, that furry creature just now, was it you who caught it?" He continued nonchalantly, "Sorry for snatching your prey." Sano remained silent, offering no response. Masato smirked mockingly and said, "That web mess from earlier. And you too. What kind of hunter has such a ridiculously low rank?" He then added, "Apologies for accidentally triggering the finishing move and taking the reward." But he didn't stop there. Casually tossing the king's bear claw in front of Sano, he pretended to be generous and said, "The reward is the king's bear claw. I don't need it, so you can have it. Fighting over spoils isn't really my thing." Sano could no longer hold back. His expression darkened, and he furrowed his brows. Glaring at Masato, gritting his teeth, he spoke each word slowly. "You." Just then, Nana's suddenly appeared, landing swiftly. She immediately called out, "Hunter Sano." Sano noticed her and turned his head toward her. Seeing him, Nana's let out a small sigh of relief, as if reassuring herself. I knew it. Masato looked at the two of them and interjected. Oh, you two know each other? So that means you're part of the guild too. Huh? The more I look at you, the less I like you. Nana's, confused, asked Sano. What happened here? Sano clicked his tongue, frowned, and replied, nothing. It's nothing. A moment later, Nana's informed him. The rescue team is guiding the evacuation of civilians. You should head over there too. If that dragon wakes up, it'll unleash a large-scale attack. Sano hesitated and asked, then wouldn't it be best to kill it now? Nana's lowered her eyes and shook her head. Unfortunately, that's impossible. She gave a brief explanation. Boss monsters are classified according to their power level. When their HP, life energy, drops below 30%, they activate their trump card. There are two types of trump cards, berserk mode and wide area attacks. Both cause the boss monsters to go on a rampage. Lower and mid-tier bosses usually enter berserk mode. In those cases, as long as people are careful, they can handle it. Berserk mode isn't necessarily a separate phase on its own. She and Sano turned their gaze toward the monster in front of them. However, high-tier bosses like Kuexia have an enormous HP pool. That means they will trigger both berserk mode and wide area attacks. Because of that, stabilizing them requires multiple phases. She continued. Phase 3 begins when a boss monster perceives a life-threatening danger. It's said that when that happens, they unleash devastating attacks and destroy everything around them. Kuexia had now entered Phase BA. It was absorbing mana from the surrounding area and erecting a protective barrier. During this time, no attack would have any effect. The massive creature lay motionless, its eyes half closed. Then, in the very next second, its glowing red eyes suddenly snapped open. Nana's immediately shifted into a battle stance. Her expression tense. She muttered in frustration. Damn it, it woke up earlier than expected. Masato, standing nearby, remained confident. With a smirk, he said, perfect timing. Before it unleashes its shockwave, I'll turn it into just another ordinary loot drop. Kuexia roared as it rose, sending tremors through the air. Golden shockwaves rippled around its body. Nana's glanced back at Sano and said, Hunter Sano, I trust you'll survive this impact. Masato scoffed when he heard that. He turned back with a sneer and mocked. How could he possibly survive? If he dies, he better not hold it against us. A low-rank hunter dying in a dungeon is no different from a regular person dying in a traffic accident. With that, he and Nana's dashed forward at lightning speed, leaving Sano behind in the swirling dust. Sano clenched his fists, picking up the king's bare claw from the ground. In a low voice, he muttered, future guild leader, Sarosaki Masato. Then, without hesitation, he sprinted in another direction, his mind set on a new goal. I never planned for this, but I will take down Kuexia before you do. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath. That damn thief, Sarosaki Masato, just you wait, I'll make you pay for what you've done. Sano rushed toward where Satoru's group was gathered. Seeing him approach, Satoru grinned excitedly and greeted him. Oh wow, Senior Haruto, you're back to help us again? Meanwhile, Ares sat in silence, observing the massive strands of web that had saved his life. His thoughts were unreadable. Sano turned to Moore and Ares, his gaze sharp. I need the two of you for something. He continued, we're in a pretty bad situation. Kuexia has already entered Phase BA, and it'll soon launch a wide-scale attack. Pausing for a moment, he added, when that happens, everyone here will be in danger. Finding a transport vehicle and retrieving the greatsword will become extremely difficult. Everyone understood the weight of his words. Their faces tensed with unease. Sano's expression turned serious as he firmly stated his final decision. Before anything happens, I will take Kuexia's life. And to accomplish this, I need the Kalisha Dragon Sword. He added another sentence, ensuring them, I promise to return it as soon as Kuexia is dead. The two fell silent. Moore was the first to speak, his frustration evident as he snapped. How do you expect to defeat the boss monster? Even if you helped us before, that doesn't change anything. Why should we believe such a ridiculous story? Do you even understand the value of that sword? Ares adjusted her glasses calmly and stated, this is impossible. Sano clicked his tongue, furrowing his brows. He had expected this reaction. However, if things continued like this, the transport vehicle would be in danger. Just as he was contemplating his next move, he heard Ares continue, unlocking the vehicle requires an immense amount of mana. And right now, we can't use ours because those bandits poisoned us. Moore was stunned by Ares' unexpected implication. He stared at her in disbelief. Ares, you. Before he could finish, Sano responded nonchalantly. If that's all, then it's no problem. Moore blinked in confusion. Huh? Sano grinned brightly and introduced himself with enthusiasm. You see, my codename in the dungeon is actually Mana Shuttle. My ability allows me to regenerate mana infinitely. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. Aries' eyes widened in shock as she felt mana flowing abundantly through her body once more. Golden magical formations enveloped the transport vehicle. Moments later, someone shouted, "The seal is broken." Seeing this, Sano rushed forward but didn't forget to glance back and say, "Thanks a lot, I promise to return the sword to you both." Moore, standing beside Aries, questioned her, "Why did you go along with this? What if something goes wrong?" She replied softly, "There's no need to worry. Earlier, he only restrained the Bear King, he didn't kill it." Moore scratched his head and sighed in exasperation. "That's all it took to sway you? You're way too soft." Aries remained silent at his remark. Meanwhile, Sano had reached the transport vehicle. He grabbed onto the side and swung himself up, opening the door with excitement. Finally, he thought, his heart racing. At last, the Kalisha dragon sword is in my hands. Suddenly, the man in the purple scarf, Roger, appeared behind Sano. With a sinister grin, he spoke, "Our operation may have failed, and I was disoriented for a while, but luckily, I followed you." Heh heh heh. Sano's eyes widened in alarm. "What?" Before he could react, Roger lunged forward, driving his blade straight through Sano's stomach. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Sano let out a painful cry. Satoru, witnessing the scene, shouted in horror. Haruto Saket, standing beside him, was equally shocked. Moore clenched his teeth and cursed. "That bastard." Both of them were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Sano, gravely injured, collapsed onto the floor of the transport vehicle with a heavy thud. Roger, unbothered, admired his handiwork. Then, he calmly stepped forward and opened the box in the corner. Inside, the Longsword lay gleaming, emitting a brilliant red glow. Roger muttered to himself, "I can't believe I got my hands on it so easily." A system notification flashed. When the user loses their life, the King Spider's web will be nullified. Immediately after, a loud noise rang out. Roger's expression shifted to confusion. What? In the next moment, the King Spider's web snapped. Without its support, the transport vehicle plunged downward. A tremendous splash echoed through the air as the massive vehicle crashed into the water, sinking rapidly. As it descended into the depths, another notification appeared. Ctrl+V is pasting copied content. Behind Roger, Sano suddenly reappeared. With a smirk, he whispered, "Same here, I didn't expect to get my hands on the sword this easily either." Before Roger could react, Sano thrust the blade cleanly through his chest. Roger let out a strangled gasp, blood splattering onto Sano's face. Sano's voice was cold and unwavering. "I hold grudges. If someone attacks me, I always return the favor." He withdrew the sword, letting Roger collapse face first into the water. Lifeless, lifting the Kalisha dragon sword, Sano spoke slowly, almost as if savoring the moment. "You know, I've been saving up for this sword." As he admired the legendary weapon now in his grasp, his heart raced with excitement. At last, the Kalisha dragon sword, the one he had always dreamed of, was finally his. A new system notification appeared. "Would you like to copy the Kalisha dragon sword?" Sano's eyes lit up. "Sweet," he exclaimed, immediately pressing Ctrl+C. But unexpectedly, the notification turned red. "User's level is insufficient to copy this item." Sano's eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" Gritting his teeth, he shouted in frustration, "Are you kidding me?" Panic set in as he stared at the legendary sword in his hands, his mind racing in confusion. A level 30 player can equip a longsword, right? I'm already level 50, so why? Stop messing with me. At that moment, a voice rang out behind him. "Close call, kid." Sano's heart nearly stopped. He spun around instinctively, but before he could react, Roger struck him with a powerful slash to the back. Sano cried out in pain. Roger's voice was ice cold. "I almost let you disgrace the Blood Tower Guild." Sano collapsed into the water, his fresh blood mixing with the dark depths below. Meanwhile, the wound he had inflicted on Roger was enveloped in a glowing green light. Roger scoffed. "TCH, if I didn't have a healing skill, I'd be a corpse by now." Stepping forward, he retrieved the Kalisha dragon sword and slowly spoke. "Let me repeat your words from earlier." He lifted the sword high, preparing to plunge it downward. "I'm also the kind of person who repays grudges 1,000 times over." With all his strength, Roger drove the sword straight into Sano's chest. He sneered, "Just to make sure you never see the sun again, I'll use your so-called dream sword to end you." Sano couldn't fight back. He coughed, blood spilling from his lips, his body limp and powerless. The sword stood upright, impaled through him, his vision blurred, and his consciousness wavered. "Damn it, I came this far." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Kalisha dragon sword has merged with its wielder. More messages followed, copying and absorbing the power of Kalisha dragon sword. Sano's eyes shot open in disbelief. "Absorbing? What do you mean?" The status window rapidly displayed more notifications. Copying and absorbing Kalisha Dragon Sword's level. Copying and absorbing passive skill. Plus 35% defense. Copying and absorbing first special move, Blood Drain. Copying and absorbing second special move, Berserk. Finally, the system confirmed. Absorption complete. All abilities of Kalisha Dragon Sword have been acquired. The system status window flashed red once more. User's HP has dropped below 25%. Kalisha Dragon Sword is activating protection mode to safeguard its wielder. A second later, the sword's second special move, Berserk, was forcibly triggered. Control plus V, the second special move, Berserk, has been applied. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted. Scene shift. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Kuexia was launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Masato frowned. It's activating a large-scale attack. Things are getting worse. Standing at the front, Nana also sensed the growing danger. She clenched her teeth and let out a frustrated grunt. Just as Kuexia was about to unleash a fireball, something suddenly shot up from beneath the water. Kuexia froze mid-attack, as if someone had pressed the pause button on it. In the next instant, the colossal body of the boss monster was sliced cleanly in half. The earth trembled as shattered debris and dust scattered across the battlefield. Masato and Nana could only stare in absolute shock at the sight before them. A system notification appeared once more. Kuexia has been defeated. Extermination complete. Time skip. Sometime later, at the Japan Hunters Association, high-ranking officials sat around a conference table. A broadcast was playing over the speakers. At 4 p.m. today, a major dungeon breach at Cursed Howl Prison resulted in heavy casualties and destruction. The Japan Hunters Association and various guilds responded immediately, bringing the situation under control within 2 hours. However, the public is now heavily criticizing the Dungeon Management Office for its lax oversight. One of the officials pressed a pause button on the remote, stopping the news report. With a chuckle, he said, "Come on, let's not all look so grim. Instead, let's review and discuss exactly how Kuexia was taken down." The man speaking was Fuwa Takuo, a high-ranking priest-class hunter and the chairman of the Japan Hunters Association. Another man, rugged in appearance, spoke up. "I heard that 3 months ago, the association had already cleared the Rainbow Dungeon. This was Takeuchi Go, a level 701 swordsman from the Midas Guild, the top guild leader and chairman of the Midas faction. Shinoda Makoto, a level 610 healer and the leader of the Great Sage Guild, crossed his arms and responded. Just because a dungeon was cleared doesn't guarantee that it won't cause problems again." At his words, several officials slammed their hands on the table, voices rising in frustration. The Great Sage Guild should just keep quiet for once. If the dungeon had been properly managed, how the hell did this even happen? Once we wrap this up, we will file a report demanding the transfer of control over Cursed Howl Prison. Despite the heated argument erupting around her, Nana was lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand. "I wonder, did Hunter Sano manage to escape?" Then, another official struck the table, raising his voice. "What I want to know is..." At that moment, Takeuchi Go abruptly stood up, tilting his head slightly. He posed a serious question. Normally, after a boss monster is defeated, it takes months or even years for another to appear, right? He locked eyes with Nana before continuing. "So tell me, Hunter Nana, if you were on site, why didn't you handle Kuexia yourself?" Hearing herself mentioned, Nana let out a soft sigh. She then calmly placed her hand on the table. A second later, the entire table began to shake violently. The officials around her gasped. What the hell?" Suddenly, starting from where Nana's hand touched the surface, the table cracked apart, sending debris flying in all directions. Those seated nearby quickly ducked to avoid the sharp fragments. Meanwhile, Masato simply raised a protective shield around himself, leisurely sipping his drink as the debris harmlessly bounced off. A few officials, enraged by the destruction, demanded answers. "What do you think you're doing?" Go, veins bulging with anger, clenched his fists and growled. This woman, his killing intent flared, and it looked as if he was about to make a move until a calm voice interrupted. "Hunter Taichi." Go turned his gaze toward the speaker. Tokudo, his expression sharp despite his smile, addressed him. "It seems my subordinate was a little rude. On her behalf, I apologize." Go narrowed his eyes but understood the hidden meaning behind Tokudo's words. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he reluctantly backed down. "TCH, arrogant fools like that won't last long. She'll end up dead soon enough." Nana, sensing his veiled threat, let out a cold huff. Standing up, she responded calmly. "As the saying goes, seeing is believing. If you needed proof, I simply showed you. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't threatening anyone." She brushed the dust off her hands before adding, "The move I just demonstrated? That was my reward for defeating Kuexia." Shockwave. Nana calmly added that President Sorosaki who also contributed to taking down Kuexia this time, could testify for her. Masato, who had been sitting quietly, was startled when his name was suddenly called. He forced a smile and responded, well, to be honest, I didn't even have time to look at what the reward was. But I don't think she's lying. Haha. However, deep inside, he cursed. Damn it, why do I have to? Tokudo smiled and spoke up. I see. In other words, thanks to President Sorosaki's contribution, the damage this time was kept to a minimum. He then led the crowd in clapping to praise Sorosaki. Thank you for your dedication. Masato was speechless and could only force another awkward smile. What the hell is this? He glanced at the woman beside him. Could it be? At that moment, he saw Nana secretly smirking. His blood instantly boiled, and he clenched his teeth. She still holds a grudge against me for interfering back then. Hunter Nana, I will definitely get my revenge and restore my honor. And that bastard who stole Kuexia, I will find you. Nana straightened up and spoke with a serious expression. Regarding the cause of the prison break, I will take full responsibility and investigate personally. Additionally, we also wish to question the guilds for their delay in providing reinforcements. The people who had been loudly demanding answers earlier now fell silent. Avoiding her gaze, she continued, since it seems that my presence is making everyone uneasy, I will take my leave. With that, she turned around to leave. At that moment, the meeting room door suddenly swung open. Moore and Ares appeared at the entrance. Moore stepped forward. Good, looks like the meeting is still in progress. Introducing himself, he stated, I am from the International Hunters Association, and I have an important announcement to make. He then presented a document on the table and explained, due to the recent prison break, the Kalisha longsword, one of a kind in the world, has been stolen. The theft occurred during its transportation to an exhibition in Japan. He looked around the room and firmly stated, we request your cooperation in retrieving the sword as soon as possible. This is an official collaboration request from the International Hunters Association. Go Chen interrupted, wait a minute, when the transport vehicle was attacked, I heard that you unsealed the truck yourselves. Ares calmly adjusted his glasses and replied, that's correct. We did so with the cooperation of Hunter Shinoda Satoru from the Grand Sage Guild and Sano Haruto from the Japan Hunters Association. Both Tokudo and Nana were stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Even Masato was taken aback. He suddenly noticed something. The president of the Grand Sage Guild was resting his chin on his hand. Looking helpless. Shinoda. Well, he is a member of the Grand Sage Guild. The president of the Japan Hunters Association picked up his tablet and began searching. Among all the registered hunters in the Japan Hunters Association, I don't see any report on a hunter named Sano Haruto. Nana, standing to the side, bit her lip slightly, her expression unreadable. Masato noticed this detail and smirked in satisfaction. Looks like my chance for revenge is coming sooner than expected. Feigning hesitation, he spoke up. Are you talking about the guy who tied up the Bear King with giant spider silk? Ares realized the question was directed at him and quickly responded. But Masato continued slowly. On the way here, I saw him in some kind of trouble. But strangely enough, I was convinced that he was really from the Hunters Association. His tone carried clear malice as he subtly guided the conversation toward Nana. So, what does this mean, Hunter Nana? You seem to know him, don't you? Somewhere else, the Kalisha longsword that everyone was searching for lay on a table. A voice spoke up. So, this is the legendary Kalisha longsword that you obtained? The man reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword, admiring its craftsmanship with an almost reverent touch. He was Hirosaki Takumi, an offensive class hunter at level 301 and the guild master of the Blood Tower. A notorious dark guild, Hirosaki studied the weapon and murmured, the sword that, according to legend, will increase its wielder's level by 200. I suppose it recognizes its owner by fingerprint authentication? Satisfied, he smirked, spending a mere 100 million to stir up that dungeon. It was worth every coin. Roger, standing nearby, stared at him in shock. So it's true. The guild master was the mastermind behind everything all along. At that moment, Hirosaki spoke again. By the way, it must be painful for you to have lost your comrades. Roger snapped back to reality with a startled gasp. He hurriedly prostrated himself, desperately apologizing. I'm sorry. During the final operation, I encountered a strange guy. But rest assured, he's definitely dead. No, he must be dead. Hirosaki silently observed Roger's expression, saying nothing. After a moment, he finally spoke. I see. Well done. He tossed a large bag of cash onto the floor. Here's your reward. The shares of those who died belong to you now. You're free to do whatever you want after this. Roger's face lit up with joy as he grabbed the bag and exclaimed, Thank you, Guild Master. With this, I can finally say I didn't fail the mission. But just as he was basking in his success, Hirosaki's calm voice rang out again. No, the mission this time was a failure. Roger's smile froze. His head shot up in shock. Huh? What? What do you mean? Hirosaki smirked, his expression turning sinister. This sword is only a part of the prize. What kind of idiot would sell a legendary weapon like this for just 1 million? You planned to make money off this treasure yourself, didn't you? Roger instantly jumped to his feet, panic gripping him. Wait, please, hold on. A failed mission in our guild means. It finally dawned on him. He lunged for the bag of money, intending to flee, cursing. You bastard, you planned to kill us from the very start. Hirosaki remained unfazed, smiling calmly as he spoke in a soft voice. The fewer people who know about this, the better. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and unleashed an attack. That pile of cash should make a fine souvenir for your journey to the underworld. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the glass door behind Roger shattered. His body was flung against the shards, and blood splattered across the room. His screams were cut short as Hirosaki swung his sword. With a single devastating strike, everything in front of him was cleaved in half, the furniture, the walls, and Roger himself. A notification flashed before Hirosaki's eyes. Kalisha Longsword durability -2, remaining 8. He ran a hand through his hair, gazing at the blade in his grip with admiration. Tisk, tisk, if this thing breaks before I can repair it, that'd be a real problem. In the depths of the dark dungeon, a lingering voice echoed, its words seeping into the mind of the dying man. You'd best remember this. It's a gift from me, Haruto. Haruto jolted awake, his tightly pressed lips parting as he let out a sharp cry. Shaking off the remnants of his nightmare, he gritted his teeth, recalling the disturbing vision. It had hit him like a mental sledgehammer. Sleeping for so long since yesterday had left his neck stiff and aching. He raised a hand to massage it for a few seconds before cursing under his breath. Damn it, the hourglass has started flowing again? Still lost in thought, he was suddenly ambushed. Shinoda launched himself from the bed beside him and wrapped Haruto in a suffocating hug. The embrace was more terrifying than the nightmare of the hourglass itself. With tears streaming down his face, Shinoda wailed, "Senpai Haruto, you finally woke up. You were unconscious for so long. I thought I was going to lose you." Haruto, overwhelmed, immediately pushed back, yelling, "You're overreacting. Do I look like I'm dying?" Shinoda, unconvinced, raised both hands high, his face animated with dramatic excitement as he recounted yesterday's battle. "No way. After you finished off that monster." A massive pillar of light erupted from the ocean. It was like boom, and then boom boom, shockwaves everywhere. A voice from the bed next to them suddenly spoke up, intrigued by their conversation. "Wait, you guys were at the Cursed Abyss dungeon?" Shinoda perked up immediately. "Yep, it was me, Senpai Haruto, and someone else. Oh, let me explain everything to you properly." While Shinoda eagerly launched into a full, detailed retelling, Haruto scoffed under his breath, unimpressed. What's there to get so worked up about? Shinoda, however, continued his enthusiastic storytelling, gesturing wildly as he relived every moment. The person in the bed next to them, who turned out to be Shinoda's senior, listened with genuine interest, hyping up every part of the story. "Oh, and then what happened next?" Shinoda chattered on endlessly, to the point where Haruto had to rub his temples in frustration. "I swear, I just can't match this guy's energy." The brown-haired senior finally turned to Haruto, who was visibly annoyed. "You know, for all your grumbling, that guy right there did save your life. Hunter Haruto." Haruto blinked in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean?" The senior clarified. "He insisted, no matter what, that we had to rescue you. He even pressured the Grand Power Guild scouting team. That whole ordeal caused quite a stir. You know," he continued, "eventually, we found you unconscious on the shore." The senior's calm voice filled the hospital room as he explained. "The Grand Power Guild and the Hunters Association only applied pressure because the dungeon management requested access. But was that really all there was to it?" Haruto's face twisted in surprise as he grew restless with his thoughts. "Wait a minute. Wasn't the guild master of the Great Guild named Shinoda Makoto? That means Shinoda Makoto and Shinoda Satoru. No way." Meanwhile, Shinoda was still enthusiastically recounting his story, grinning from ear to ear and raising his voice with excitement. And then, bang, he acted out the scene dramatically. Haruto, on the other hand, was being dragged from one shock to another. He never would have imagined that Shinoda Satoru was actually the son of Shinoda Makoto. Now that he knew, the revelation hit him so hard that he stood frozen, mumbling to himself in disbelief. "No way, this isn't some scripted drama, is it?" At the headquarters of the Hunters Association, the top executive members were gathered for a meeting. Present in the room were Fuwa Tokudo, Ares Hill, Moore Grant, and Shinoda Nanas. Nanas initiated the discussion with a straightforward question. "Is it true that Hunter Haruto is dead?" She nodded to herself before continuing. "I see. I personally experienced that incident." Moore raised an eyebrow at Nana's unsettling calmness. She didn't seem the least bit surprised. She's acting completely unfazed. Why doesn't this affect her at all? He wondered. Nana's, ever rational, immediately addressed Moore's silent concern in a composed manner. Hunters are always walking on the edge of death. Hearing that, Moore had nothing more to say. Just then, someone in the room began summarizing the key issue. All right, so I've confirmed the cooperation proposal. The truth is, we, members of the Japanese Hunters Association, are now deeply involved in this matter. The senior official raised his hand decisively and stated, "We will dedicate all our resources to assisting in the search for the longsword." Aries, her expression serious, finally spoke up, her words slow and deliberate. "If that's the case, then please send a few high-ranking hunters to support us. We've already identified the possible location of the sword." The official seemed pleased. "I had high expectations for the two of you from the moment I saw you. But I never imagined you'd be able to pinpoint its location so soon. Is this some kind of tracking magic?" Ares replied calmly. "The sword is engraved with a special pattern used to determine the rank of its wielder. The Kalisha longsword is not a fixed item. Fixed items, by definition, can only be used by a select few individuals or those who meet specific conditions. However, I can sense and track the engravings on this sword. In fact, about an hour ago, someone used it." Nana's eyes narrowed as she stared at her counterpart. There was never any previous information suggesting that they could investigate and track such unique markings. So that's why they allowed Hunter Haruto to wield the sword. Ares continued. "Before it was stolen, the sword's durability was around 10. But since someone has used it, its durability must have decreased. If this keeps up..." Moore, sitting beside her, abruptly cut in, raising his voice to stop her. Ares, unfazed, pressed on. "It will eventually vanish from this world, won't it?" Nana's emphasized. "Our only lead is finding Ares' mother, who disappeared during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago." The mention of this left both Moore and Ares stunned. "How do you, Shinoda?" Moore started. Nana's coldly and sharply held up a dossier in front of them. "Did you think I became a team leader just by luck?" Her voice was emotionless as she continued. "This is classified information. We know the missing sword is a memento of your mother." Ares suddenly shot to her feet. While Moore remained bewildered, she bowed deeply, her expression serious and sincere. "Hunter Nanas, I beg you once more, please help me retrieve my mother's keepsake." After the meeting, Nanas left. As she walked down the hallway, her thoughts remained fixated on Ares and Moore. Those two are definitely hiding something. There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes, but her mind remained skeptical. "I don't believe what they said about Hunter Haruto. I refuse to believe he's someone who would die so easily." Just then, someone called out to her. "Captain Shinoda, Hunter Nanas." It was Shinoda Makoto, the father of the reckless Satoru. A moment ago, he had casually asked how she was doing. "Why do you look so tense?" "Huh?" Nanas maintained her usual distant expression. "Nothing special. Do you need something?" Makoto suddenly spoke her name in a tone laced with unspoken meaning. "Nanas," he said, "it's about time you returned to the Great Guild." Nana sighed as the number of dungeons continued to rise. Her eyes turned sharp, filled with resentment and frustration. She emphasized that while the number of dungeons was increasing, the major guilds that were supposed to manage them were instead establishing private companies, only caring about their personal enjoyment and focusing solely on profiting from the dungeons. She cast a light but angry glance at Makoto before continuing. "As for this prison break, if the cause was negligence on the part of the Grand Guild, then the entire guild must take responsibility." Nana firmly asserted her reasoning, declaring, "That is why I will not return." After making her stance clear, she turned away. Before leaving, she added, "Besides, there's still a lot to do within the association." "Father, ha ha ha." Makoto, surprised by his daughter's overly serious demeanor, suddenly chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Actually, I had something else to discuss. It seems I've said something unnecessary again." Before parting, he gave her a few words of advice. "Before you leave, you should stop by the Central Hunter Hospital." At the hospital, Makoto wanted his daughter to check on and assess the current status and achievements of Hunter Haruto. At that moment, the system updated his records. Haruto, level 79 plus 200 right pointing arrow 233. HP 203 300ths right pointing arrow plus 101. MP 153 151st right pointing arrow plus 55. Base defense 150 plus 35% right pointing arrow plus 52.5. Skill level increased by 1, level 2. Profession level increased by 5, level 9. Haruto sat excitedly, reading through each update, his hand lightly pressed against the screen. Activating the system. Kalisha's Dragon Sword system. I can't replicate the sword itself, but at the very least, I can absorb all of its abilities. A grin slowly spread across Haruto's face. his eyes gleaming as if he had just struck gold. His handsome features reflected his growing excitement. I was wondering what to do. Even if I could copy the sword, how would I even bring it out in battle? This is so much better. And on top of that, my critical skill activation timing is perfect. Just then, a new system notification appeared. Boss skill, second ultimate move of Kalish's Dragon Sword. Doubles the user's level and all skills. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 day. Activation condition. Automatically triggers when the user's HP drops below 25%. The skill activated right before death, making it unbearably painful. But thanks to that, Haruto was able to finish off Kuexia, a monster over level 400. Kuexia was a terrifying creature that many hunters dreaded, yet Haruto managed to take it down. As a result, Kuexia was defeated. System notification. You have received a reward for defeating Kuexia. As soon as the monster perished, Haruto instantly received his prize. He began absorbing Kuexia's shockwave using Ctrl+C, the copy command. System update. Kuexia's shockwave has been absorbed using Ctrl+C and converted into the frequency resonance skill. Kuexia's shockwave has been absorbed using Ctrl+C and converted into the natural wave skill. Giant King Spider Silk has reached level 2. It is now possible to use frequency resonance and natural wave simultaneously while activating Giant King Spider Silk. A series of attractive rewards had been granted to the hunter. Haruto stood inside the elevator, unable to contain his excitement, grinning to himself. His eerie smile drew judgmental stares from the others in the elevator. He was self-indulgent, marveling at the fact that his copy and paste ability had reached a level where he could absorb and integrate multiple skills together. This is insane. Before this, I tested frequency resonance, and it was already god tier. His grin grew even stranger. The passengers, instead of merely judging him, were now visibly scared. In truth, Haruto was simply overjoyed by his accomplishments. I'm a high-rank hunter now. Level 276. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the others hurriedly rushed out, leaving Haruto still basking in his own pride. Now, I just need to find the one who stabbed me. As long as I can get my hands on that longsword. Just as he was getting fired up, he suddenly heard someone shouting nearby. Why did you make me worry so much? Huh? It was Captain Shinoda, and she was furious. I told you, if things looked dangerous, you should have run immediately. Haruto was surprised to see her at the hospital. The hunter Nana, he stammered. Seeing Nana's angry expression, Haruto instinctively shrank against the wall, thinking to himself, so this is another side of Hunter Nana. Who is she talking to? And why is she even here? Standing across from Nana was her younger brother, Satoru. He was arguing fiercely, his frustration evident. This is your fault, sis. It's because you didn't properly stabilize the dungeon in the first place. Nana was momentarily speechless. Haruto, witnessing the exchange, was stunned. Wait, now that I think about it, they both have the same last name, Shinoda. His mind kept replaying a phrase he had overheard from the senior patient in the neighboring hospital bed. They threatened the association? They threatened the association? They threatened the association? He stared blankly at the two siblings quarreling in front of him, thinking, I thought it was just a coincidence. But they're actually related? Suddenly, Nana turned to Satoru and asked, So, is Hunter Haruto safe? Where is he? Satoru, with an obnoxious smirk, responded sarcastically, Well, the two of them are literally in the same room. And yet he has the nerve to say, Who knows? Haruto was bewildered, no, shocked, to be mentioned by name. Wait, she's looking for me? Did she somehow find out that I infiltrated the association to steal the sword? Sensing impending doom, Haruto decided to slip away. I can't let her find me. First, I need to steal back that longsword. However, just as he was making his escape, fate had other plans. Thud. Haruto crashed headfirst into something, or rather, someone. Well, looks like you're still alive and kicking. Huh? A mocking voice sneered. Haruto winced from the pain and looked up, only to see Mor glaring down at him, eyes burning with fury. Great, avoiding one disaster only to run straight into another. Before Haruto could react, Mor grabbed him by the collar in one swift motion. You damn thief, Mor spat, his voice echoing through the hallway. Without hesitation, he lifted Haruto and slammed him hard against the wall. You tricked me so easily. Huh? He roared, ensuring that anyone nearby could hear. And you even had the audacity to impersonate an association member? Haruto winced. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, my ass, Mor growled, his expression seething with rage. Back then, it looked like you had been stabbed. But here you are, alive and well. What, were you two working together behind the scenes? Haruto clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, he's not going to listen to me. Is he? Mor was so furious that he raised his sword high, ready to strike. At that critical moment, Ares appeared and blocked Moore's attack. Why are you swinging your sword in a place like this? Moore reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not using any skills. Then, he roared as if he wanted to swallow Haruto whole. I just want this fraud to suffer the consequences of his own doing. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand it. Haruto gritted his teeth, searching for a way to counter. Damn it, I really don't want to use my skill here, but I have no other choice. Resorting to a familiar action, he activated Ctrl+C, frequency resonance skill. With a powerful and forceful motion, he raised his bare hand high. Somehow, despite having no weapon, Haruto shattered Moore's sword in a single strike, leaving him stunned with wide eyes. The Shinoda siblings had been watching the entire time. Satoru shouted, "Senpai Haruto." Nanas stood frozen in shock. That move just now, was that Kuexia's shockwave? How does a hunter like Haruto know that technique? Seeing Haruto's tense expression, Captain Shinoda thought to himself. And his aura, it's completely different from before. The battle lasted a mere 3 minutes before coming to a decisive end. Elsewhere, the sound of excitement echoed in the air. It was a grand music performance, with a massive crowd watching attentively. On stage, 3 beautiful girls were performing, and the audience was cheering enthusiastically. Standing in the center was Arita Sarah, her short hair accentuated with striking purple highlights. As the show concluded, Arita took a break in her dressing room. Her full name was Arita Sarah, a member of the girl group IF. After the performance, all 4 members bid each other farewell. Good job, everyone. Arita drove off in her red sports car, while the other 3 members shared a separate ride. As they chatted among themselves, one of them remarked, "Hey, do you think Sarah comes from a wealthy family? I mean, just look at her car. It's obvious, right? Must be nice. I wish I could drive a badass sports car home too." Meanwhile, Arita's red car sped down the road. Suddenly, a black car approached dangerously close to hers. Startled, she instinctively turned the wheel slightly. Her car spun once on the road before she regained control. Fuming, Arita rolled down her window and shouted angrily, "Hey, where the hell are you looking while driving?" A strong and forceful footstep landed it with Shinoda Makoto. He stepped down and gave a slight smirk to the singer. Arita's gaze also deepened. Makoto placed a large box with a loud thud onto her car, then leaned through the window and asked, "Was the performance successful?" He flashed a sly smile. "Shall we enter the dungeon?" he asked. "If you want things to return to how they were, you have no choice but to comply." Arita didn't respond immediately. She studied him with a probing, slightly anxious look. At that moment, the 4 of them had gathered in a desolate place where a recent disturbance had occurred. "Is this the place?" someone asked. "The last known location where the longsword Kalisha was used?" Nanas quickly scanned the area and concluded, "There's nothing here." Ares sighed in regret. "Looks like we're too late." Nana, feeling uneasy, asked, "Does that mean we have to wait until that person uses the sword again?" The group fell silent. Suddenly, Haruto shouted, "The Blood Tower." His eyes widened as he recalled something. "Now I remember, when the culprit killed me, he mentioned that name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild." Nanas frowned. "I've never heard of that guild before. It must be a secret black guild." Someone murmured. Haruto sighed. "I can't believe there's a guild even Nanas has never heard of." Moore, standing nearby, grew restless. "If we have to wait for the next time, there's no telling how much longer the sword will last." Nana exhaled sharply. "No, these clues are enough. I know someone who's well informed about matters like this." The scene shifted to another location, one filled with the familiar chaos of war. Bullets and explosions. At the center of the battlefield stood a young Arita, only about 6 or 7 years old. According to her account, she had gained her ability during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago when a mysterious being granted it to her. Initially, she thought she had simply awakened as a hunter, but it turned out to be something else entirely. She possessed only one mysterious skill. Activating it, she called out, Ctrl+Z, reverting a target to its previous state. For hunters, Ctrl+Z functioned like a keyboard shortcut, restoring anything to its original form. It was a skill that could be used on both people and objects. She had begun purchasing broken or discarded luxury goods, restoring them, and selling them in their pristine condition. At this point, Nanas had grown into a young woman. Although her ability wasn't exactly a healing or recovery skill, she could still make money by treating injuries. However, the amount she earned through this skill was limited. As she saw more and more sick people, among them her own parents, one thought burned in her mind: I need money. A lot of money. Her parents had been caught in the Great Catastrophe and had remained in a coma in a hospital with deplorable conditions. At the age of 14 or 15, young Arita found herself facing an incredibly difficult situation. She had tried to restore her parents to their original state, but she needed mana to activate her skill. Without mana, the most she could do was heal minor wounds. Mana was a form of energy that only hunters could control. Determined to obtain mana, she decided to become a true hunter, joining senior hunters in dungeon expeditions. To gain even a little mana, she risked her life venturing into dungeons alongside them. At first, she was merely a baggage carrier. When needed, she played the role of a healer. Back then, Arita's strength was nowhere near what it was now, and her thoughts weren't as sharp. For ordinary people who had yet to awaken as hunters, stepping into a dungeon was akin to walking into a tiger's den. Danger lurked everywhere. Her voice grew heavy as she continued. But the most painful thing was the contempt from my own teammates. She recalled the constant rejection, the cold, dismissive remarks from her companions. Giving you mana as a thank you? What nonsense. Are you begging for my mana? There were times when those very teammates stood on the brink of death. In those moments, Arita found herself thinking, I'm so tired of this skill. I just want to let go of everything. So focused was she on stealing mana that she hadn't noticed someone standing nearby. It wasn't until she heard a voice say, interesting. She looked up from the darkness. Startled, a man stepped forward with a slight smirk. I hear you've been going around begging for mana everywhere. Is that your side job? Stealing it? Arita remembered that moment vividly. It was the day she met Hirosaki Takumi. Takumi sat in Arita's room, casually making a few remarks. This room is pathetic, he commented. Where did all the money you earned go? Arita kept eating, ignoring him, but Takumi didn't stop talking. Who would have thought that the famous Sarah of If lived like this? I'm sure no one would believe that you ordered takeout for all 3 meals. Eat whatever you want, whenever you want. His smile carried a hidden meaning. You must be living quite an easy, comfortable life, huh? Takumi continued. Aren't all female idols desperately trying to lose weight and maintain their figures? But you, no matter how much you eat, you can always return to your original state. Then, out of nowhere, he brought up the time they spent in the dungeon. Well, I suppose that was the first time we met. He mused. Even when people were dying right in front of you, all you cared about was stealing their valuable items. He smirked arrogantly, his expression both roguish and dangerous. You and I, we're the same kind of person. Hearing this, Arita's eyes tensed. She glared directly at the man sitting before her, anger flashing in her gaze. But Takumi continued with his proposition. Let me make this clear. If we want to continue this contract, I don't care if your business involves the idol industry or not. It's all the same to me. Sarah slammed her fork onto the table, wiped her mouth, and snapped. Then why'd I have to go into the dungeon this time? If you gather enough mana and give it to me as usual. There's no need for this. Takumi pulled out a sword and made his request. I want you to restore this to its original state. Arita immediately recognized the problem. This would require an enormous amount of mana, she said, and I can't do it right here and now. Takumi gave a reassuring nod. That's why, this will be the last time you have to enter a dungeon. Sarah's frustration boiled over. Are you saying? Takumi nodded knowingly. Yes, just as I promised before. Sarah narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You found an item that can regenerate mana infinitely, and it's in that dungeon. Isn't it? Takumi waved his hand dismissively. No. Sarah frowned. Then what? Takumi's tone grew more serious. However, if you go, there's a chance it will appear. He acknowledged the terms of their contract, which stated that Sarah should avoid entering dungeons whenever possible. But he continued pressing her. Just one more time. Enter the dungeon with me. This will be the last time, and the reward will be well worth it. Won't it? At the future guild, a meeting seemed to be taking place inside. You're well informed, aren't you? Are you talking about Guild Master Sarosaki? It wasn't an official meeting, just a conversation between Haruto and Nanas. You mean that future guild guy who keeps making a fuss about stolen items? Nanas answered bluntly. Yes. Haruto frowned. But aren't the top guilds in the country supposed to be Midas Guild and Great Power Guild? Shinoda Nanas's expression hardened. At the very least, they have the most precise intelligence on dungeon purges and management capabilities. The entire Hunter Association is aware of this. Their obsession with dungeon conquest is stronger than anyone else's. The two of them arrived outside the future guild's conference room, belonging to Guild Master Sarosaki Masato. Inside, someone was questioning loudly. The heart of the giant elf? Masato smirked coldly. That's right. It's also known as the infinite mana regeneration item. Nanas joined the discussion. It's an extremely rare item found in the Snowy Mountain Elf dungeon. You're talking about the reward item from the hidden boss in the giant elf dungeon. Aren't you? They continued their exchange. Exactly, Masato confirmed. And in order to find that item, we've mobilized an entire reconnaissance team to gather intel. And that's when we encountered them, the Blood Tower Guild Haruto mentioned. Haruto listened intently to their discussion. Until now, I had never even heard of their existence, he admitted, but it seems that Blood Tower Guild is planning to send their forces to purge Snowy Mountain Elf Dungeon. It's about time they started recruiting more personnel. The screen in the room displayed an announcement. Hunter Recruitment Notice. Views. 346. Recruiting for Snowy Mountain Elf Dungeon. Positions available. 30. Required rank. Level 90 or higher. Equipment. Flexible distribution. 1. End system. Contact. Blood Tower Guild Recruitment Division. This is all the information we have for now, someone said. Masato stared at the screen, his expression dark with frustration. These bastards, they're even worse than people imagine. They're a dangerous criminal syndicate, thieves and assassins who don't discriminate. Even against high-profile figures. They operate as dungeon purge squads. But as a black guild, they couldn't care less about being called disgusting tools by the public. Haruto was bewildered as he thought to himself. An item that can infinitely regenerate mana. I don't really need it, but it's certainly something that would amaze anyone. Clearly, someone wants to monopolize it. If someone truly possesses that item. Anxieties slowly took shape in Haruto's mind. But what does any of this have to do with the Longsword Academy? Did they steal the sword to kill the giant goblin? But its durability is already wearing thin. Could that item be even more valuable than the treasured sword? Haruto quickly dismissed the thought. No way, he told himself. Nana's continued. That means, the Blood Tower Guild's ultimate goal is the giant goblin's heart. Is that why they formed a party to clear the Snowy Goblin dungeon? Just then, someone interrupted their conversation. I don't think so. It wasn't an outsider. It was Ares, who had remained silent the entire time. Ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago. No one has ever seen that item. Haruto felt a deep sense of confusion. Ares paused before continuing. I can't say for sure, but I used to be very interested in this dungeon. That's why I studied it myself. At that moment, information about the Snowy Goblin dungeon appeared on the screen. Updates on the infiltration status. The attack teams had gone in twice, and the scouting teams had entered once. She affirmed. In the end, the Snowy Goblin dungeon is one of the most notoriously difficult dungeons to conquer. It's a prime example of a place that hunters prefer to avoid. Some hunter groups occasionally sought out hidden dungeons, but there were exceptions. Many had long since given up on this one. Masato's face reflected both doubt and curiosity. What's inside that dungeon that even experienced assassins need to form a party for? Even if it's not a hidden dungeon, there has to be something in there. Haruto asked the group, when do they plan to depart? Masato was unsure. The recruitment is already done, so they might have already left. Haruto was convinced, he knew it. They had been planning this for a long time, even before they stole the sword. Nanas quickly gave an order. Then we must go there immediately. She seriously called out to guild leader Sorosaki. Standing before Masato, Nana spoke firmly. The attack squad can depart at once. You have a team ready, don't you? Masato was stunned by Nana's tense and terrifying demeanor. Huh? No, actually, I don't have one, but I believe the future guild always has an attack team ready to deploy at any time. A team comparable to the association's attack squads, right? He waved his hand dismissively at Nana's. You know as well as I do, information about hidden dungeons isn't always accurate. Why would anyone willingly enter a place like that? His voice was steady and deliberate as he pictured the scene inside the dungeon. In that harsh environment, it would be nearly impossible to wipe out an entire army of goblins. Those mechanical-like beasts are running rampant in the Snowy Goblin Mountain. The stone goblins, level 40, their self-defense mechanisms and intelligence may weaken, but their numbers will grow and regenerate continuously unless we destroy their cores. Masato grumbled, visibly annoyed. Damn it, in the end, I have to go too. Before him stood a team of professional hunters. All familiar faces, Haruto, Nanas, Morair, Ares, the senior hunter, and several former elite hunters. As soon as they entered the dungeon, they were immediately met with monsters. A loud crash rang out as the creature's body shattered into pieces. But as soon as one fell, another took its place. These monsters were massive, their attacks overwhelmingly powerful. The hunters struggled to keep them at bay, raising their hands in defense. Damn it, Masato scowled, growing increasingly frustrated. At this rate, we'll never catch it if they keep regenerating. Just destroy their cores already. Cores? Someone echoed in confusion. Masato stood firm, gathering all his strength. His devastating attacks sent several goblins staggering, some even collapsing to the ground. He lightly raised his magic wand and gave a casual flick. The surrounding space trembled in response. A confident smirk spread across his face as he laid out the battle plan. First, we need to destroy the cores of every golem charging at us. From now on, follow me and take down as many golems as possible. With his precise and detailed instructions, the hunters grew excited. Understood, guild leader. This feels like hitting the jackpot, someone cheered. Masato maintained his commanding stance, casually flicking his wand as he prepared for battle. Haruto stood to the side, letting out a faint chuckle. You say you don't want to go, but you seem pretty eager, he remarked. Still, it was impressive. Masato could take down an enemy in a single blow. Before the battle, Ares had given them thorough instructions. When you enter the snowy mountain dungeon, focus on defeating the golems. Take down as many as you can. Haruto questioned. Usually, in dungeons, you can fight however much you want. What's the reason for this specific requirement? Ares affirmed without hesitation. There is a reason. It's the condition to encounter the mid-tier monster of the snowy mountain. Golems, according to my research, are the key. This dungeon is what I call a sensor dungeon. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Haruto looked puzzled. A sensor dungeon? What does that mean? Masato sighed. That's why I keep saying this dungeon is tricky as hell. Hidden dungeon rules are always like this. In a normal dungeon, areas are typically divided. There's a boss region, a final boss region, a mid-tier boss region, and an area for smaller monsters. If you know the layout, you can head straight to the final boss. But sensor dungeons work differently. To unlock the next area, you must fulfill specific conditions, like solving an equation. A plus B plus C equals D. In this type of dungeon, if you fail to clear the required conditions, certain areas won't appear at all. For example, eliminating small monsters might trigger the mid-tier boss. But if you fail to do that, you won't find the hidden dungeon entrance. If you don't complete every required step, the final boss won't show up either. Ares spoke seriously. I suspect this has something to do with the catastrophe from 15 years ago. The dungeon's structure was disrupted, which is why the hidden dungeon has never been discovered until now. Haruto, still uncertain about the journey ahead, had more questions. So, the condition to summon the mid-tier monster is to kill as many small monsters as possible? Ares explained patiently. Since we don't know how to manually reset the dungeon, we need to be extremely careful in our approach. Based on my research, this is the most reliable method. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes sharp with determination. Also, we need to move fast. If the reward from the mid-tier monster is a key required to unlock the next area, then that's exactly what those people are after. In her mind, she pictured a golden key. If we want to reach the hidden dungeon before they do, we must get that key first. While fighting the monsters, Haruto found himself lost in thought. Whatever their ultimate goal is, I don't care. I just need to find the Longsword Academy's Kalisha and return it. Just then, the system activated. Bison Strike +5 activated. Using Giant Spider King's silk, his sword moves wove through the air, smooth and elegant, each slash forming an intricate web-like pattern that seemed to ensnare the beasts. The technique was mesmerizing, resembling a spider's trap capturing its prey. The next move required Bison Strike +5. The Shockwave Burst technique was initiated. Combining it with the Giant Spider King's silk, Haruto delivered a decisive blow. The monster collapsed onto the snowy ground instantly. The surrounding hunters were momentarily stunned. Wait, was that really the Giant Spider King's silk from a low-tier dungeon? It sure looked like it. But how could that useless thing be this powerful? Meanwhile, Ares fought fiercely. She used the enemy's own element against them, freezing the snow monsters with their own ice. Seeing that the situation was under control, she quickly signaled Moore. He caught on immediately and smirked. Got it. Moore swung his sword, taking down two monsters at once. But the enraged creatures roared and charged back at them. Damn it, these things are insane. We need to retreat. However, the monsters were quick. They caught up instantly, slamming their massive fists into the ground, just as things were about to take a turn for the worse. Nana's arrived. With a graceful yet firm movement, she raised her slender hand. Despite her delicate touch, an overwhelming force radiated from her. Nana's lightly tapped the monster's body, activating the system. Kuexia's shockwave burst activated. With just that single touch, the monster was sent flying. She turned to her team. Is everyone all right? Yes, Captain. Thank you, they responded. Just then, Nana's abruptly turned her head, her gaze locking onto someone moving stealthily in the background. Wait, you. Her eyes widened as she recognized the figure. It was none other than her younger brother. You've been following us this whole time? Shinoda Satoru? How did you get here? Satoru looked surprised at her worried tone. What, am I not allowed to be here? He said nonchalantly. I came as a member of the team. My senior sent me. Nana's frowned. A member of the team? Satoru's response was firm. That's right, I am. Satoru had only heard about this from Haruto's story before and had never received an official call. Upon hearing it, he immediately fell to the ground, flailing. Going into the dungeon? Me too. I'm going too. Seeing this scene, Haruto could only think to himself. Is this guy short-circuited or something? Satoru whined and cried. What if something happens to you while you're alone? You might even get lost in the dungeon. A hunter who loses his way, someone who has no sense of direction. Haruto remained expressionless, clearly not wanting to reply. But seeing Satoru looking so pitiful, he finally relented. I'm not going alone, he stated. Then, he concluded, you're coming with me to the Snow Golem Mountain. Satoru beamed with happiness. Really? Haruto smiled lightly and warned. Yeah, but you have to join my team instead of the assault squad. Satoru immediately agreed. Of course, that's even better. And just like that, he became part of the team without having to beg his strict sister. See more. Haruto then said, you're good at finding your own path. So I have something I need your help with. Nana's sighed. What is this hunter Haruto thinking? After all, he himself was just a low-rank hunter. Hearing his sister's doubts, Satoru shouted, don't underestimate Haruto. He emphasized, I saw it clearly back then. Neither you nor Guild Master Sorosaki was the one who split that monster in half. It was Senior Haruto. Nana's was taken aback by Satoru's conviction. That's right, the hunter Haruto is completely different from when he was in the spider cavern. And the hunting skill he's using now. She glanced toward Haruto, who was fighting bravely, and thought to herself, that must be Kuexia's shockwave. Which means, what Satoru said is true. But how is that even possible? That question briefly crossed her mind as the scene transitioned elsewhere. In another place, Takumi and Arita were discussing something. You're asking how? We just went ahead and did it, sweeping through the dungeon. That man had also led his own private army. With everyone's combined efforts, 2 different teams, each with their own unique fighting styles, had clashed. We blended into the chaos of the Vanguard assault squad, used invisibility to stay hidden, seized our turn, and struck with lethal precision, stealing both mana and loot. Masato and Nana's were using their powerful energy fields to overwhelm the beasts. However, even with invisibility techniques, they would still be detected by high-rank hunters like Shinoda, Nana's, or even the president of the future guild. High-rank individuals like them feared no one, so they rarely focused on honing their scouting skills. On the other hand, we often had to use the weak to defeat the strong, so we had trained our invisibility and weapon concealment techniques to the highest level, making detection extremely rare. Takumi felt delighted with his meticulous plan. Working efficiently with minimal effort was the motto of the Blood Tower Guild. He turned to Sarah and asked, is there any issue with the mana conversion? Then, raising his voice, he reminded, this mana generator is a luxury item. To fully charge a single bar, at least 100 small monsters must be slain. Sarah replied coldly, I know, last time, reconstructing the Enchul dungeon consumed 10 bars. What I'm curious about is how much mana is needed to restore that sword. Takumi answered, that sword? Twice as much as before. Sarah began to piece things together. So, to recreate the sword, we had to defeat the dungeon boss of the Hidden Realm? Takumi smirked mysteriously. Well, you're not wrong, he continued. It is said that the hidden dungeon has an incredibly strong barrier. And the only weapon capable of breaking it is this very sword, Kalisha. The Dragon Blade? Sarah questioned suspiciously. Where did you get that information? Takumi's demeanor changed instantly. Instead of answering, he simply said, you're asking a lot today. Just focus on the restoration and collecting the dropped items. Sarah sighed and explained, it's been a while since I entered a dungeon, so I'm a little uneasy. And this time, the strategy seems too sneaky and cowardly. Hearing those words, Takumi shot her a cold glare. Sensing the unspoken warning, Sarah quickly corrected herself. Forget what I said. As long as the contract is still valid, I don't care what you do. However, deep inside, she harbored many conflicting thoughts. Collecting items, regenerating endless mana, if doing so could restore her parents to normal, she would do whatever it took. Meanwhile, Haruto was still busy slaughtering monsters. Damn it, we've already taken down nearly 200 of them. When will this end? Sweating in the middle of a snowy mountain. Ridiculous. A red orb was flying toward them. Haruto swiftly grabbed it. What was this? This core. It's completely different from the others. Alright, before breaking it, let's copy and paste it first. Suddenly, the core moved at lightning speed. What the? It shot straight into the ground. Masato appeared near Haruto and said, it's starting. Haruto was still confused. What do you mean? Masato gave the order to the entire team. Finish the hunt and prepare for the next golem. Immediately, the space around them trembled. A mid-tier golem appeared in the middle of the snowy mountain. Amidst the raging snowstorm, the transformed golem emerged. Its enraged expression sent shivers down the soldiers' spines, making them instinctively step back. A notification appeared, Snow Mountain Golem. Mid-tier boss. Level 150. The blizzard raged wildly as the golem let out a thunderous roar. Fueled by its fury, it lashed out at everything in sight. With a powerful swing, the transformed golem launched a devastating strike forward. The sudden attack caught the soldiers off guard. Debris scattered in all directions as the shockwave sent them flying. Screams erupted. Damn it. This thing is huge. Shirsaki Masato raised his staff, unleashing his magical power to suppress the beast. A blazing red energy surged from his staff. He shouted, "Everyone, fall back." The sheer force of his power sent more debris flying. The surrounding fighters were stunned by his overwhelming strength. As they watched the blizzard mixed with flying debris, someone muttered, "What the? He took it down with a single strike? That was a mid-tier boss. So much for thinking it'd be a tough fight. We were scared for nothing." A red stone suddenly shot straight into the golem, shattering its body into countless pieces. Seeing this, the surrounding fighters instinctively stepped back. Masato frowned. He could feel that the monster before him was formidable. Even after being shattered, the golem began regenerating, forming an even more terrifying body. Its rage intensified as it launched another fierce attack at Masato. He dodged the strike and countered immediately. Once again, the glowing red stone appeared, this time surrounded by searing flames. It shot forward at an incredible speed, ramming straight into the golem's rocky exterior. Seeing this, Masato gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, it's core." Sano Haruto also joined the battle, frowning as he launched his attack. "This is the moment. If I can stop the core from moving using the giant spider's silk." A system notification appeared, indicating the activation of a skill Control plus V which utilized the giant spider's silk. Strands of spider silk shot out, latching onto the blazing red stone. The battlefield remained littered with shattered rocks and debris from the chaotic fight. However, it wasn't just the spider silk that clung to the stone. Remnants of the golem also adhered to it. Refusing to let go, the golem began to transform, seemingly reaching the peak of its fury. A dark aura surrounded it, and its eyes burned red with overwhelming rage. Looking down, it saw Haruto, sword in hand, standing his ground without fear. He did not retreat but faced the massive monster head-on. Clenching his weapon tightly, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the giant spider's silk isn't working." He had to act before the golem merged with the remaining fragments. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Hunter Sano, fall back!" Startled, Haruto's eyes widened as he glanced in another direction. A figure launched an intense attack from below, soaring through the air. Infernal prison. The golem seemed to be trapped by the opponent's skill, its entire body engulfed in a blue blaze. Immobilized and burning, Shinoda Nana's emerged, wielding her weapon, as a gust of icy wind swept through, making her ponytail flutter. "Close-range attacks are useless," she told Sano. "We need to melt it down all at once." Masato, overhearing, let out an annoyed sigh. Yeah, I know that already." He put on a smug expression, standing inside a sphere of red energy amidst the battlefield's ruins. The ground around him was nothing but shattered stone and rubble. "That's why I came up with a different plan," he continued loudly. "If we're not careful, we might have to burn everything else here too." Below, Sano remained in a defensive stance, thinking to himself, "This is the terrifying nature of a transformed golem." Ares Hugh adjusted his glasses, his voice carrying a mysterious tone. "The biggest complication of this expedition is the mid-tier boss. A transformed golem is one of the labyrinth's greatest horrors." The blazing red stone hovered in the air, surrounded by flames. "The sensor labyrinth reveals the next area," he continued, "only when certain conditions are met. The next section changes based on the previous one. Once we defeat the golem, its transformed core will appear. The remaining fragments will then converge and reconstruct it once more." Sorosaki Masato crossed his arms and asked, "In other words, we have to fight the remaining parts of the golem, the one we struggled so much to defeat?" He glanced at the two people standing across from him and continued, "The usual outcome would be complete exhaustion, or even total annihilation. Compared to a normal labyrinth, I've heard this one is as difficult as a final boss." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, making everyone flinch. "There are two ways to defeat it." Shinoda Nana spoke firmly, "Destroy the core." She stood in front of the monster, watching as the transformed golem writhed in the blue flames. Shinoda, standing below, observed the creature intently. Her breathing was heavy, and sweat trickled down her face. Yet, despite being engulfed in flames, the golem showed no signs of being destroyed. Its eyes flashed with the fiery sparks of rage. With a violent struggle, it retaliated, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Shinoda instinctively glanced around, alarmed. Then, suddenly realizing something, she whipped around. "When did it get behind me?" she thought in shock. Without hesitation, she leapt into the air, raising her weapon high. With a loud cry, she unleashed her attack, Jade Inferno. The blue flames rapidly spread outward. Meanwhile, Sano and Ares were positioned at the edge of the battlefield. Sano surveyed the surroundings while Ares analyzed the magic formation. Sano gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if I use the power of my longsword now, Ares will notice right away. At this rate, there's no way we can destroy the core." "Wait." Sano suddenly paused and opened the system notification window, studying it carefully. "Right. That ability from that common item." From the system screen, a small claw suddenly materialized, landing neatly in his palm. System notification. Claw of the Beeman Bear King, obtained. Possesses the natural resilience of the Beeman Bear King. Skill 1. Can immobilize any target for a certain period. Skill 2. Can instantly close in on any target and deal damage. Holding the claw in his hand, Sano smirked. He could already see the path to victory. This is it. With this, I'm sure. Once again, the familiar skill notification appeared. Control plus V activated. The system copied and absorbed Skill 1 into Sano's abilities. Control plus V now enhances the immobilization effect when using the giant spider's silk. Control plus C activated. Skill 2 has been copied and absorbed. Control plus C now allows you to pierce through targets and absorb 15% of their HP and MP. Sano shot forward like an arrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Perfect, let's see if this works. Meanwhile, Shinoda was still locked in combat with the monstrous golem. A strange vortex swirled around her, engulfing the battlefield in an eerie darkness. A nearby guard, observing the scene, frowned in concern. Are you serious? Do you really plan to melt down the entire golem? Ares was already poised for battle, ready to step in. He thought to himself, even if Hunter Shinoda Nanas is skilled, if she keeps casting Infernal Prison like this, her mana will. The mutated golem continued to struggle against the flames, letting out furious roars. Shinoda, standing below, prepared for another attack. Once again, she unleashed her signature move, slashing forward with her blade. Infernal Prison. The monster, barely having escaped the flames moments ago, was immediately engulfed again, but this time, the fire seemed weaker. It was no longer enough to restrain the golem. With a deafening howl, it broke through the flames, raising its massive hand to strike back at Shinoda. She gasped. Infernal Prison isn't working anymore? My mana, is it really depleted? Suddenly, thick strands of spider silk shot forward, wrapping around the raging golem. The threads wove together, forming a cocoon that imprisoned the beast within its own fury. Sano stood before the cocoon, the icy wind howling around him. Shinoda, upon seeing him, called out, Hunter Sano. Masato, witnessing the scene, was dumbfounded. Wait, the giant spider's silk can do that? Sano turned to Masato and shouted, Guild leader Sorosaki Masato, please attack again. Masato was caught off guard by the request. Huh? Are you serious? Didn't you see? Before he could finish, Sano interrupted. I'll stop the core from moving. We don't have time. Hurry. Masato clenched his jaw, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Then, from his staff, a surge of red and black energy intertwined, radiating an overwhelming force. With a firm voice, he cut off any further discussion. Enough. I'll follow your plan. He locked eyes with Sano. But listen up. You gave me this order, so you better not fail. The red and black stream of power struck directly down onto the cocoon containing the monster. The cocoon shattered, and the monster was torn into 1,000 pieces. A pinkish red stone fell out, surrounded by flames that gradually descended to the ground. At that moment, Sano's technique activated. Control plus V used the web of the giant spider. Before the monster could revive, the threads had already seized its core. Thousands of silk strands shot out, surrounding the pinkish red core. Sano watched, a victorious smile appearing on his face. I did it. I shouldn't let the core and the shattered fragments touch each other. On the other side, Masato, having witnessed everything, was utterly shocked. Seriously? It really stopped? With that useless reward item? He was dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Shinoda was no exception. She was equally astonished by the attack. Hunter Sano had leveled up before, but to pull this off. Wait, thinking back, even during the battle in the giant spider boss room, she recalled Sano's words. The only ones still alive are me and this guy. Sano had desperately shouted for permission. Despite many objections, Hunter Shinoda Nanas, please, let me join you in the conquest of Kuexia. Now, the three of them stood before the defeated monster. They were the victors. As she continued her train of thought about the battle with Kuexia, Shinoda smiled. The fatigue from the recent fight had yet to fade. In crucial moments, Hunter Sano was always there. Ares stood with a soldier, happily praising the claws of the Bearman King. This is exactly the kind of strategy I expected from Hunter Sano. Nearby, a group of mountaineers cheered in celebration. The core had stopped moving. Amazing. If this method works, maybe I should try conquering the giant spider too. The silk cocoon compressed around the pinkish-red core, growing larger by the second. Two figures stood in front of it, silently observing. Murasaki Takumi suddenly noticed something unusual about the cocoon. He jumped up, eyes widening as he scrutinized it. Arita Sarah, sitting nearby, noticed his suspicious reaction and shouted, What is it? Did he stop the core from moving? What the hell? Murasaki swiftly put on his mask and issued an urgent order to his subordinates. Cease mana collection immediately. We need to accelerate the plan and execute the operation. Everyone, get into position. His subordinates, hidden beneath the raging snowstorm, received the command and responded in unison. Arita observed the situation and spoke up. Huh? What's going on? Things had become so serious that even Misato had to step in personally. Why is Hirosaki wearing that mask? He wondered. The atmosphere around Hirosaki was now engulfed in a dark, ominous aura. Hirosaki spoke. It's all thanks to that strange guy. Looks like taking the key from the core is going to be a bit troublesome. Sarah, get ready. Without another word, he vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the battlefield. Sarah stood in the snow, surrounded by small containers filled with mana. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind a tree. A young man was watching her closely. Thoughts raced through his mind. What should I do? Looks like that leader-looking guy has already left. What is that girl planning to do with all this collected mana? Should I report this to my senior? He recalled the small blue device that had been given to him. His superiors had entrusted it to him, along with an important mission. This was a high-level stealth skill. When he first received the device, Satoru had been surprised. Are you sure it's okay to give me something this valuable? He had asked. Sano, scratching his head, had looked at the hospital-gowned Satoru before him and said, this job is that important. Hearing that, Satoru's face lit up with curiosity. An important job? But Sano's expression turned serious as he entrusted him with a crucial mission. Shinoda Satoru, this time, you don't need to fight the monsters. Instead, use your stealth skill to follow them. If they find the hidden labyrinth, report it immediately. I know for sure. We'll steal their plan. Satoru's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled the heavy responsibility placed upon him. He thought about the three powerful individuals involved and reassured himself. That's right, my sister and Chairman Misato are both over there. Most importantly, Senior Sano is also present. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. I have to destroy it? Misato exhaled and replied, exactly. Since you captured it, you should be the one to destroy it. Nanas agreed, saying, that's right, this is the achievement of Hunter Sano. Hearing that, Sano lifted his sword and prepared to strike. If you say so, then I'm really going to do it. At that moment, countless thoughts surged through his mind. This is the first time I've been treated like this. What a strange feeling, but I've already copied it. Now, I just need to destroy it quickly. Sano's sword thrust straight into the center of the red core. The moment the tip of his blade made contact, the core shattered into countless crimson fragments, scattering in all directions. A system notification appeared for everyone. Goland mutation has been defeated. A series of notification windows surrounded Sano, confirming his success. Among them, the most significant message stated that he had successfully leveled up. Another notification followed. You have received a reward item for destroying the mutated golem core. A golden key appeared before him, glowing brilliantly. This was the prize he had obtained. Its name, Seal of the Heart Key. The key had the ability to unlock a hidden sealed door, the chamber where the heart of the giant golem was confined. The key landed in Sano's palm. He held it high for everyone to see and shouted, I got it, the key to the hidden labyrinth. Morgra, upon seeing it, couldn't hide his astonishment. Wow, I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. He then turned to Sano and asked, how does it feel to be one step closer to your mother? Hearing that, Ares responded, it's just a key. The real challenge starts now. Sano overheard the murmurs behind him and, out of curiosity, turned around to eavesdrop. He seemed to sense something unusual and muttered to himself. Check status. A system panel appeared, displaying his name and updated stats. Haruto Sano. Level 85, plus 200 bonus. HP 233 carat 27 new bonus. MP 170 seconds, carat 27 new bonus. Base defense 160, plus 35%, carat 56 new bonus. Skill mastery. Level 5, cube new bonus. Class mastery. Level 10, carat 1 new bonus. Looking at his updated stats, Sano couldn't help but feel proud. Incredible aesthetics. With the added enhancement from my magnetic sword, I'm practically level 285 now, almost at the same level as high-tier hunters past level 300. The days of solo play aren't far off. Overwhelmed with excitement, he jumped for joy. From a distance, Misato witnessed Sano's reaction and couldn't help but find it odd. He remarked, seriously? Celebrating like that after taking down just a mid-tier boss? Nanas stifled a laugh and glanced at him. Oh, and who was it that was struggling against that very same mid-tier boss just a moment ago? Misato, caught off guard by the question hitting his weak spot, tried to cover up, not struggling at all. Suddenly, from behind the two of them, rocks and debris shot into the air. They immediately took a defensive stance. The people around them were also shocked at the sight. The scene turned into utter chaos as the debris continued to fly in all directions. Ares and Moore quickly moved into a defensive position. At that moment, a group of unfamiliar people appeared, surrounding them. In the center, a red sphere contained a mysterious figure inside. Suddenly, an ancient inscription appeared on a large stone among the crowd. People pointed and murmured among themselves, astonished by what they saw. The stone was engraved with strange patterns. A voice echoed through the crowd. That's the sign of the great beast's emergence. This is bad. Masato immediately shouted to warn everyone. Fall back behind my shield. But before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion erupted, blasting everyone away from their positions. A terrifying explosion detonated right at the center, sending people, rocks, and snow flying everywhere. The scene was thrown into complete disarray. The ground was now littered with bodies. A few had managed to survive the blast, but many had perished instantly. Amid the destruction, an unfamiliar figure strolled through the wreckage at a leisurely pace. A voice rang out. The land is real, and the power, undeniable. Money truly can buy anything, even if it costs a bit of conscience. The figure wore a gas mask and continued his monologue. Simple, as easy as flipping a hand. Standing tall in the chaos was Hirosaki Takumi. In his hand, he wielded a sword capable of cutting down anything in its path. He muttered to himself, efficiency, efficiency? Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Got you. Takumi flinched instinctively. It was a familiar technique, Sano's Ctrl+V web trap. A flurry of silk threads materialized and shot toward Takumi like a raging storm. Seeing this, he swiftly raised his hand to defend. But in the blink of an eye, Sano dashed forward, gripping his familiar sword tightly. He lunged at Takumi and shouted, "Give it back!" His face was filled with pure rage. He charged forward, wielding the legendary dragon sword, Kalisha, but just as he was about to strike, blood suddenly gushed uncontrollably from his throat. Even Sano himself was caught off guard by what had just happened. With the advantage of the gas mask on his face, Takumi spoke. You may have blocked the explosion with those webs, but do you really think that was the only trap I set? He lunged toward Sano, landing a series of relentless blows to his stomach. Blood slowly spilled from Sano's mouth. As he struck, Takumi continued, You almost ruined my entire plan. Then, with the sword he carried, he swung a sharp slash. Fresh blood splattered, mixing with the dust and debris around them. Nana, witnessing the scene, screamed in distress. Hunter Sano. The system's annotation flashed, Prison Fury. She raised her weapon high as a surge of blue fire erupted behind her. Nana shouted the name of her technique. From a distance, Ares, who had been observing, immediately intervened. Nana, stop, don't do it. You'll get caught in the attack too. A swirling blue firestorm surged forward, sweeping through the battlefield. Rocks and debris were sucked into the vortex, devastating everything in its path. The surroundings, already damaged from the previous battle, were now completely ruined. Then, a sudden coughing sound broke the tension. A trail of bright red blood dripped onto the ground. Nana coughed violently, unable to stop herself, and collapsed to one knee. Using her sword for support, she covered her mouth with one hand to suppress the bleeding. Masato, who had been closely watching the situation, called out in alarm. Hunter Shino, Nana, what's going on? Use your healing skill, quickly. Ares suddenly appeared at her side just in time for Nana to explain. The Sorosaki Arena, we're not allowed to use mana. Large black stakes emerged from the ground, while a powerful gust of wind blew through, making the atmosphere even darker and more ominous. Ares continued, his voice heavy. The gas, it's preventing mana absorption. It must have been released at the same time as the tower explosion earlier. This is a cowardly tactic. They're using it to neutralize high-level hunters. But why would they use something this dangerous? A dark liquid began to rise slowly from the ground, making Ares more suspicious. Meanwhile, in one corner of the battlefield, Sano, now gravely injured, sat on the ground. Blood seeped from his mouth, staining his clothes. Takumi, having finished dealing with Sano, turned and walked away, sword in hand. Under his breath, he muttered, time to get back to work. Efficiency is key. Masato overheard the entire conversation, his expression filled with disbelief. That skill, it's Shadow Morph, the highest tier stealth ability. But that technique was supposed to have been erased by the previous generation of hunters because it was too dangerous. How does he still have it? His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed Takumi stepping forward. The black, toxic liquid followed each of his footsteps as he approached. Masato quickly realized that Takumi was scanning the battlefield, taking in his surroundings. The gas mask still covered his face. Then, his gaze landed on a golden key glowing faintly in a corner of the area. Takumi walked over, effortlessly picking up the shimmering key. A sudden system notification appeared. The heart seal key has now been transferred to the current owner. Takumi held the key up to his face, examining it closely before murmuring, "Mission complete." But just as he finished speaking, He abruptly reached out and wrapped his hands around Sano's throat. With a forceful push, he slammed Sano against the wall, completely disregarding his injuries. His voice was filled with bitter resentment. We had to kill him right here. Despite struggling to breathe, Sano used what little strength he had left to reply. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. Takumi froze. What, he's still conscious? A grin spread across Sano's face as countless silk threads suddenly began pouring out. Well, lucky me. The bastard who stole my sword turns out to be trash like you. The threads rapidly wrapped around Takumi's body, leaving him no time to react. Ah! He screamed as the threads continued to bind him, sealing off all routes of escape. Once again, the familiar technique emerged. Control plus V, giant spider silk. At that moment, another skill was activated. 1 Minute King, Bimorin's Wrath. Suddenly, a monstrous creature materialized inside Sano's cocoon. With razor-sharp fangs, it began tearing through the silk. The beast clamped down on the cocoon with its massive jaws, thrashing violently. Takumi's subordinates, who had surrounded the scene, exchanged uneasy glances. That ability, one of them muttered. Isn't that the same skill he used to defeat the golem? Shapeshifting? Damn, maybe we should just get out of here. As they hesitated, Sano slowly stepped toward the cocoon, gripping his familiar sword tightly. The biggest mistake you made, he said coldly, was touching my greatsword. Just then, the silk cocoon that had tightly bound Takumi suddenly snapped. Sano's eyes widened in shock. One by one, the strands of silk unraveled, falling to the ground. Takumi stepped out from the shadows, his body surrounded by a sinister magical aura. He let out a relieved sigh. Wow, that was close. I almost died. For the first time, I had to use a skill like that, he muttered. In an instant, Takumi appeared right behind Sano and shouted. If there was no shadow inside, I would have died a meaningless death. After nearly being killed by such a mediocre skill, he finally understood why the hunters he had slain in the past always died with such regretful expressions. But either way, you're going to die here today, he declared. Hearing this, Sano frowned and responded, Hey, you know my nickname, right? A radiant aura began to shine around him as he rested his sword on his shoulder. They call me the mana reservoir because I distribute mana to my teammates. This is my first time trying it at such a long range. But it still works. Seeing this, Takumi instinctively took a few steps back. What did you just say? Sano calmly replied, It means your life ends here. A surge of red magic shot toward Takumi. Just then, Masato appeared, his face filled with fury. I don't know what's going on, but I've got plenty of mana to spare. I'm going to wipe out your Blood Tower guild right here and now. His rage caused the magic around him to crackle with lightning. With a loud boom, a magic circle appeared, and a white sphere slowly descended to the ground. Takumi braced himself against the force and muttered under his breath. Damn it, Shirosaki Masato's wide-range Black Thunder. A shadow-shifting technique. I can't escape this. This is bad. He screamed for backup. Arita, Sarah, do something. From a distance, Sarah had been quietly observing. Upon receiving the command, she responded immediately. Small mana containers suddenly opened, releasing a bright blue light that gathered into a massive monosphere under Sarah's control. Sweat trickled down her face as she cast her spell. A system notification appeared. Control plus Z. Reset and restore the snowy mountain maze of the golem to its original state. Another identical notification followed. Everyone was caught off guard. Wah! What just happened? They cried out in shock. A green blizzard raged, sweeping up countless people and debris. Confusion spread as they all struggled to understand. What is this air current? Someone shouted amidst the chaos. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping. It continued to sweep everything into the air, creating a vortex of ice and debris. Below, the others began warning each other. This isn't just an ordinary air current. Then, they noticed something strange. Chunks of stone were connecting, gathering together rapidly. Nana's, standing below, looked up. She seemed to realize something and gasped. Masato's face darkened with frustration. Don't tell me. Before he could finish, a swarm of small monsters suddenly emerged. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the group. The dungeon. It's resetting? Someone shouted in disbelief. The creatures howled and lashed out wildly, attacking everything in their path without restraint. The golems, filled with endless hatred, rampaged uncontrollably. Their roars echoed through the battlefield. Seeing the chaos unfold, Masato immediately conjured a crimson shield. Standing his ground, he absorbed the full brunt of the onslaught. His mind raced. Damn it, that gas is preventing everyone from absorbing mana. I have to keep this shield up to protect the others. But at this rate, we'll all be trapped inside, unable to fight back. Just then, a sudden flash of blue light appeared beside him. He turned his head. It was Nana's. She was pouring every ounce of her strength into unleashing a burning blue radiance, incinerating the golems. Masato was stunned. Nanas, what are you doing here? How did you hear the call? Nanas, still focused on her attack, replied, you heard it too, didn't you? He recalled Sano's words earlier. Mana shuttle. Masato's eyes widened as realization struck. Meanwhile, Ares was kneeling on the ground, healing the wounded. She explained, Sano possesses the unique ability to infinitely regenerate mana and transfer it to his allies. This is clearly his specialty. Masato finally understood. This is unbelievable. Only priest-class hunters should have this kind of ability. So how can Sano, who isn't even a priest, do this? His gaze shifted forward. Nanas was still fighting with everything she had, her body trembling from exhaustion. His thoughts kept swirling. Hunters of our caliber, like Nanas and me, require massive amounts of mana to unleash high-level skills. And yet, he isn't just supplying us, he's providing mana to everyone here. He's distributing his own mana, in such a short amount of time? The idea was impossible, yet it was happening before his eyes. Infinite mana regeneration? I've never heard of a technique like this before. But if it's real, then, Masato clenched his fist, sparks of rage flickering from his hand. Instead of searching for the heart of the colossal golem, a better idea emerged. He needed to recruit Hunter Sano into his guild. A sudden voice drew Masato's attention, making him instinctively turn toward the source. Now everything is clear, Nanas said while battling the monsters. Even the incident in the Howling Dungeon, it was all the work of the Blood God Guild. Moore blocked an incoming attack and responded. The real issue now is that the dungeon has already reset. If they do it again. Ares, still tending to the wounded, cut in. No, I don't think that's possible. She raised her hand, a blue healing light radiating from her palm. The reason this hidden dungeon remained undiscovered until now is likely due to its flawed logic. She explained, I don't know if they've realized it yet, but right now, the probability of a hidden dungeon appearing is 100%. Nanas frowned but added, something is off this time compared to before. She fought relentlessly against the golems, her blade cutting through the stone bodies. But the number of golems appearing now, it's fewer than before. Masato, fighting alongside the others, noticed the same thing. The golem that Hunter Nanas melted down hasn't been reformed. That means, either way, we need to finish this quickly. He muttered to himself, we still have to track down those Blood Tower bastards. Then, another thought crossed his mind. If this is just like the Howling Dungeon incident, if they're using the same method again. Then, his eyes widened as he realized something. Wait, what about Sano? Is he okay? Those bastards didn't finish him off, did they? Far away, deep in the snow-covered mountains, Sano lay gravely injured, unable to stand. Blood dripped from his face as he muttered under his breath. Unleash the giant spider silk? Damn it. His vision blurred, but he could still make out a figure in the distance. Takumi. That bastard. Takumi sprinted away, dodging Sano's webbing with lightning-fast reflexes. Sano, despite his injuries, forced himself up and chased after him. Stop right there, he roared. The two clashed, their blades colliding in a fierce duel. Takumi smirked, taunting him. What exactly were you thinking? He sneered. What could a low-ranked hunter like you possibly do? Sano's hands moved swiftly, his sword clashing against Takumi's in rapid succession. Ha, Sano scoffed. That so-called low-ranked hunter you mocked is the one wrecking your entire plan. A system notification suddenly appeared. Ctrl+V, activate giant spider silk. Takumi's sword was abruptly lifted into the air, catching him off guard. However, he quickly broke free. TCH, this web is nothing but a minor inconvenience. I'll make sure you never use this ability again, he snarled. Flames erupted between them, forcing both to retreat. Takumi roared. Kalisha's dragon sword, rank release. In an instant, strands of webbing wrapped around Sano, restricting his movement. The sword still hovered in front of him, a reminder of their last encounter. Back then, I managed to escape using the webs. But now, he could feel the sheer power radiating from the dragon sword Kalisha. That sword really is terrifying. Returning to the present, Sano recalled everything that had transpired. But thanks to that, I learned how to wield my own power. Sitting in the snow, he used his sword to support himself as he slowly stood up. Muttering to himself, he wondered, how the hell does Takumi know so many rare secrets? I wasn't able to completely block that attack. Well, I guess I should chase him down and make him spill everything. As he glanced around, a realization struck him. Wait, where the hell am I? Looking at the endless expanse of white, Sano cursed loudly. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to know where I am in all this snow? At a grand building, nearly at the same time, a meeting was taking place. Inside the Japan Hunters Association, 3 individuals sat in a conference room. An elderly man spoke first. There's no need to be overly concerned. Guild Master Shinoda, the future guild's leader, Shirosaki Masato, is with them as well. Shinoda Makoto crossed his arms, his face grim. Our biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild is truly behind all of this. He stated, we still don't know much about them. Across the table, another man spoke up. One thing is certain, even high-ranked hunters become helpless the moment they're targeted. And we still have no way of gathering more intel. A tablet was suddenly slammed onto the table. The voice continued, however, the Midas Guild has uncovered something. Takechi Go leaned forward. This time, the reason they're making such a grand move is because of the presence of the global multinational hunters guild, Starfill. Fuwa Tokudo's face suddenly turned pale as he repeated the name, Starfill. Makoto was shocked. How could a world-class guild like that be in a small country like Japan? And not only that, but with a dark guild as well? Tachigo fell silent for a moment before explaining. It's hard to imagine what the dungeon looks like now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Calamity, only one dungeon collapsed. That was when the golem monsters appeared. Go continued his explanation. Back then, the golems that managed to escape were even more terrifying than the demons of hell. A massive storm swept away all those abominations. He went on, the person who sealed the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon at that time was the one who controlled that storm, a priestess known as one of the strongest in the world. Nishihara Tomorika of Japan. Makoto raised a hand to his chin. Deep in thought. Yes, if the hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Go, sitting across from him, continued, the heart of the giant golem was sealed in the hidden dungeon. To this day, it remains an object of deadly alert to people around the world. He kept speaking. Both guilds are the type to stop at nothing to achieve their goals. I'm not at all surprised that they teamed up to conquer the Snow Mountain Golem. And besides, he added, Ares Hill from the International Hunter Association, she's Nishihara's daughter. Isn't she? Makoto responded. We all know that, so aside from the matter of the Kalisha Longsword Academy, she must have also been planning to investigate her mother's death. At the mention of Hunter Nishihara, Go immediately objected. No one has ever confirmed the death of Hunter Nishihara. Makoto was stunned and shouted. What did you just say? A hunter who goes missing in a dungeon and whose body is never found is always reported as deceased. Isn't that right? And yet, you're saying that someone who's been missing for 15 years hasn't been officially declared dead? Go picked up a tablet and scrolled through it. The screen displayed detailed personal records of various individuals. Looking at the information, he said, there was a survivor that year. A hunter returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago, and even claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara. Makoto and Tokudo were both taken aback by the revelation, exclaiming in unison, What, is that true? Go frowned. Starfill has sealed off all information, so it's difficult to confirm. But at the very least, this much is true. The most interesting part, he continued, is that inside that dungeon, there are countless mysteries yet to be uncovered. The door to the room burst open as the secretary rushed in. His voice urgent. Chairman, something has happened. Tokudo frowned in annoyance and turned to face him. What is it? We're in the middle of an important meeting. The secretary held up his phone. Right now, there's a prison break. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden landslide of debris crashed onto the ground. Cars tumbled onto the streets, colliding in chaos. A voice called out from under a car. Did everyone see that? A prison break is happening, right now. Right in the heart of the city. The golem monsters had arrived, destroying everything in sight. People screamed and scattered in all directions. The air was filled with panic, the sound of shattering buildings, and desperate cries. Go received the devastating news. Blood vessels bulged in his eyes as he muttered. They're the golems from the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon. Impossible. Could it be that the dungeon, which was supposedly conquered recently, has collapsed again? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, within the dungeon, a blizzard raged. A group of people emerged from the storm, led by Takumi. He was severely injured from the recent battle, his body bearing deep wounds. Beside him, Sarah watched attentively. Is the plan still on track? She asked. This is the first time I've seen you injured. Hirosaki, do you need me to heal you? Takumi turned to her and smirked. If you're that curious, why don't you check for yourself? As he spoke, something caught his attention. His eyes widened slightly. Sarah's gaze followed his. She opened her eyes wide in shock as well. In front of them stood a massive frozen structure, the hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem. The group moved in formation, making their way toward a bridge leading inside. Sarah stared at the dungeon in disbelief. So I finally get to see it with my own eyes, she murmured. And now, I can finally retrieve the giant golem's heart. Takumi and Sarah took the lead, crossing the wooden bridge toward the dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, Shinoda Satoru had been tailing them from the shadows. He peeked out from behind a pillar, watching their every move. As the group stepped onto the bridge, Satoru hurried after them, careful not to lose sight. Ahead of him, the ruthless faction was about to enter the dungeon. And from within, a mysterious red light glowed ominously. Satoru observed everything, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, so this is the hidden dungeon. Takumi's subordinates carefully navigated their way inside. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared, pulling in one of the subordinates' hands. Alarmed, he immediately called out, "Guild Master Takumi, there's something strange here." Takumi turned to look and smirked. "It's a barrier," he explained, his lips curling into a sly grin as he reached out his hand. Satoru, still hidden, was stunned. As expected of a world-class guild, their information is unbelievably accurate. As the ancient chains slowly emerged, Takumi examined them carefully. This must be it, the seal from 15 years ago. Placed by a great mage and the strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomorika. He turned back to his subordinates, gripping his sword. The giant golem's heart lies within this hidden dungeon. Then, he issued an order. Prepare to break the barrier. Stay sharp and don't let your guard down. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded in unison. They quickly removed their backpacks and assumed their positions. Takumi then shifted his gaze toward Sarah, who was kneeling beside him, preparing her equipment. "Sarah, restore the settings for the Kalisha Longsword Academy." His eyes were cold and murderous. But then he paused. "Wait, it seems we have a little rat tailing us." Sarah flinched at his words. Until now, she hadn't even considered the possibility that someone might be following them. Satoru, hiding behind a bridge pillar, went pale with fear. Takumi sneered. "You idiot, did you really think you could use stealth to track the blood tower?" Satoru's entire body trembled as he silently prayed for help. "Senior Haruto, I'm in big trouble." Takumi's patience snapped. He swung his sword with full force and roared. "You're pissing me off." A sudden cry echoed through the dungeon. A wah, but it wasn't Satoru. A fierce-looking Kiba rabbit, known as Coats though, suddenly appeared, its face twisted in rage. A system notification popped up. New character introduced. Level 30. State: constant hunger. Aggressive nature. Defeating it will grant magic stones. A voice echoed through the dungeon. Huh? I didn't know there were other monsters in here besides golems. A powerful kick landed right at the corner of the Kiba rabbit's mouth. Blood splattered as its body was sent flying. A shadowy figure stepped forward, delivering a final blow that left the creature sprawled lifeless on the ground. It no longer drew breath. At that moment, a red gemstone materialized on the dungeon floor. A stone-like hand gently picked it up. Then, with a swift motion, the figure slid forward, holding the red gem tightly. Its eyes gleamed as it spoke. "Kyo." Sano chuckled and gently ruffled the boy's head. You're asking if you can eat this stone? Go ahead, kid." Hearing that, the boy's face lit up with joy. He eagerly bit into the gemstone, crunching it between his teeth. Sano stood to the side, watching with a mischievous smile. "Well, I already copied it anyway." He held another identical red gem in his hand. Who would have thought a mutated golem core has this kind of ability? A system notification popped up. Mutated golem core functionality. Skill 1. Create a level 1 golem by infusing mana into the core. The created golem will take on the exact form imagined by the user. Skill 2. Generate a level 1 transformable golem armor. Skill 3. Share scouting and reconnaissance abilities with created golems. The higher the golem's level, the farther it can be controlled. Sano's grin turned eerie. So it doesn't have any absorption skills that I can copy and paste, a little disappointing. But still, this is an incredible item. If this core can create a single golem, then what happens if I copy and paste it? A realization dawned on him, and his eyes shone with excitement. That means, I can easily create an entire army of golems. Absolutely perfect. The stone boy stared at Sano with a puzzled expression, flashing a toothy white grin. Sano continued muttering to himself. This means I won't even need to join a party to enter dungeons anymore. The boy remained clueless, but another system notification appeared. Snow Mountain Golem Evolution. Can reach up to level 10. Capable of freely changing forms. Shares sensory perception with its master. Sano smirked. And this is only level 1. I wonder how massive it'll be at level 10. If it gets too big, that might be a problem. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the dungeon, snapping Sano out of his thoughts. Startled, he quickly glanced around, his senses on high alert. The small golem dashed forward like lightning, leaving Sano behind as he prepared himself. It struck Satoru directly on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing a familiar face, Sano called out loudly, "Satoru, Satoru." Tears welled up in Satoru's eyes. Hearing his name, he immediately rushed over, throwing himself into Sano's arms, unable to hold back his tears. "Senpei Haritsusu, I thought I was done for." The two ran along the road, talking as they went. "Damn it, have those Blood Tower bastards already found the hidden dungeon?" "Actually, I think this might not be a bad thing," Sano replied. They continued sprinting forward without stopping their conversation. Sano suddenly spoke up. Sorry, I didn't think they would detect you so easily. That was the highest level of stealth skill. I let my guard down. Hearing that, Satoru responded. No, at that time, I was in a different position. So I was fine. But the person they detected was probably a hunter from the future guild. Hiding behind the corner of a bridge, Satoru saw Takumi slashing at a strange man. Sano, deep in thought, recalled. Guild Master Shirosaki. I thought he wasn't the type to plan things out carefully. But it turns out his approach aligned with mine perfectly. In the end, we can't afford to let our guard down when it comes to the Blood Tower Guild. Satoru's words snapped Sano out of his thoughts. By the way, there was a girl among them. Sano turned to look at him. Puzzled. A girl? Satoru nodded seriously. Yeah, it looked like she was channeling mana into some vials and doing something. And then, the dungeon reset. Satoru gripped his sword tightly. His body frozen with fear. I thought about stopping her, but you told me not to. If I'm being honest, I was just too scared. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Sano gently patted Satoru's head and reassured him. It's okay. You did well, Satoru. Suddenly, a thought crossed Sano's mind, and he quickly added, oh, right, that girl looked really familiar. I swear I've seen her somewhere before. As they spoke, Satoru glanced around and asked, by the way, that thing, it's been following us this whole time. Is that okay? The small golem was still closely tailing them. Sano smirked and replied, don't worry, that's my little guy. Satoru gazed at the golem with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. A golem, as your servant? Does that mean you can control an entire golem army? Senpai Haruto, you're amazing. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the bridge leading to the dungeon. Satoru spoke up. The hidden dungeon is just across this bridge. But there are enemies lying in wait, hidden and guarding every corner. If we make a wrong move, they'll catch us immediately. Sano nodded and gave Satoru an important task. Satoru, go bring Hunter Nanas and Guild Master Shirosaki here. Satoru was taken aback. Huh? But that means you'll be here alone. Senpai, and you know the enemy has taken the longsword too. He gently patted the small golem resting beside him to reassure Satoru. Don't worry about me. I have a way to monitor their every move from here. Understanding the plan, Satoru sighed. If you say so, Senpai Haruto. Sano then pulled out a crimson gemstone and handed it to Satoru. Take this as well. Satoru's eyes widened in shock. This is a modified golem core? Excited, he quickly stood up, startling the small golem. It's from this little guy? Sano looked at him and explained. From now on, it will be your subordinate. You like it, don't you? Don't be fooled by its size. Its combat ability is quite high. So it'll be useful. Holding the gem tightly, Satoru's eyes glistened with emotion. Senpai Haruto, you're really giving me something this valuable? Sano shrugged. Yeah, it's valuable. Sure, but I have plenty of them. With that, Satoru, now accompanied by the small golem, sprinted off, not forgetting to turn back and shout. Thanks a lot, Senpai Haruto. I'll make sure to bring her and the others here as soon as possible. Watching him disappear into the distance, Sano mused to himself. He's a member of a big guild, but he's surprisingly naive. Must be because Hunter Nanas has been carrying most of the responsibility. Then, he activated his magic. Now, time to create a new minion. The system displayed a message. Modified Golem Core is being used to create a new golem. Sano began casting his spell, thinking to himself, if this can generate a golem based on my imagination, then let's give it a bit of mana. The beast slowly took shape. Formed by Sano's magic, the system announced. The core of the golem is transforming. Skill 3 activated. This skill allowed the golem to share reconnaissance and scouting abilities. From deep within his eyes, Sano could see a new monster taking form. Wow, this thing is insane. In front of the dungeon, Takumi and Sarah were preparing to cast their spells. Sano saw everything and was utterly astonished. He finally caught a clear glimpse of the girl Satoru had mentioned. She was performing a strange technique using a sword. Seeing it all unfold, Sano wondered, what is she doing with the Kalisha longsword? All the mana containers were instantly opened, and energy began to gather. A blue light radiated from Sarah as she cast her spell. She loudly recited her incantation. Ctrl+Z. Restore the durability of the Kalisha longsword to its original state. The system responded with an update on the sword's condition. Its durability was increasing over time. Once again, she cast the same spell. Ctrl+Z. The Kalisha longsword's durability had been fully restored. Sarah collapsed onto the ground. But fortunately, she managed to support herself with both hands. Gasping for breath, she looked ahead. Her sword was now brimming with power. Takumi praised her. Well done. He lifted the sword from the ground, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The sword had now fallen into the hands of a cruel man. Alright, now durability won't be an issue anymore, he said, observing from a distance. Sano was shocked as the truth dawned on him. Are you kidding me? The Kalisha Longsword's durability had been completely restored. Can such an ability even exist? He looked closely at Sarah, who was still kneeling on the ground, and suddenly realized, wait, no, if that's the case, then this girl, she was just like him, a cursed one. A blazing red, 100, appeared on the interface. At the same time, the system announced once again, Control plus Z, the Kalisha Longsword's durability has been restored to its original state. Durability 100%, with an additional 94% increase. Sano Haruto was still trapped in disbelief. His thoughts churned like a raging blizzard, full of doubt, shock, and sheer incredulity. I can't believe it, I'm not the only one. Someone else bears the same curse as I do. Haruto's gaze fell on Arita Sarah, who was still panting at that moment. He silently assessed the situation, considering that the durability of the Longsword Academy's equipment had been restored. It meant she possessed the ability to return objects to their original state. If that were the case, he thought, he should copy that skill. Amidst the increasingly fierce snowstorm, he questioned himself, could he really copy someone else's ability? As if making up his mind, he braced his hands against the ground, preparing to stand up, his eyes gleaming with determination. He needed to test it first. If he couldn't do it, then, his gaze shifted back to Sarah. Haruto came to a decision, he had to make her his ally. Not far away, a blue-eyed man had almost fully recovered. Standing firmly, he gripped a blazing red sword and spoke triumphantly. Finally, it's time to break the seal on the hidden dungeon. Raising his sword, he aimed at the chains wrapped around the dense protective barrier. The sword pierced through, releasing an intense crimson light that spread powerfully. The overwhelming radiance, combined with the raging snowstorm, forced Arita Sarah to raise her hand to shield herself. Her eyes fixated on the man wielding the sword, and a realization struck her. This was the barrier of the hidden dungeon. He then pulled out a key and stepped toward the center of the formation. Sighing, if not for the intel from Starfill, we would never have been able to break this seal with just the key. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into the formation's core. This seal was created 15 years ago by the great mage and hunter Nishihara. That's why only this sword can break it. Still confused, Sarah raised her voice. What do you mean? The man's face twisted into a sinister grin as he explained. The original owner of this sword was none other than Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He went missing in this dungeon 15 years ago. Nishihara designed this barrier so that only her husband's sword could break it, ensuring no one else could infiltrate. Hearing the revelation, Haruto was stunned. He muttered to himself as the puzzle pieces slowly came together in his mind. So, the owner of the Longsword Academy is actually the world's top-tier hunter. Swordmaster Frederick Hill? His wife is the great mage Nishihara Tomoka, and their daughter is Ares? That explains why she's so fixated on that sword. The blue-eyed man smirked triumphantly. Alright, let's break the seal. He drove the sword deeper into the formation, channeling his strength as the ground trembled violently. The long sword Kalisha released its power, and its radiant energy gradually expanded, enveloping everyone around. The light grew increasingly intense, but no one dared to look away as they watched the transformation unfold. Sarah quickly conjured a barrier to shield herself from the debris flying through the air like a torrential downpour. Haruto shielded his eyes and cursed under his breath. Damn it, a level 1 golem won't survive this battlefield. If the durability of the long sword Kalisha hadn't been restored, it wouldn't be able to unleash this much power. The chains trembled violently, then shattered. The protective barrier gradually dissolved, revealing a cavern hidden behind it. With a triumphant smirk, the man pulled the sword back and rested it on his shoulder. Who would have thought that the entrance to the hidden dungeon was actually a spatial projection? She must have been tormented by guilt all this time. He sneered. Well, I don't really care. After 15 years, the hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem has finally resurfaced. One by one, the group entered the cave at his command. It's time to search for the heart of the giant golem. Haruto stood frozen in hesitation. What should I do now? Should I follow them? Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath. Damn it, Satoru, how much longer are you going to keep me waiting? Scene transition. Southern Italy, S-class dungeon. Corpses were scattered across the dungeon floor. Not a single one left intact. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The only person still standing gazed coldly at the carnage. Your target was me, wasn't it? A dying man gasped weakly, his voice barely a whisper. You could have just killed me. Why did you have to slaughter everyone else? The figure waved his hand dismissively. If I did that, I'd be nothing more than a murderer. But if an entire squad is wiped out, people will just assume it was a dungeon accident. As soon as he finished speaking, the dying man was crushed into a pool of blood. A system notification appeared. Control plus A. When a skill user perishes, their ability is transferred to the next most capable user. As soon as the announcement ended, Mikhail clutched his neck and roared in pain. A small hourglass on his neck gradually faded away. A stream of green energy flowed through his hand. Mikhail reached out and touched the screen. He pressed Control plus A, selecting everything. The bodies lying on the ground remained motionless. Control plus X. He cut all the selected targets. With just that action, there was no longer a single corpse left around him. Hearing the sound of clapping, he flinched and turned around. Misto approached with a relaxed demeanor, his face full of admiration. It seems like your Control plus A skill has improved. Huh? Compared to eliminating them one by one, the scale has definitely expanded. Mikhail clenched his fist tightly. The troublesome part is that I have to take my target's life, for the curse to spare mine. But what frustrates me the most is that no matter how many times I use the skill, it never progresses. It drives me insane. Yeah, I got it. Misto shrugged and stepped closer. I never told you before, did I? If you don't physically touch the target, your skill will never evolve. He smirked, his face carrying a sinister expression. The only skill that can be obtained and upgraded without killing the enemy is Control plus C. Mikhail's voice dropped to a growl, nearly grinding his teeth. We've been searching for that person for 10 years. Not even a single strand of hair has been found. Does Control plus C really exist? Misto's tone remained calm but carried an eerie certainty. It's a little different, but it does exist within our dimension. I'm sure someone in this world possesses it as well. And Control plus F is the key to finding those who hold control skills. Right? Mikhail slowly lowered his head, pulling his hood up. The darkness covered half of his face. Now that you mention it, what about Control plus Z? Misto quickly responded, recalling the information they had gathered. According to reports from the Blood Tower Guild, they've managed to break the seal barrier created by the hunter Nishihara. Control plus Z is important. Yes, but don't forget, make sure to retrieve the giant golem's heart. That artifact allows cursed skill users to unleash their full potential. I got it, Mikhail replied. Meanwhile, Sano Haruto's group was making their way along a newly opened path. Leading them was Masato, who grumbled in frustration. What the hell? We rushed all the way here, just to find an endless frozen wasteland? There's not even a trace of battle left. We didn't take the wrong path, did we? Haruto tried to stay calm. We haven't been here for long, he assessed, scanning the surroundings, and it seems there's not a single monster in sight. Since there's only one path ahead, we'll catch up to them soon. Nana's glanced at Ares beside her. Can you guess where they're getting all this information from? Ares remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then she spoke. This is just a personal assumption based on my own investigation, but their backer might be Staphion. Nana jolted in shock, unable to hold back a loud exclamation, drawing the attention of both Haruto and Ares. Staphion? She asked in disbelief. The #1 international guild in the world? Why would they join forces with Blood Tower? Ares offered her own theory. I think the reason might be my mother. Haruto, too, was taken aback by this revelation. Slowly, he began piecing things together. So this is the root cause, the very source of the information that Blood Tower has been acquiring all along. His mind raced through the implications. The sword of the Dragon School, the snowy Golem Mountain, and now, the sacred cable. They had it all planned from the beginning. That meant their true target was. No, he quickly dismissed the thought. That might not be it. But if it was, then, he turned to Ares, just as she looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the realization struck them both. Their target wasn't the key from Olan's core transformation. It was Ares herself. Masato, who had been listening, caught on as well. Then we need to move. Fast, he sped up. If we capture one of those Blood Tower brats and force them to talk, it'll save us a lot of time. His mind was already forming a strategy. If Satoru is the one backing them, then that guy's ability to use shadow shifting makes sense. Which means, Masato's voice hardened. All we need to do is catch him, and make him spill everything himself. His sudden burst of speed forced the entire group to sprint after him. Behind them, Satoru, along with some unidentified rock, came running with all his might, shouting, "Wait for me." Masato slowed his pace to match Satoru's and glanced at him. I've been meaning to ask, but what the hell is that thing you've been dragging around this whole time? Satoru grinned cheerfully. Oh, this? It's a relic from Senior Haruto. He gave it to me. Masato's face twisted in confusion. Wait, are you telling me you turned a snowy golem into your subordinate? He muttered in disbelief. Then, in a hushed voice, he added, just who the hell is that guy? Really? Nana's turned to Haruto, her expression skeptical. Why did you give Satoru something so valuable? Caught off guard by the question, Haruto flinched, then let out an awkward chuckle. Well, because it's precious? That's exactly why I gave it to him. Having a bodyguard will at least keep him safe, right? Nana's let out a small laugh. Just then, a golden light flashed beneath Satoru's feet, causing him to stop in his tracks. A massive golden formation materialized, encircling both him and Masato. And in an instant, Satoru, the small stone golem, and Masato vanished without a trace. Their sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through the group. Satoru, Haruto shouted. Nana's bolted forward, yelling his name. The others rushed toward the glowing circle where they had disappeared. The formation pulsed with radiant energy as if an unknown force had just been activated. Nana's, Haruto. The group frantically called out for Satoru, searching for any sign of him. Then, in the blink of an eye, the entire team was transported. When the dizzying sensation faded, Haruto found himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. What the hell? He muttered, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. We were right behind them. And now they've just vanished? Just as confusion took hold, a sudden chill ran down Haruto's spine. Something wasn't right. He snapped his gaze upward and saw a massive dragon soaring toward them at terrifying speed. Its eerie roar echoed through the forest. Hell no. Where the hell did that thing come from? Before he could even react, Nana's rushed forward without hesitation. With a single, devastating strike from her bladed dance, she brought the dragon crashing down. The enormous beast collapsed with a thunderous boom, shaking the ground. Haruto exhaled sharply, still in shock. A dragon? In the snowy Golem Mountains? What the hell? Ares crouched beside the fallen creature, carefully examining it. Then, in a calm, measured voice, she spoke. This place feels like an entirely different world. She lifted her gaze to the others. This is undoubtedly a multi-dimensional dungeon. Her words sent a wave of disbelief through the group. A multi-dimensional dungeon? Haruto glanced at their surroundings, his expression darkening. All right, someone explain. What the hell does that mean? Nana's couldn't believe it and immediately refuted. That's impossible. I heard that all multi-dimensional dungeons were cleared during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago. Someone added. Ares calmly responded. Yes, my mother sealed all of them. However, for some reason, it seems that one has reopened. She continued, her voice more serious. The hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem was also one of the sealed dungeons. The magic circles placed in these dungeons allow them to connect with countless dimensions. A haunting image surfaced, an enormous dragon soaring above ruined buildings, its presence filling the sky with devastation. Ares continued, once the magic circle is activated, a teleportation gate to another world is opened. There's a possibility that we've been transported to an extremely dangerous dungeon. Nana's seemed to grasp the situation. So that's why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around this place. Ares nodded and added, my mother also theorized that the Great Catastrophe from years ago was actually the rampage of a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto was startled. If that's the case, then where have Satoru and the Shirosaki Guildhall been transported? She lowered her head, her voice sinking. Most likely, they've been sent to another dimension. If we clear this dungeon, we'll reach the heart of the giant golem. She added, that could turn disaster into fortune. Haruto clenched his sword with determination. Then let's act fast. Just as he finished speaking, more ferocious dinosaurs appeared before the group, growling as they charged forward. Grand spoke up, looks like this won't be easy. In the burning city, flames roared as damaged buildings threatened to collapse at any moment. Giant snow goblins relentlessly attacked the fleeing citizens. A bald man suddenly lunged from behind, slamming his fist into the back of a goblin. Another warrior in front swung his sword, slicing a goblin in half, only for it to regenerate almost instantly. Damn it, the swordsman cursed. There's no way to destroy the core like this. Observing the battle, he shouted, Mage, we need wide area attacks over here. However, the mages were also engaged in combat. One turned, irritated, now's not the time. We can't absorb mana as easily out here as we can inside the dungeon. I'm busy defending myself. The swordsman swung his blade, severing an arm from one of the giant snow goblins. Damn it, where the hell is that mana supply guy when we need him? The bald man continued swinging his staff, smashing another goblin into pieces. He let out a sigh. Never thought the day would come when we'd actually need that useless guy. Amid the chaos of battle, they failed to notice a massive snow goblin raising its fist, preparing to strike down. Hey, behind you, the mage shouted in alarm. It seemed like the end until, out of nowhere, a golden blade slashed down with immense force. A man landed lightly on the ground. The mage quickly expressed his thanks but suddenly froze upon getting a closer look. His face showed clear surprise. A foreigner? At that moment, the man turned to face them. He was dressed in a neatly tailored suit, his blue eyes partially hidden behind long hair that covered half his face. I came here on business, he said, but I couldn't just stand back and watch. The bald man acknowledged him. We were really in a tight spot. Thanks for stepping in. The mage added. Your Japanese is pretty good, and kinda stylish. Too. Curious. The suited man asked. By the way, what's this mana supply thing you mentioned earlier? It got me interested. The bald man recalled his own words. Then laughed. Ah, it's nothing special. The guy's just a low-level hunter who can fight a little. His only ability is unlimited mana regeneration. His role is simply to serve as a mana battery for his teammates. As the bald man prepared to leave, the suited man quickly inquired. Where can I find this person? Still walking, the bald man replied. I used to see him a lot, but it's been a while. I have no idea where he is now. Just mentioned him offhand. The foreigner didn't press further but thought to himself. Unlimited mana regeneration? I've never heard of such an ability before. Could he be? Before he could finish the thought, a voice called out, drawing his attention. Oh, finally made it. He turned toward the source of the voice. Standing above him, looking down, were Makoto and Go. He immediately recognized them, Guild Master Midas Takichi and the formidable Guild Master Shinoda. Looks like I'm about to witness something interesting, he thought. Meanwhile, within the devastated city, the snow goblins continued their rampage. But high above, the two guild masters only quietly assessed the situation. There's no doubt about it. One muttered. The great golem, the snow mountain golem has broken free. Makoto turned slightly and spoke to Go. They're the perfect opponents for you, aren't they, Guild Master Takichi? Go gritted his teeth. Shirosaki, that damned dungeon, what the hell is he doing in there? With that, he launched himself downward at high speed. The snow goblins below roared in alarm. Go report to the chairman. My reward better be something from the S-rank equipment vault of the association. A system notification popped up. Stone armor activated. A suit of stone armor enveloped Go's entire body as he landed, taking on a massive form. Before him, a towering snow goblin charged forward, growling. Grew. Go smirked. We're both made of stone, but there's a world of difference between us. With a single powerful punch, he shattered the goblin instantly. Meanwhile, in the city, a gust of wind blew past as Makoto waved his hand. Tiny crystalline shards appeared from his fingertips, swirling in the air. With a light flick, the shards dispersed, surrounding him in a radiant glow. The light shot across the street, illuminating everything in its path. Seeing this, Go scoffed. HMPH, that old man just wants to watch the show. Guess even support has its limits. Huh? Just then, an even larger snow goblin charged at him. Grew. This one was twice the size of the last, raising its massive fist to strike. Unfazed, Go clenched his own fist and met the attack head-on. If it's a test of strength, then victory is mine. System notification. Strength enhancement activated. Go's punch collided with the goblin's fist. Cracks spread rapidly across the goblin's hand, chunks of stone breaking off and scattering. From within, a glowing red orb tumbled out. Go snatched it up, grinning smugly. No way I'm letting that old man have the last laugh. With a firm grip, he crushed the orb in his palm. System notification. Boss monster defeated. Dungeon purification complete. On the other side, Makoto exhaled lightly, smiling. Before him stood Go, back in his normal form, surrounded by celebrating hunters. Nearby, a system screen flickered to life, displaying information. Control+F. Target does not possess the control skill. Takechi Go. The foreign man stepped away from the screen. Japan's top hunters and the guild master of Midas. He took care of the monster outbreak in just 10 minutes. Though he wasn't the owner of the control skill, the man had still gathered some valuable information. Closing his notebook, he suddenly came to a realization. Speaking of which, Control+Z is probably still inside the dungeon. She wouldn't die in there, would she? Inside the dungeon, Sarah was struggling with a severe wound, coughing up blood and shock. A large gaping hole had been torn into her right side. 20 minutes earlier, from within a thick green mist, a swarm of vampires emerged. Their appearances were nearly identical to zombies roaming the streets. You can never predict everything. Huh? The numbers kept growing, filling the cave to its limits. Takumi and his team now faced an overwhelming threat. A horde of vampires. Huh? With his sword already drawn, there was no turning back. His voice carried unwavering confidence. From this point onward, we have no clue what's coming next. Luck is our only ally now. But Takumi had no intention of relying on luck. His sword slashed through the air in a single, precise motion, and in that instant, half the vampires disintegrated, their grotesque faces contorted in agony. One by one, he sent them to their eternal rest. Vampire bodies flew in all directions, scattering like dust in the wind. They messed with the wrong guy. Now, their bodies are nothing but ashes. A system message appeared before him. Sarah, and their subordinates. Dungeon cleared, teleporting to boss monster's location. Giant golem's heart detected, but the biggest surprise was yet to come. From beneath the ground, a massive gate surfaced, adorned with ancient inscriptions. The glowing patterns beneath it radiated an intense light, almost blinding to look at. Their subordinates erupted in cheers. After all the hardships we've been through since the start of this mission, we've finally made it to the hidden dungeon boss. With the key in hand, their fortune had finally turned. Now, it's time to make use of this. Takumi rested his sword on his shoulder, stepped forward, and inserted the key into a small slot on the gate, turning it clockwise. When the door was opened, the group entered, led by their commander. Takumi remained on high alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Meanwhile, his subordinates seemed to underestimate the eerie atmosphere of the place. What is this? Just a bunch of stone statues? One of them scoffed. Strolling casually as if on a leisurely walk, he paid no attention to his sword scraping against the wall. Maybe we arrived too early. Another muttered. The boss monster should still appear, right? Sarah, breathing heavily, was filled with doubts but dared not voice them. Meanwhile, an older man rambled nonsense, causing her further unease. From the moment they stepped inside, a heavy, indescribable pressure had been pressing down on Takumi. Sarah glanced at him, watching as he casually sprayed something on his weapon. She considered it for a moment but didn't dwell on it. Don't you guys feel it? She finally asked. The others, seasoned hunters, seemed unfazed. Perhaps they were just used to it. One of the subordinates, completely relaxed, made Takumi wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Well, whatever. Someone shrugged. We just need to defeat the monster, grab the loot, and get out of here. But mere words could not describe the horror that followed. A massive stone hand slammed into the ground, shattering the rocky surface. Beneath it lay a twisted, unmoving figure, crushed completely. The statues, as if activated by some hidden mechanism, began to move. Their stone feet marched forward, unbothered by the underground terrain. It was as if they had swatted away an insect without a second thought. One of the subordinates, scanning the distance, caught sight of the gruesome scene. He tensed slightly but didn't panic. Wait, the statue is the boss monster? Then, don't tell me the others are as well. Now was the time to prepare, either to fight or to die. Though the statues moved clumsily, each one carried a sword, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth as they advanced toward the group. Sarah trembled, desperately covering her mouth to prevent any noise. But tears betrayed her fear. Takumi observed her with an almost unsettling calmness. In the blink of an eye, disaster struck again. Another subordinate met the same fate as the first, his body crushed beyond recognition. A thick, dark liquid splattered chaotically. One of the remaining subordinates let out a sharp cry. Takumi turned to Sarah, eyes narrowed in scrutiny. What the hell are you doing? He barked. How many times have you seen people die right in front of you? Before she could even collect herself, he shouted again, his voice as commanding as a ruthless capitalist boss. Sarah, snap out of it. He's not dead yet. Heal him before it's too late. Tears seemed to freeze in place. She jolted in bewilderment, rushing over at full speed. She hurried to check on the nearest subordinate. Her facial muscles were as tense as a drawn strain. Quickly, she opened the subordinate's backpack to inspect its contents. She was shocked. Inside the bottle, mana was surging wildly. Sarah was utterly stunned, standing frozen for 5 whole seconds at the sight of something she had never encountered before. The mana in the bottle had been completely drained. But that was impossible. It shouldn't have been depleted in such a short time. She made a quick assessment of the situation. Could it be the worst-case scenario that no one ever wants to face? Mana was leaking out. Was this some kind of joke? She reinforced the seal on the bottle. Even the top-tier mages wouldn't be able to break this mana barrier. After scanning her surroundings from left to right at full speed, she finally dared to make a firm conclusion. What the hell is happening? All the mana was flowing in one direction. Where was it all going? Before this crisis was even resolved, another storm came crashing down. The stone statues went on a rampage, attacking the subordinates. They hadn't been completely defeated yet, but they could barely stand their ground. Takumi acted as if everyone had the same abilities as him, stubbornly urging them to get up and fight back. Don't cower, counterattack, no matter how big it is. It's just a golem. With a powerful swing of his sword, he unleashed an attack with immense force, blasting away the rocky layers on the golem's abdomen. While in the heat of battle, he caught sight of his subordinates collapsing one by one. He quickly devised a strategy for them to react in time. For high-level monsters, use explosives. To his surprise, one of his subordinates was quite sharp. I already tried that earlier, but neither my stealth skill nor the mines could activate. This time, it seemed like there was no way out. The night was about to fall. Even the subordinates sensed that something was off. There was no time to react to the golem's rapid, mosquito swatting strikes. He stepped back just in time before a powerful blow slammed into the ground. Damn it, what the hell is happening now? Something strong enough to catch Takumi's attention made him gape in shock. Of course, the golem had no sense of humanity. It grabbed one of the subordinates, lifting him up effortlessly. Just as it seemed to be examining him, a thick syrup-like substance splattered everywhere. The quality wasn't even enhanced, yet the loss in quantity was severe. Takumi stood there, completely stiff, as if he had been sprayed with instant adhesive. Watching his subordinates fall one after another, he clenched his teeth, his face contorted in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to blow them all away like a swarm of taunting vampires. Was this some kind of cruel joke? If they all died here, leaving not a single one behind. His naturally short temper had been ingrained in him since birth. There was no way he would let this slide. Our efficiency? Damn it, I'm about to lose it. In front of him stood a colossal stone statue. Yet even that couldn't stop him from unleashing a string of scornful words as a gift for his enemies. You damn piles of rubble. The bigger you are, the more of a disadvantage you have. Takumi quickly regained his composure. He swung his sword in a powerful arc, not enough to crack the golem. But the surrounding boulders were already suspended midair. The Calicier Dragonblade had long since awakened its power. Unfortunately for him, a red system notification flashed before his eyes. Insufficient mana to unleash Calicier Dragonblade's sword aura. Takumi burned with fury. I'm already over level 300. How the hell do I not have enough mana? The golem, as always, mindlessly repeated its mosquito swatting attack. Even with his sword in hand, Takumi couldn't help but feel unsettled. Damn it, the battlefield spiraled into complete chaos. The golem needed nothing more than its bare hands. One strike was enough to send debris flying for miles. Meanwhile, Sarah had discovered a staircase. She had no idea where it led, but the mana was clearly guiding her somewhere. Finally, after all the struggle, she was rewarded. Before her stood a massive rectangular structure. I see it now. All the mana is gathering here. Even with gloves on, she hesitated as she reached out to open it. Something about this felt dangerously off. What the hell is this? The moment her fingers made contact, the structure absorbed the mana, slowly turning white. For a moment, she completely forgot why she had even come here. Sarah was overwhelmed by the sight inside the glass case. No way. Is this the heart of the colossal golem? But why is it absorbing mana instead of regenerating? Suddenly, what seemed to be a frozen heart began to beat again, as if jolted back to life. Just a single glance was enough to reveal the depth of her concern. This is bad. Once again, the never-ending chase resumed. Sarah shot out of there like an arrow. And yet, despite having no physical body, the golem's heart moved parallel to the ground, as if instinctively shielding itself from those with malicious intent. Unfortunately for her, the incoming attack tore through the air like a missile. No matter how fast she ran, she didn't have eyes in the back of her head to dodge it. Drained of energy, Sarah let her body tumble down the stone steps. She lay sprawled on the ground, not daring to call for help. She endured the pain in silence, fully aware that Takumi alone was no match for the golem. He wouldn't let her be alone in this desolate place. A stone statue quickly volunteered to keep her company. It was as if the golem had been idle for far too long. Finally, it had time to stretch its limbs. Raising its massive sword high, it prepared to carry out its sinister intent. Without hesitation, it swung the blade down, determined to send her straight to the underworld. In just a fraction of a second, she would have returned to dust. But where's the drama in an ending like that? Out of nowhere, a rock flew in front of where Sarah lay. Takumi, despite his dwindling strength, used his sword to resist the crushing weight of the golem's hand. He clenched his teeth so hard that his gums bled. Sweat dripped down his face as if he had been forced into a steam bath. Thanks to the system's support, he still had a high-grade healing potion from the Hunter Association in his inventory. When used, it restores 80% of the user's HP, megapixels, and damage resistance. In emergencies, it can be applied directly to the affected area to stabilize the condition. Since when was he this considerate? Without hesitation, he used the potion to heal Sarah. It seemed like a touching, romantic moment, but no. It was more like a feverish mess. Takumi slung her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. Then, an urgent system notification popped up. The heart of the colossal golem has awakened. A boss battle is initializing. As if he wasn't already overwhelmed. Now this? That thing. It had to be that. Yet, another catastrophe was unfolding at the worst possible time. Panic set in. The dungeon's gate was closing. By any means necessary, they had to escape. Beneath Takumi's feet, the ground gave an ominous warning, a faint wisp of black smoke. There was no time to hesitate. He had to use Shadow Step to get out immediately. But of course, when he needed it the most, it failed him. Insufficient mana to activate Shadow Step. Seriously? Was the system addicted to mana starvation or what? Where the hell had all his mana gone? Waiting any longer wasn't an option. With Sarah still on his shoulder, he bolted forward at full speed. His target, the exit of the hidden dungeon. Just a few more steps, just a little further, and they would be free. Takumi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that racked his body. At this point, there was no need to hold back his words. Damn it, at this rate, we're both gonna be trapped. Despite his injuries, his stamina was no joke. Even with his left arm injured, he was still able to lift Sarah just by grabbing the strap of her backpack. The ending played out exactly like a scene from a movie. He had more than enough strength to throw her out the door. He didn't have the slightest care for her well-being. Sarah was injured, and the medicine hadn't even taken effect yet. Fortunately, her legs instinctively stopped her in time. At this moment, there was no way he could stop the tears streaming down her face. But why was Takumi still smiling so brightly? Was it because he was relying on the power she possessed? As long as she was still alive, she could restore everything to its original state, right? And then, whatever was meant to happen, happened. There was only a small gap left to see him through before the door slowly closed. She was too exhausted to explain anything. Was he an idiot? I'm not a hunter. I can't absorb mana. How could I possibly reset everything? A flood of thoughts surged through her mind. I shouldn't have come here. If I die here, what about my parents? Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared from above, making Naruto freeze in place. The warmth of the light slowly seeped into his body, washing away the cold and fear within him. He gently reached out to touch it, and his thoughts flickered. There's something so warm about this. Is this mana? He blinked in confusion, his eyes widening as he wondered who it belonged to. Then, he finally spoke up, calling out to Han. Are you okay? The moment he finished speaking, a barrage of questions flooded his mind again as he looked at the person before him. Is this the person who transferred mana to the hunter Nana? Haruto cautiously approached the girl lying unconscious, her body covered in blood. He touched her lightly and thought to himself, my whole body is being filled with mana. If I could harness this amount of mana. Suddenly, he stiffened, staring at the girl intently. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If you have enough mana, you should be able to restore your body, right? Though the girl could no longer move, she could still hear his words. She was utterly shocked, thinking to herself, how does he know about my ability? Meanwhile, a group of armed individuals stood at the entrance. Masato shouted angrily, are you kidding me? We fought our way here, only to find we can't open the door now? Hill stepped closer to the door, then turned back to Masato and replied, as long as a hunter is still fighting inside, no one on the outside can open it. We could force it open with the key. He continued, but I'm sure none of you have forgotten, there's only one key. Masato's face darkened with anger. Damn this fate, he cursed. If we had known earlier, we should have taken down that resurrecting golem before coming here. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence, his gaze shifting toward the girl. After a brief pause, he continued, speaking of which, who is she? A response rang out. She seems to be a high-level healer from the Blood Tower Guild. She was severely injured, but thanks to Hunter Sano's mana, she has fully recovered. When we get back, we'll need to investigate further. I've already restrained her using some hunter equipment. Masato scoffed. That's assuming we even make it out of here. If we don't clear the dungeon, we'll be trapped here forever. Won't we, Hill? Hill, his face tense with worry, nodded. The chances are high. Masato read a hand through his hair and sighed. So that's why so many people have gone missing in this dungeon. His words made Haruto's face fall. He thought to himself, what should I do now? Should I show them the key I created using my skill? He hesitated, then muttered under his breath. Storage. Open. The item inventory materialized before him. He held the key in his hand, his expression wary. Maybe I can just say I found it somewhere? Meanwhile, Hiru placed her hand on the door, her mind flashing with thoughts. This is the door my mother sealed me behind. There must be something here. The moment her fingers made contact, a powerful surge of light burst outward, creating a vast space of glowing blue energy. The intricate patterns on the door gleamed mysteriously. The four people present were left in stunned silence. Nana's turned to Ares in shock. How did you open it? A faint glow spread across Ares's cloak, mirroring the patterns on the door. She responded calmly. This cloak belonged to my mother. It was probably designed to resonate with the door. Haruto's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. So Ares herself is the key to this hidden dungeon. We'll have to be extremely careful when exploring this multi-dimensional dungeon. Just then, a surge of energy erupted from within, forcing Haruto to raise his arms defensively. His face tensed as he muttered, this feels like an automatic door or something. From below, a small golem's voice echoed up. What is this pressure inside the room? Nanas immediately went on high alert. Everyone, prepare for battle. Something inside was absorbing their mana. At that moment, Haruto turned to the girl beside him. Sarah, is this what you were talking about earlier? He asked. Sarah nodded slightly. Yes, the heart of the giant golem. It absorbs mana from everything around it and uses it to regenerate its mana-infused skin. Haruto was stunned by her words. It absorbs mana? If that's the case, how should I act? Sarah suddenly rushed over and shook Haruto, who was standing still. She urged him frantically. We need to get out of here immediately. No matter how strong a hunter is. Without mana, But Haruto remained calm, looking past her. Then, he spoke. Over there, a group of massive, ferocious creatures was approaching from the distance. Haruto gripped his sword, readying himself, and muttered in shock. What the hell are these giant things? Behind him, Nana's raised her sword and shouted. Hunter Sano, give me some mana. Got it, Haruto responded, activating his skill. When he saw it work successfully, a thought flashed through his mind. All right, here we go. With a resolute gaze, he looked toward the approaching monsters and roared. Let me show you the power of a mana-sustained warrior. System activation. Control plus C, copying user's mana. System activation. Control plus V, pasting copied mana. System notification. Massive mana transfer in progress. Paste limit reached. A colossal surge of mana erupted from Haruto's body, spreading across the entire room. Sarah, witnessing the overwhelming energy, cried out in disbelief. What is this? The entire dungeon was engulfed in mana, even while being rapidly drained. Sarah's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Hunter Sano, if I combine my skill with his, then maybe I can bring my parents back to normal. Nanas dashed forward, yelling, we're not short on mana anymore. This is enough to wipe out those stone giants. She swung her blade downward with razor-sharp precision. Each slash shattered the stone creatures into pieces. With his mana fully restored, Masato smirked triumphantly. As long as we have enough mana, you're nothing but useless rocks. Thunder Spear. The battlefield erupted into chaos as powerful strikes rained down, smashing the stone giants into rubble. Seeing the stone giants crumble into dust, Masato smirked in satisfaction. A whole group at once. Huh? Perfect, he said smugly. I've been frustrated out of my mind in this dungeon. Now I get to vent it all on these worthless rocks. Brilliant bursts of light illuminated the sky. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. There, it's him. Sarah's face was drenched in sweat, her expression full of worry. She turned toward a man slumped on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. She thought, he's still breathing, but his body could no longer move, and blood pooled beneath him, staining the floor crimson. She hesitated. If I use my skill now? Before she could decide, she froze in place. Haruto stepped closer to the man, his face tense as he stared down at him. Reaching forward, he retrieved a weapon from the man's body. Finally, I got it back. Haruto grinned to himself. I knew it, the weapon's durability has been fully restored. He glanced at Sarah from the corner of his eye. This girl, she's definitely a cursed skill holder. I'll copy that skill. But first, he had to test something. Kneeling down, he placed his hand on the man's head. His intent was clear. Control plus C. System notification. Copying skill, shadow step, from target. Error. Unable to copy. Target's level is higher than the user's. Haruto's suspicions were confirmed. I was right. Even with the stat boost from the Dragon Fang sword, I'm still not high enough level. The system continued displaying messages. Warning. Target holds strong hostility toward the user. In this situation, you have two options for skill acquisition. Eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Forcefully extract the skill. Can only be performed if the target's HP is below 15%. This action will permanently disable the target's ability to use the skill. Haruto's eyes widened in shock as a flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. Wait, so if someone considers me an enemy, I can just kill them and take their skills? Hold on, his HP is already below 15%. That means I can extract the skill without killing him. Forced absorption. For defensive purposes, I'll be using this move a lot in the future. As he considered his next move, Masato walked up to Sarah. You're a healer, right? He asked. Heal him, but just enough to keep him from dying. He continued, his tone firm. We have a lot of questions for this guy. If he escapes, it'll be a real pain. Sarah turned sharply to look at Haruto. After a brief hesitation, she reached out and began healing the injured man. Before their eyes, his severed arm started regenerating. Haruto was stunned. He gritted his teeth as he watched. His severed arm is growing back instantly. This skill is almost on par with my body replication ability. The man coughed up blood but suddenly broke into a grin. Sarah, puzzled by his reaction, leaned down and asked, Why are you smiling? He replied bluntly, See, neither of you are dead yet. Hearing that, Sarah scoffed and turned away. Nanas approached, securing the man's wrists in shackles. Her expression was stern as she warned, You better not do anything unnecessary. The only reason you're still alive is because of Guild Master Sarosaki. Not me. But the man continued smiling. If we make it out of here alive, then this is exactly what I should be doing. His grin turned eerie. This dungeon is only just beginning. The moment he finished speaking, a blinding light erupted from behind. Nana's, caught off guard as she turned toward the light, realized too late that the man had already slipped away. She quickly drew her sword to defend herself as the overwhelming energy ripped through the area, tearing everything apart. From the distance, Satoru, his face covered in dust and debris, came running and shouted, "Sis!" But the light didn't stop, it was heading straight for him. Haruto's eyes widened. He dashed forward and lunged to shield Satoru, barely managing to pull him back before the devastating blast could reach him. As the shockwave settled, Haruto finally sensed the ominous presence behind it. Suddenly, from afar, the small golem rushed forward, letting out a sharp "Q." 30 minutes earlier, inside the multi-dimensional dungeon, Masato unleashed a powerful thunder spear, striking down the stone giants. The electrifying force surged through them, shattering them into pieces. As the remains of the creatures crumbled, a large number of mana stones scattered across the ground. The small golem let out another "Q" and scurried toward the fallen mana stones. Satoru, noticing its reaction, raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "Huh? You want to eat the mana stones?" Hearing the commotion behind him, Masato turned his head and spoke casually. "Go ahead, take them all. These mana stones aren't worth much anyway." Nearby, the small golem sat cross-legged on the ground, happily munching on the mana stones it picked up, letting out delighted sounds. Q. As it devoured the fallen mana stones, a status window appeared. Its level had increased. Golem has leveled up to level 2, 25% progress. Maximum level, 10. Upon reaching level 2, the golem gained new abilities. Shape-shifting. It could now alter its form freely. Shared vision. It could synchronize its senses with its user. A faint glow surrounded the golem, signifying its growth. Satoru, overjoyed, ruffled the golem's head and exclaimed, "Oh, my little underling just leveled up." The golem, equally pleased, let out another "Q" in excitement. However, in the next moment, the golem's head shattered into small stone fragments, which then latched onto Satoru's arms. Startled, he cried out, "Wah, what's happening to my little underling?" Back to the present, the air was thick with dust and debris. A massive crack stretched across the ground. Amidst the swirling haze, a shadowy figure stood. Nana's furrowed her brows, clenching her teeth in irritation. Satoru's entire body was now encased in the stones from the small golem. The dust continued to rise around him. Haruto's eyes widened in shock. His mind raced. That little errand boy, he fused with the golem? It leveled up in such a short time. This looks exactly like Guild Master Takichi's stone armor technique. Masato, observing the fusion, also frowned. So this is how that transforming golem core levels up. I need to study this more once we get back. Just then, a surge of power tore through Masato's protective shield, leaving a gaping hole in its surface. The same force shot forward and pierced straight through his shoulder. His expression shifted slightly as pain registered. From the other side of the battlefield, a loud voice rang out. "Guild Master Shirosaki, watch out." The warning came from Ares Hill, who was struggling to maintain a protective barrier. She shouted again, "These attacks are made from pure concentrated mana. The energy density is too high, no magical shield can block them." Nana's landed forcefully on the ground and countered. "That's exactly why the best way to deal with this is through physical attacks." Her expression darkened, gripping her weapon tightly, her stance unwavering as she advanced forward. A surge of mana shot straight at her, but she showed no fear. Her gaze remained firm and determined. With a loud battle cry, she swung her weapon fiercely. Blade strike. The powerful slash met the incoming attack head-on, successfully deflecting it. Seeing that Nana's method worked, Haruto silently admitted she was right. Because the mana density is so high, we can block these attacks using normal weapons and shields. With that realization, he turned to Satoru. Satoru's face was filled with panic as he anxiously asked the golem fused with him, "Hey, little underling, you okay?" Seeing that both Satoru and the small golem were unharmed, Satoru confirmed his suspicions. This was exactly why his little underling had successfully blocked the attack. Haruto's expression changed slightly, but just blocking attacks won't get us anywhere. We have to push forward. He glanced toward the other side, where the endless waves of mana attacks continued their relentless assault. Haruto quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Since I can generate infinite mana, the heart of the giant golem will keep attacking endlessly unless we get close enough to destroy it. If we don't, we'll all die here. The mana bombardment showed no signs of stopping, tearing apart the ground and causing massive tremors. Behind a large boulder, Hirosaki and the girl in the red cloak huddled in fear, covering their heads to shield themselves from the surrounding shockwaves. Haruto's mind raced. I need a way through. At that moment, an idea struck him. A dark aura began to swirl around his legs as he activated his power. That's right, Shadow Step. The Blood Tower Guild was capable of using this technique even while being completely wrapped in the King Spider's silk cocoon. Recalling that, Haruto activated the command, Ctrl+V, pasting copied ability. He would use the King Spider's silk to execute his plan. As soon as Haruto activated the command to use the giant King Spider silk, large strands of web immediately appeared around his body, completely wrapping him. A sense of delight surged within him. Now he could use his abilities without fear of being detected. Without hesitation, Haruto activated the copy command, utilizing the giant King Spider silk while simultaneously triggering the shadow shift technique. In an instant, his body vanished, leaving only the swirling strands of spider silk that soon fell to the ground. From a distance, Moror Grant observed the entire scene, his expression filled with shock, seeing only the remnants of the giant King Spider silk lying motionless on the ground. He blurted out, "He disappeared." At that very moment, a figure slowly emerged behind the giant golem heart, which was relentlessly launching mana attacks at everyone. Haruto's form became clearer with each passing second. He landed forcefully beside the giant golem heart, sending dust and debris into the air. Despite the turbulence, the mana surges continued to explode violently. Harnessing an incredible amount of power in one hand, Haruto struck the giant golem heart with all his might, shouting, "Take this. If I analyze Kuexia's resonance frequency correctly, this should be enough to destroy it." Clenching his teeth, he unleashed his full strength against the heart. However, at that moment, an overwhelming force erupted from the core, blasting him backward. Fragments of shattered stone flew in all directions as Haruto was sent crashing into the distance. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, it's gathering mana for an explosion." Just then, a loud voice rang out. "Who do you think I am, you mindless creature? The mana you're absorbing is only what I allowed you to have. Understand?" Accompanying the voice was a furious expression and a powerful surge of mana. Reacting instantly, Haruto executed another command, summoning the giant King Spider silk. As soon as the command was issued, countless strands of silk surged into the air, rapidly forming a protective barrier around him, intercepting the incoming mana attacks. In mere moments, the silk completely enveloped the hostile energy, forming a massive pillar of webbing before Haruto. Watching this spectacle unfold, Masato and Nanas were left in shock, sweat beading on their foreheads as they thought. He stopped the relentless attacks of the giant golem heart. Both Ares Hill and Moror Grant were utterly astonished by Haruto Satoru's feat. Seeing that he had successfully blocked the giant golem heart's attack, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. "Senior Haruto." At the same time, countless energy blasts surged toward the pillar of spider silk, striking it with immense force and causing cracks to form on its surface. Haruto, however, remained tense and shouted, "It's still not enough." Without hesitation, he activated the copy command again, summoning another wave of giant King Spider silk. The strands shot out toward the giant golem heart, wrapping tightly around it. Haruto quickly calculated his next move, if he could just touch it one more time. With that thought, he dashed straight toward the giant golem heart. But waves of mana attacks continued to rain down on him, forcing him to struggle with every step. Despite the relentless assault, his spider silk had already enveloped the heart. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he clenched his teeth and roared, "Got it." Then, he immediately activated the disintegration command, utilizing Kuexia's resonance frequency to destroy the target. The command took effect, and cracks began to spread across the giant golem heart, which was now completely wrapped in the giant King Spider silk. As the fractures deepened, a notification appeared. "You have leveled up." From the outer shell to the very core of the giant golem heart, everything shattered into countless fragments. The remnants of the giant King Spider silk were also torn apart, scattering through the air like drifting threads. At the very moment the heart broke apart, a blinding light erupted from within, accompanied by a massive energy surge. The force was so overwhelming that even Haruto, who was standing close, was unable to remain on his feet. Then, another notification popped up. "You have destroyed the giant golem heart. The dungeon has been purified." Collapsing onto the ground, Haruto let out a deep sigh of relief. "Just as I expected," he thought to himself, feeling both exhausted and satisfied. One after another, level up notifications continued to appear, making him grin with excitement. "Nice, I leveled up again." Right at that moment, another notification rang out. "You have received a reward item." In an instant, a glowing red heart materialized in Haruto's hands. A stats window immediately appeared, displaying its attributes. Giant Golem Heart, Level 1. Skill 1. Unlimited Mana Regeneration. Skill 2. Limited Mana Absorption. This is a fixed item. Haruto stared at the glowing heart in his hand, deep in thought. Unlimited Mana Regeneration. Huh? I don't really need that. I'll copy and paste it just to be safe. Just as he was about to use his skill, a new notification popped up. Copy skill has leveled up. It will now automatically copy any duplicable items. Seeing this, Haruto couldn't help but feel excited. Whoa, automatic copying? That's awesome. At that moment, Satoru came running toward him with sparkling eyes, shouting in excitement, as expected of you, Senior Haruto, you're absolutely amazing. Haruto, clearly unimpressed, pushed him away with a look of disgust. Stop clinging to me, you're going to break my back. Just then, a voice from the other side caught Haruto's attention. Turning around, he saw the hunter, Sano Masato, approaching him. Masato looked directly at Haruto and said, it seems that, somehow, you've managed to obtain the giant golem heart. Well done. Haruto exhaled and replied, can we drop the somehow? I did all the work. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Masato, startling him so much that he nearly tripped over himself. Nana's crossed her arms and scolded, if you're going to give him a compliment, do it properly. You're so petty it's scary. Masato, looking a little embarrassed, coughed into his hand before continuing. Hunter Sano, I need to have a serious conversation with you once we return. Hearing this, Haruto shrugged and turned away. If you're after the giant golem heart, I can sell it to you, for a high price. Masato's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you're actually selling it to me? Before he could process it, Nana's interrupted, clearly concerned. Hunter Sano, this is an important matter. Maybe you should discuss it with the guild before making a decision. Masato immediately turned to her with a dramatic yell. Hunter Nanas, why are you trying to meddle in the wonderful bond between us? Nanas refused to back down, snapping back, a shady deal like this? How could I just stand by and ignore it? Masato quickly fired back. What do you mean, shady deal? As the two of them descended into an argument, Haruto could only sigh, rubbing his forehead in exhaustion. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Realizing this, both Masato and Nanas yelled in unison. Hunter Sano, wait! At this moment, everyone had gathered in one place. Haruto held a sword in his hand and walked toward Ares Hill and Moror Grant. He handed the sword to Ares Hill and said, this is your mother's keepsake. Ares, I'm really sorry for returning it so late. Ares Hill took the sword, gently stroking it with both hands. Her eyes welled up with tears as she said, it's okay, thank you for retrieving it as you promised. Seizing the opportunity, Moror Grant turned to Haruto and asked, by the way, the technique you used just now, it looked similar to the one used by the Blood Tower Guild leader. Didn't it? The question caught Haruto off guard, making him break into a cold sweat. At the same time, Masato also chimed in, now that you mention it, you managed to teleport such a long distance in just the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Haruto's whole body trembled, and he stammered as he responded, drenched in sweat. Well, it's a skill of the giant spider cane. It leveled up, so now I can move extremely fast by shooting webs. Moror Grant couldn't help but feel suspicious after hearing this, but he didn't know how to argue against it. Just then, Nanas appeared, casually walking forward with a weapon in hand. Escorting two people, she spoke up, it's not good to pry into someone else's skills. Let's head back, we still need to investigate these two. Meanwhile, Hirosaki, with a sly expression, turned his gaze to the red-clad girl beside him and said, Sarah, you still owe me for saving your life, don't you? Hurry up and reset the dungeon. The girl named Sarah was visibly startled. Her face darkened as she replied, are you insane? Fine, but this will be the last time. Hirosaki. A cruel smile spread across Hirosaki's face as he threatened her. So, you've already found a mana restoration vessel you're satisfied with. Huh? But if you suddenly forget our agreement, that would be a huge problem. Sarah's expression turned to one of sheer panic. On her arm was a large golden bracelet. Hirosaki continued, the eternal suppression bracelet will never allow you to betray your comrades. The vow of Adamas. His words made Sarah stare at the bracelet in terror, her eyes brimming with tears. As long as you're wearing it, you will never escape from me. And remember, even your parents' lives are in my hands. Seeing that his threat had succeeded, Hirosaki became even more overbearing. He put on a terrifying expression and ordered, reset it immediately. I risked my life to save you. Now it's time to repay me. As he surveyed his surroundings, the swirling mana continued to surge from all directions. He spoke again, there's more than enough mana here to get the job done. At that moment, Sarah's face darkened. Following Hirosaki's command, she began gathering mana around herself. As the mana shifted and condensed, Haruto was startled, instinctively becoming more cautious. Could it be, Sarah? He muttered to himself. Once she had gathered the necessary amount of mana, Sarah suddenly dropped to one knee and slammed her hands onto the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through the area. Realizing what was happening, Haruto panicked. Without hesitation, he turned toward the others and shouted, everyone, get out of the dungeon now. It's about to be reset. Ares Hill and Nanas were visibly shaken by his words. Ares exclaimed. If it's being reset, who knows what dimension we'll be thrown into? Haruto, activating his power, cursed under his breath. Damn it. In an instant, he vanished, propelled forward by the threads of the giant spider king, heading straight for Sarah. As he rushed toward her, he called out loudly, "Why are you doing this all of a sudden?" The mana around them roared violently. Through the dazzling light, Haruto caught a glimpse of Sarah's tear-filled eyes. Her hands, still pressed against the ground, continued channeling mana, finalizing the dungeon's reset. The surrounding space began to distort. Haruto lunged forward through the swirling energy, grabbing Sarah by the waist and yanking her out. However, the surge of mana she had unleashed spread rapidly, sending out a massive shockwave that shattered the dungeon entirely. Debris flew in all directions. Masato quickly conjured a red barrier to shield himself, while the others created a green protective shield to block the incoming fragments. Suspended mid-air within their protective barriers, they watched in horror as the dungeon crumbled piece by piece. Then, with an earth-shattering explosion, the impact force sent them all hurtling away. The residual shockwave forcefully propelled their two protective barriers into another dimension. Meanwhile, the dungeon gate cracked wide open, revealing an endless abyss, before slowly sealing shut. Satoru, now safe, panicked when he saw Haruto trapped inside. He called out in alarm. Senpai Haruto, Nanas, realizing where they had been transported, turned to Hill and said, "Is this the space above Tokyo's sky? What just happened?" Hill, equally confused, replied, "I'm not sure, but right now, the more important thing is..." Before he could finish, a voice filled with doubt called out, "Nanas?" Startled, Nanas turned around and was shocked to see the person standing there. Makoto. He stood amidst a sky ablaze with fire, clearly bewildered by their sudden appearance. "Why are you here?" Nanas, recognizing her father, was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Dad? No, I mean, Guild Master Shinoda." Below them, the city was almost entirely engulfed in flames, casting the sky in a deep crimson hue. Masato, now fully alert after hearing the commotion, turned to see the man. Guild Master Shinoda? What is he doing here? Shinoda, however, was the one who should have been surprised. After all, they were the ones who had suddenly been thrown into this place. "That's my question. You all managed to clear that dungeon safely, right?" He glanced around before noticing something was amiss. "Wait, there are only a few of you here. Where are the others?" Masato clenched his teeth hesitantly. About that, Nanas and Hill exchanged glances, struggling to find the right words. Meanwhile, inside the ruined dungeon, only shattered rocks and debris remained. Takumi slowly approached the two figures slumped on the ground, Haruto and Sarah, his sword in hand. With a cold expression, he demanded, "What the hell is this? The dungeon hasn't been reset." Sarah trembled in fear at his words. "He pushed me, so the process was interrupted." Takumi paused, then smirked as he glanced at his hand, which could now summon the suppression seal. A smug expression crossed his face. "Well, I suppose this isn't so bad. At least the others got thrown out of here. If the suppression seal can be restored, then all I need is the giant golem's heart, and everything will fall into place." Hattori, lying before Takumi's sword, couldn't hold back his anger any longer and shouted, "Shut up, giant spider threads." He activated the skill, panting heavily. Blood dripped from his mouth, staining the fur on his coat. At that moment, the system notification echoed. Error. Skills, Control-C, and Control-V, cannot locate the target item. Haruto was so shocked that his face froze as if it had been sprayed with glue. "What do you mean, cannot locate?" Sarah, beside him, was equally horrified. Her face paled as she turned to Haruto in disbelief. "No way. That means the thing that got reset wasn't the dungeon. It was you." Haruto. Hearing Sarah's absurd statement, Haruto refused to believe it. His mind raced to find an explanation. "Stop joking. Look at me, my body, my memories, nothing has changed." Desperate, he summoned his system window, praying she was wrong, but reality struck him hard. His entire status had been reset to level 1. All his stats had been wiped clean, leaving only his basic defense at 15. Haruto felt as if he was spiraling into an abyss. This was insane. Level 1, that means I'm back to where I was when I first awakened. Heart pounding, he rushed to check his skills. Copy, and paste, back to level 1. A single line stood out beneath his skills. An unidentified item is available for use. What is this? He hadn't even figured it out when. Blood splattered. Without warning, Takumi slashed Haruto straight across the chest. Pain shot through his body as he let out a cry. Takumi, now thrilled by Haruto's weakened state, raised his sword again, this time channeling raw energy into the blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. His smirk widened, looking at your dumbstruck face. "Your stats really did get reset. Huh? Perfect. Now die." As the blade came down, Haruto forced himself to remain calm. Think, the cursed skill is still intact. That unidentified item it's still in my inventory. If I'm back to my pre-leveled state, then, in that instant, he made a decision. Play dead, pretend to be weak and turn the tables when the time is right. But just as Takumi's sword was about to land, clang, another sword intercepted it. A man suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Both Haruto and Takumi were stunned. Mor suddenly rushed in to save Haruto. Seeing that the one blocking him was Mor, the attacker smirked and mocked. Hey, aren't you that low-ranking hunter from the International Hunter Association? Still hanging around here? Haruto widened his eyes in shock. Mor? Why? Ignoring his own safety, Mor defended himself while firmly shouting to Haruto. Hunter Sano, run, leave him to me. Your job is to get out of here right now. But Haruto, despite his injuries, couldn't just abandon him. I can't do that. Takumi, witnessing their so-called brotherly bond, sneered in disdain. What a bunch of fools. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword forcefully, releasing a blazing red energy wave. You dare look down on me? The difference in our ranks is obvious. He relentlessly attacked, both with his blade and his words. You, who don't even have proper combat experience, what can you possibly do? Mor struggled desperately to defend himself, but wounds quickly began to appear on his body. Seeing the blood, he let out a pained cry. In the next moment, he was struck hard and sent flying 8 meters away, skidding past Haruto. Takumi gave him no time to recover, immediately lunging forward to finish him off. Well, this works out. I was planning to kick you out of the International Hunter Association anyway. Mor, kneeling on the ground, watched as Takumi charged at him with overwhelming speed. He braced himself for the worst. He's too fast. I can't dodge this. But at that moment, Haruto stepped in between them, taking Takumi's slash directly across his back. His body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Mor was stunned speechless by Haruto's actions. Why would you? Despite the severe wounds covering his body, Haruto forced himself to stand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and weakly muttered, "He's my prey. I don't need your help. Just get out of here, now." From behind, Takumi, like a demon delivering death, seized the opportunity. His cold eyes flashed as he swung his sword again, slicing Haruto in half. You talk too much. Just die already. Half of Haruto's body fell before Mor's eyes. Mor collapsed to his knees, his mouth open, but no sound came out. Even Sarah, witnessing Haruto's tragic fate, was so terrified that she clamped her hands over her mouth, unable to make a single sound. After splitting Haruto in half, Takumi seized the giant golem's heart. Holding it in his hand, he smiled in satisfaction. Just as I thought, once that guy gets reset, all the items he possessed returned to their original location. His eyes filled with greed. He then turned to Sarah, who was trembling in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Seeing her in despair, he spoke words that pushed her further into hopelessness. Sarah, now I'm the only one you can rely on, right? Straightening his posture, he clenched the heart tightly in his hand and spoke as if granting mercy. Don't make that face. He met his end because of your reset skill, didn't he? In his next life, he should be grateful to me. He should thank me for giving him a fresh start after losing everything. Suddenly, the words he had wanted to hear did, in fact, ring out. Yeah, thanks for killing me. At the same time, a sword strike sliced off the hand holding the heart. Takumi's eyes widened as pain exploded through his arm. He clutched the bleeding stump, blood spurting like a fountain. A deep wound had also carved into his shoulder, but the agony from his severed hand drowned out all other pain. He collapsed to one knee, letting out an agonized howl. Haruto emerged from the light, standing tall, stepping toward Takumi with unwavering determination. Takumi trembled as he looked at Haruto's perfectly intact body. I was worried you'd be merciful to me for a second there. Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly open. Mor, standing nearby, was just as shocked. Takumi turned his head frantically, looking back at Haruto's corpse from earlier, only to find that it had completely vanished. All that remained was a dark smear and fragments dissolving into nothingness. His face contorted in horror. What the hell is this? I killed you with my own hands. But Takumi's mental resilience was exceptional. He quickly snapped out of his panic, grabbing the sword at his feet. What kind of skill is this? Without hesitation, he lunged at Haruto, roaring, "You bastard, what the hell are you?" This time, Haruto didn't just stand there. His abilities had returned. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the king's giant spider silk. Thick, dense webbing shot forward, instantly enveloping Takumi. Even as he struggled, his eyes burned with defiance. You idiot, did you forget? Shadow Shift. As expected, the system notification appeared. Shadow Shift skill has been transferred and is no longer usable. Takumi, now completely ensnared by the giant spider silk, could only stare in terror and confusion. Even in this dire situation, he still had the audacity to shout orders with his usual disgust. What the hell? Sarah, reset the dungeon, now. Sarah, though trembling with fear, didn't hesitate this time. She spoke her true feelings clearly. I don't want to. Takumi, now mummified in webbing, continued cursing and demanding. You worthless rat, did you forget about the Atomaz contract? If you don't want to die, do it now. Suddenly, the Atomaz bracelet on Sarah's wrist glowed brightly, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Sarah screamed in pain. Haruto's eyes flickered as he noticed the bracelet. That's when he finally understood. So that's why she followed his orders all this time. His gaze locked onto the violently pulsating bracelet on Sarah's wrist. So this is the reason. Without hesitation, he bolted forward at an incredible speed, appearing right in front of her. Sarah was so startled that she momentarily forgot her pain. Suddenly, Haruto grabbed her wrist tightly, channeling a stream of blue energy into the bracelet. System notification. Skill copy activated. Reading Kuexia's resonance frequency. The moment Haruto let go, the bracelet shattered into fragments. Sarah looked at her freed wrist in disbelief. It was as if a slave had been unchained after years of torment. Tears of relief streamed down her face. Takumi, witnessing this, went pale, his expression twisted into sheer madness. Stop right there, you bastard, I'll kill you. Yet once again, Shadow Shift failed to activate. His frustration exploded. Damn it, why can't I use my skill? Haruto, now done rescuing Sarah, turned his gaze to Takumi. A green aura slowly rose from beneath his feet, wrapping around his body. Takumi's eyes widened in horror. Haruto smirked, because that skill belongs to me now. Using Shadow Shift, Haruto vanished and reappeared right in front of Takumi. Now completely powerless, Takumi was nothing more than prey waiting to be slaughtered. Haruto's blade struck mercilessly. Takumi screamed as slash after slash tore into him. Blood splattered everywhere. His agonized cries echoed until his body, now covered in wounds, finally collapsed unconscious to the ground. Moore stood frozen in place, struggling to process what had just happened. Everything had unfolded too quickly, too absurdly. He remained still, watching as Haruto slowly approached the golem's heart lying next to Takumi's severed hand. Haruto muttered softly to himself as he picked up the object, inadvertently triggering a prison break. Sarah stood beside him, staring blankly at Haruto. The deeds Takumi had committed were truly pitiful. How many lives had he taken away? Moore, drenched in sweat, looked at Haruto anxiously. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Skill copy activated. Reading the resonance frequency of KCA. Haruto furrowed his brows, his gaze firm and unwavering. Without hesitation, he crushed the giant golem's heart, the very source of all this suffering. Someone like you doesn't deserve to possess this, he muttered. The system notification popped up again. You have destroyed the dungeon hidden reward item. Immediately after, another message appeared. You have obtained a unique item. A translucent gemstone sparkled brilliantly in his hand. Haruto stared at it in shock. Just then, the system issued another announcement. The Snow Mountain Golem hidden dungeon has been cleared. The dungeon gates slowly opened. A group of armed individuals stood outside, curiously peering in. The doors opening. That means someone has cleared the dungeon, right? As the gates fully opened, the group cautiously stepped inside. The moment they entered, unable to see anything, someone shouted, "What's going on? Is anyone there?" Suddenly, one of them spotted Haruto standing alone in the middle of the dungeon and flinched in surprise. Hunter Sano. A man quickly approached Haruto, asking urgently, "Where are Guild Master Shirosaki and Hunter Nanas? Are they not with you?" Haruto turned to them and explained, "We got separated during the battle. But don't worry, I'm sure the two of them are together somewhere." The group exchanged confused looks before their gazes landed on Takumi, who lay motionless in a pit, wrapped up like a mummy. Sarah and Moore sat beside him, looking puzzled. One of them hesitantly asked, "So, Hunter Sano, did you clear this dungeon all by yourself?" Haruto glanced at them and smiled. His tone was calm, as if everything was already in the past. "Now that the dungeon is cleared, let's go home." The next day, inside the high-rise headquarters of the Japanese Hunters Association, Haruto and Misato sat quietly next to each other. Across from them, the other members of the association were engaged in a heated discussion. Makoto stroked his chin, assessing the situation with a grave expression. "I never expected the Snow Mountain Golem to be a multi-dimensional dungeon. This complicates things. Once a dungeon like this is cleared, the other dimensions connected to it will also be affected." Go let out a chuckle. "So that's why there was a prison break." Tokudo joined the discussion. "The most pressing issue right now is that the seal established by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. A multi-dimensional dungeon on top of that. It was a sign reminiscent of the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago." Suddenly, the man sitting next to Nanas spoke up. Isn't it a bit too hasty for the chairman to make an official announcement already? The bald man beside him immediately chimed in. Exactly. After all, the dungeon only just collapsed. The two then turned to each other and started arguing. Didn't you say something similar last time? What? How dare you? Nanas, who had been listening in silence, let out a weary sigh. Losing her patience, she slammed her hand on the table, the sharp sound silencing the room. She placed her hands on her hips and stood up, her voice cold. Excuse me, but I have more important matters to attend to. We need to interrogate the members of the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. Solving a multi-dimensional dungeon issue isn't something that can be done overnight. Hearing this, Go turned to look at her, his gaze sharp as daggers. The air around him grew heavy with pressure. Arrogant, aren't you? You think you're the only one working hard while the rest of us are just sitting here arm wrestling? We're dealing with the prison break, too, you know. The rest of the people in the room, sensing the tension, shrank back, exchanging hesitant glances at Nanas. Here they go again. Masato, seeing the two on the verge of clashing, quickly stepped in to mediate. Calm down, no one could have predicted this happening. Besides, I've heard that Guild Master Takechi and Shinoda have been working diligently to handle the crisis. Even so, Go showed no interest in Masato's attempt to ease the situation. Instead, he stood up and strode straight toward Haruto. I have no desire to steal the spotlight or brag about my achievements. His massive frame, akin to a grizzly bear, loomed over Haruto, nearly blocking him from view. With an unmistakable air of hostility, he shot Haruto a sharp look and questioned him. You're the star of this dungeon purge, aren't you? If you're as skilled as they say, then why have I never heard of you before? Who exactly are you? Haruto let out a quiet sigh and replied calmly. I'm just a hunter. Hearing that, and seeing Haruto's utterly composed demeanor, veins bulged on Go's forehead in frustration. You know who I am, yet you remain this calm? Haruto, despite being only as tall as the others, had an attitude that soared high. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Slowly pushing back his chair, he stood up and asked, what do you intend to do? Not only did we clear the dungeon with minimal casualties, but we also discovered a dangerous multi-dimensional dungeon. I thought such an achievement should be encouraged. Shouldn't it? Who would have expected to be criticized instead? The guild master of Takechi, Go, was infuriated by Haruto's words. His right arm began to grow rock-like scales resembling a dragon's, radiating an intense aura as if ready for a fight. You sure have an interesting way of speaking, knowing who I am, yet you still dare to act like this? Masato, noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, immediately stood up. The others, startled, also stood and stepped back. Hey, are you really planning to use stone armor here? Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing Go's attention. It was Guild Master Takechi. Tokudo. He sat calmly in his chair, yet his aura exuded an overwhelming sense of danger. If you continue acting recklessly, there will be no rewards for this mission, Tokudo warned. His words immediately made Go regain his composure. He shot a glance at Tokudo without saying a word. In the end, still fuming, he stormed out, but not before leaving one final remark. HMPH, I'm only holding back for the reward. Haruto scratched his face in thought, but his attention was oddly focused elsewhere. Stone armor. Huh? I wonder if I can copy that skill. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association's president's office, Tokudo sat behind his desk, addressing the four individuals before him. Haruto, Nanas, Hill, and more. Sano, the hunter, correct? Which organization do you belong to? Haruto scratched his head and let out an awkward chuckle. I used to be a member of the Grand Guild, but for some reasons, I recently withdrew. Nanas, sitting beside him, was taken aback, turning to look at him in surprise. He was a member of the Grand Guild? Tokudo, however, simply smiled warmly and said, a solo hunter without a guild would have difficulty leveling up, but for someone like you to conquer such a high-rank hidden dungeon, that's truly impressive. On behalf of the entire association, I would like to express my gratitude for your dedication. Haruto was slightly taken aback by the president's courteous tone. Thank you, he responded, though inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder. So the president knows about me? Tokudo then turned to the other two and said, I also want to thank the two members of the International Hunters Association. Do you have any plans yet? Hill turned and replied, for now, we're preparing to return to the organization to file our report. However, Moore, standing beside him, had a different idea and quickly spoke up. I think I'll stay here for a while. Then, he made his decision clear. I will be leaving the International Hunters Association. That night, at Sano Haruto's house, for some reason, all five of them, Nanas, Masato, Moore, Hill, and Satoru, had gathered at Haruto's house. Looking at the group in front of him, Haruto broke into a sweat and shouted, Hey, this is my house. Why are you all here so late at night? Moore, completely unfazed, turned to him and casually said, I've left the International Hunters Association and have nowhere else to go. So, take care of me, alright? Hearing his firm decision, Hill frowned and questioned him. Why did you suddenly decide this? Moore simply shook his head and replied. Sorry, Ares, but I can't tell you that right now. At that moment, Satoru, hugging a small golem, cheerfully chimed in. As for me and my little subordinate, of course, we'll be staying with Senior Haruto. The small golem let out a sound of agreement. Nanas coughed awkwardly before speaking in a slightly stiff manner. I'm only here to deliver a request from Arita Sarah, so don't lump me in with the rest of them. Hearing that, Haruto suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, where are those two now? Nanas recalled the sight of Takumi undergoing treatment and slowly answered. Since Arita Sarah refused to use her ability to heal Hirosaki, he is currently hospitalized and receiving medical treatment. Once he regains consciousness, he will be transferred to prison for interrogation. She then explained Sarah's current situation in the interrogation room. Arita Sarah is still being held in the Hunters Association's interrogation room. She has remained silent this whole time, refusing to answer any questions. The only thing she's asked for is to meet you. Hunter Sano. Haruto fell silent, deep in thought. His expression made Nanas instantly suspicious. Knew it, he clearly has some connection to them. Nanas had her suspicions but chose to share another piece of information. Oh, and by the way, Arita Sarah is also a member of that famous girl group. If Haruto suddenly snapped to attention, exclaiming, "Ah, no wonder she looked so familiar." Then, shifting to a more serious tone, he said, I think she was forced to sign some kind of contract, and her ability was exploited. I destroyed the contract ring she was wearing, so I doubt she had any real involvement with Hirosaki. I'll stop by the association to meet her later. After discussing the matter with Nanas, Haruto turned to Masato, who was sitting nearby, and casually asked, by the way, why is Guild Master Sorosaki here? Hearing his name, Masato flinched, breaking into a nervous sweat. However, after a moment, he composed himself, arrogantly lowering his head slightly. There's only one reason I'm in this cramped little room. Moore, recalling Masato's earlier interest in purchasing the golem's heart, immediately responded, Ah, it's because of the giant golem's heart, right? If that's the case, then you should know that Hunter Sano crushed it inside the dungeon. The room fell silent for a second before the other four, having just processed what was said, shouted in shock. What? Masato lunged forward, grabbing Haruto by the collar and yelling in his face. Are you insane? You destroyed a super rare item? Haruto, startled by his intense reaction, quickly waved his hands. Wait. Then, with a simple gesture, he summoned the intact golem's heart and held it out in front of Masato. Seeing it perfectly preserved, Masato's face lit up with joy. Oh, Haruto, not sure how to explain, simply scratched his head and chuckled. What I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. Internally, however, he reassured himself, if it's something I copied, then technically, it was fake, right? Moore, having witnessed everything that happened inside the dungeon, immediately found this suspicious. The one in the dungeon was fake? Impossible. If that were the case, then how was the dungeon cleared? Something isn't adding up, just as I thought. This guy. At that moment, Masato broke the tension by bluntly stating his offer. 5 billion. Nanas turned to him in shock. But Masato remained composed. You did say you'd sell it to me, didn't you? 5 billion. Deal or not? Hearing the outrageous price, Haruto nearly lost his balance. F5 billion? Nanas, now looking at him seriously, added, Hunter Sano, don't be too shocked. This item is worth way more than 5 billion. At the very least, the association would pay you no less than 8 billion. Satoru leisurely walked up to Haruto, holding his phone in front of him. Take a look, Senior Haruto. Check this out. On the screen, auction listings displayed rare items with starting bids of at least 10 billion. His overly cheerful expression immediately provoked the two men still locked in a price war. Are you messing with us? Masato growled through gritted teeth, barely holding back his frustration. You think I went through all this trouble for nothing? Besides, you promised to prioritize selling it to me. A moment later, a furious roar echoed outside the building. Damn it, fine, 20 billion then. And right after that, Haruto's stunned voice rang out. 20 billion? Masato, clearly irritated, snapped. Still not enough? Fine, name your price. That night, lying alone on his bed, Haruto hugged the golem's heart with a blissful grin. Can't believe he actually paid 20 billion for it. Suddenly, he sat up, grabbed his phone, and started typing something, a deep smirk forming on his lips. If I take the giant golem's hearts I copied and secretly sell them at international auctions. The thought of quick, easy money completely took over his mind. I'll be filthy rich. Overcome with excitement, he rolled around his bed in glee. But then, another thought hit him. Wait, oh, right, I was so focused on money that I forgot about that unique item. Haruto quickly took out the brilliant gem-like item he had obtained after crushing the golem's heart. The system notification appeared. Item currently sealed. Unlocked by infusing mana into it. Without hesitation, he poured a massive surge of mana into the item, smirking to himself. Too easy. As soon as he finished, the gem transformed into a glowing golden triangular fragment. A new notification popped up. Multi-dimensional fragment. 1/5. When all fragments are collected, they will form the multi-dimensional key, allowing you to travel to any dimension. The fragments naturally attract others. The number and level of dimensions that can be accessed depend on the key's rank. Haruto looked at the golden fragment in his hand and murmured to himself. A multi-dimensional fragment? If I collect all the pieces, I can create a multi-dimensional key. I need 5 fragments, but I only have 1. That means I'm still missing 4. But why can't this thing be automatically copied? He used his skill on the spatial fragment, and the system immediately responded. Copy-pasting is not available for this item. Haruto stared at the fragment, feeling a deep sense of frustration. I can't copy it, so I had to gather them all myself? Damn it, what's the point of having a skill if I can't even use it properly? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He looked up and called out. Come in. Moore entered, his expression serious. Hunter Sano, I have a few things to confirm with you. Seeing Moore show up at this hour, Haruto asked, Moore, you haven't gone to sleep yet? The moment he finished speaking, Moore's eyes suddenly turned murderous. Haruto's body tensed as his eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Moore had already drawn his sword. Realizing that Moore was about to strike, Haruto sprang from his bed and jumped backward, shouting, Moore, what the hell are you doing? Without answering, Moore thrust his sword forward with unwavering determination. The blade pierced through Haruto's chest, sending blood splattering everywhere. The agonizing pain made him scream in despair. 15 years earlier, Europe had been engulfed in disaster. Flames and smoke filled the air as monsters ravaged everything in sight. Among them was a creature called Drake, roughly at level 500. Though considered a lower-tier dragon, its combat power was on par with high-level dragons. Warriors quickly advanced to subdue it. This dragon has fire attributes. Let's hit it with some ice-based attacks first. A warrior wearing a helmet lunged toward the dragon. Moving swiftly, he slashed at its arm before launching a fierce ice spike attack. Sharp icicles shot toward the dragon, but it shielded itself with its wings, even counter-attacking the helmeted warrior in return. A bespectacled man watching from a distance clenched his teeth. Not even a scratch. The brown-haired youth beside him was equally shocked. An S-class monster appearing out of nowhere. There's no way we can handle this on our own. The enraged dragon immediately spewed fire in all directions. Those who failed to evade in time were reduced to ashes. Agonizing screams echoed through the battlefield. Standing at a distance, Moore froze in place, gripping his sword tightly as he watched the horrifying scene. Meanwhile, a young man in iron armor panicked and bolted. Moore, run. We don't stand a chance against that thing. Moore stared in fear at the monstrous Drake. The world had suddenly turned into a living hell with the emergence of countless monsters. As a newly awakened hunter, he was now facing the brink of death. Overwhelmed by terror, he closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. But then, a voice rang out. You alright, rookie? Hearing the voice, Moore's eyes snapped open in surprise. In front of him stood a man with golden hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His emerald green eyes shone with confidence, and he wore a striking red suit of armor that radiated power. Moore was astonished. This man was none other than the world's top hunter, Frederick Hill. Recognizing this legendary figure, Moore felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm saved. But before he could even savor the moment for 3 seconds, the author cruelly cut short his hope. Frederick was sent straight to his demise. The dragon lunged forward and, with a single bite, tore Frederick's body in half. Moore collapsed to the ground, frozen in horror as blood splattered all over him. He let out a terrified scream. At that moment, the dragon suddenly flinched as if sensing something. It widened its eyes and let out an ear-piercing roar. A painful screech echoed through the battlefield as its massive body began to swell unnaturally, bulging in random places. Then, in an instant, boom! The dragon exploded in a violent blast. Moore instinctively shielded himself from the shockwave with his arms. But what happened next left him utterly speechless. The man who had just been sent to his death was standing there once again. Frederick Hill. It turned out everything had been a cruel trick played by the author to toy with the reader's emotions. And now, he stood tall with his sword, having vanquished the dragon in the most badass fashion possible. Moore could hardly believe his eyes. A golden light enveloped him, shielding him from harm. Frederick looked as flawless as ever. However, something felt off. Huh? But wasn't he just here? He turned to look at the very spot where Frederick had supposedly perished, only to find nothing but empty space. What the hell is going on? Before he could make sense of it, he noticed someone standing behind him. It was a girl, gripping a spear in her hand. Her expression darkened as she spoke in a cold voice. Frederick, I clearly told you not to use that move in front of outsiders. Didn't I? Frederick, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, was just as bewildered. Where the hell did she come from? Moore finally realized the truth. The one who had shielded him from the explosion was her. The golden light that had protected him, it was her doing. Two people inside the yellow circle looked up. Frederick appeared, smiling as he spoke. It's an emergency situation. That was the quickest way to handle it, wasn't it? There was no other choice. At that moment, she also dissolved the circle and walked toward him. That thing had already reached the level of a high-ranking dragon. If we let it be, this entire nation would be destroyed. He turned to look at the dragon's head beside him, still unable to catch his breath. Suddenly, Frederick spoke. What you just saw, you'll keep it a secret, won't you, rookie? The young man quickly responded. Of course. The surrounding crowd began murmuring. Incredible, who is that guy? How did he manage to defeat a rake? And he even tore it apart like this. Ignoring the voices of the crowd, Frederick turned his back and walked toward the girl. As he approached her, a gust of wind swirled around them. It's time to leave, isn't it? Yes, she answered. Seeing the two of them preparing to teleport away, he quickly spoke up. I'm a newly awakened hunter. My name is Morair, from the clan family. Please remember my name. The wind completely enveloped the two of them, leaving only Frederick's faint smile visible. I won't forget you, Morair Grant. Hearing that, Morair was overjoyed. Frederick Hill, top-ranked hunter and wielder of the death teleportation skill. At that moment, I could never have imagined that I would once again witness that very skill, exactly as it was, when he disappeared and returned to the present. He clenched his teeth, lost in thought. Too reckless, but I want to see it with my own eyes again. Please, if my instincts are correct. Then, but before he could finish his thoughts, they were abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, Haruto appeared behind him, placing a sword to his neck. More, what's the meaning of this? Seeing this, he let out a deep sigh. I knew it, Hunter Sano really does possess the same ability as Frederick Hill. Thinking that, he turned to Haruto and spoke. Sorry, but I really want to witness that skill again for myself, no matter what it takes. Haruto, furious, responded. So you had to go and shove a sword in my face over it? Just then, an unexpected voice called out from behind. Senpai Haruto. Haruto quickly turned to see the source of the voice. It was Satoru, clutching a trembling golem in his arms, pointing at him in fear. What just happened? Haruto sighed, holding his head in frustration. Good grief, why are you still here? This just got a whole lot more complicated. A moment later, Moore suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply to Haruto. I sincerely apologize, but instead of calming him down, this only irritated Haruto even more. I told you, enough already, and who even taught you to do dojiya? For crying out loud? Explanation corner. Dojiya is a formal Japanese gesture of apology. The person performing it kneels on the floor and bows deeply to someone of higher status to express regret for a mistake, wrongdoing, or to make a request. Sitting beside him, Aries remained calm and composed. That would be me, she said with confidence. I heard that when people from the East commit a serious mistake, they perform this gesture as an apology. Hearing this, Haruto snapped at her. Oh, so you think trying to kill someone and just saying sorry is enough? Unfazed, Moore lifted his head and responded casually. I promise to make up for it, by siding with you. Haruto was speechless. That's not something you get to decide on your own. Satoru, who had been watching, suddenly spoke up. So, Senpai Haruto really does have the same resurrection ability as Frederick Hill? Haruto clenched his teeth in frustration. Who gave you permission to just go around naming things? But Satoru ignored his protest, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is top-tier kung fu. I can't believe you actually came back to life after dying. No wonder you're so strong. The two others also turned to look at Haruto, leaving him utterly exasperated. Whatever, let them misunderstand. Maybe that's for the best. At that moment, he noticed Aries was still there and turned toward her. Miss Aries, you haven't left yet? She met his gaze and spoke. I have something to discuss. With that, she pulled out a triangular golden fragment. Haruto was taken aback by the sight of it. That's, she answered. My spatial fragment suddenly resonated. Following its reaction, I made my way back here. This is quite unexpected. On the table, two spatial fragments lay side by side, both belonging to Aries. She continued, my spatial fragment is number 1. The one in your possession, Sano, is number 5. How did you get it? Haruto hesitated before explaining. When I destroyed the heart of that giant golem, it was given to me as a special reward. Everyone watched intently as the two fragments moved. Aries spoke again. So, it really is a unique artifact. This is definitely worth researching. She recalled old memories, sitting on the floor while holding a fragment of space in her hand. Beside her were the outfit and spear of the girl who had appeared alongside Frederick. The multi-dimensional fragment in my hand is now one of my mother's personal belongings, she murmured, picking up a slightly charred book. She continued, according to the records she left behind, these fragments resonate and attract one another, and that has just been proven. Hearing this, Haruto thought to himself, so from now on, searching for the space fragments will be easier? Suddenly, Satoru's voice came from behind, startling him. By the way, what exactly does this thing do? She explained, if we collect all the fragments, we can create a key to open the multi-dimensional gate. Haruto immediately jumped to his feet, causing Satoru to fall backward onto the ground. We can really open the multi-dimensional gate? Just like the multi-dimensional dungeon we discovered? She nodded and added, if a multi-dimensional dungeon, like the hidden dungeon of the Snow Mountain Golem, exists, then once all 10 space fragments are gathered and the key is completed, opening a portal to travel between different dimensions will be entirely possible. Haruto responded, so, you came to Japan not just to search for your mother but also to find information about the multi-dimensional fragments? She was straightforward. That's right. Then she added, both my father and mother believed they were still alive somewhere in another dimension. Moore turned to look at her. I think so too. I can't accept the idea that they perished so easily. Satoru wondered, if that's true, then why haven't they returned? Could it be that they don't have the multi-dimensional key? Or is the gate only capable of opening one way? She fell into deep thought. That could be possible. Or perhaps they have a reason for not coming back yet. Hearing that, Haruto frowned. A reason to stay? What kind of reason could it be? Could it be an even greater threat than the past catastrophe? After a moment, he spoke up. In any case, as long as we have the multi-dimensional key, we can close the dungeons and prevent further disasters from occurring. Satoru asked, but how do we turn this into a key? At that moment, the stone golem inside Satoru, playing mischievously, reached out and touched the multi-dimensional fragment. As the two fragments seemed to be drawn to each other by an invisible force, they suddenly merged together, emitting a dazzling light. The intense brightness forced the four of them to shield their eyes with their hands. Satoru, visibly shaken, muttered, what the hell is happening? I thought this was the end for me. Even the golem inside him seemed on the verge of tears. Panicked, Satoru cried out, huh? They fused together. Ares picked up the newly merged multi-dimensional fragment. Astonished, I thought we had to gather all the pieces and then forge them into a key. But it seems like they are naturally merging on their own. Now, I'm completely sure of it. Haruto looked at her skeptically. What do you mean? She explained. The resonance was even stronger this time than before. These space fragments attract each other. The louder the resonance, the stronger the pull between them. But we must be careful when they react to the remaining pieces. It seems that whoever holds a space fragment is never an ordinary person. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Miso gazed at the multi-dimensional fragment spinning in his palm, his laughter turning eerily maniacal. It seems I can finally return home. As the full moon shone brightly in the dark sky, a voice echoed through the silent halls of the Starfield Guild's European headquarters. Miso. Mikhail appeared behind Missile, his voice calm yet imposing. What are you laughing about? The Blood Tower Guild seems to have failed in their mission, he added. Missile was startled. Lord Mikhail. He immediately knelt, bowing respectfully. At last, you have received the reward of Control plus H replacement. Congratulations, my lord. You are now one step closer to transcendence. Mikhail moved swiftly, his figure flickering. For now, I can only teleport short distances. After all, true advancement can only be achieved with the power of Control plus C. Missile stood and replied confidently. That will happen soon, my lord. Mikhail sat back, his demeanor relaxed. And what makes you so certain? Missile raised his hand, revealing a triangular golden fragment. The space fragments have begun to resonate and merge. Two have already fused together. The piece we hold will soon reveal the locations of the others. Mikhail's gaze sharpened. Are you saying that all 5 space fragments already have owners? Missile nodded. It seems you will be returning home sooner than expected. My lord. Mikhail, his face cold and grim, asked, your homeland's dimensional plane, does it not have its own space key? Misto's expression changed, his features growing sharper as he clenched his teeth. No, there was one, but now, the space gate can only be opened from one side. His voice darkened. 15 years ago, it was all because of that damned sorcerer, Nishihara Tomoka. Interwoven chains crisscrossed, forming a magical seal inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Every space gate connecting to Earth had been sealed. In the vast expanse, triangular golden fragments inscribed with different characters floated in various directions. He continued. The key was divided into 5 fragments and scattered across different locations. Sealed away. Mikhail, intrigued, asked, so the space gate will open again? Missile responded, precisely. A vast space, painted in vivid and dreamlike hues, materialized before them. Following Missile's words, he declared, first, we will open the gate to my homeland, the celestial realm. There, at the sacred tree, G. Graso, lies something akin to a gift, the ability known as Control plus C. If you absorb it, you will be able to enhance other skills. Mikhail sensed something unusual in Missile's explanation and questioned him. His gaze sharp. Sounds interesting, but are you certain that thing is truly like Control plus C? The first time you saw my ability, you were clearly astonished. That piercing question made Missile's face go pale. Beads of cold sweat forming as he stammered. That's? Mikhail, now furious, stood abruptly, stomping hard on the ground. Did you think I wouldn't figure out your schemes? His presence radiated a menacing aura as he stepped closer to Missile. His voice dripping with malice. That world, your so-called homeland, is actually the realm of the elves. Isn't it? His eyes burned with intensity as he continued. That sacred tree of yours, it was tainted over a century ago and has long since been known as the Dark G. Graso. To restore that so-called beautiful world of yours, you tried to sacrifice it during the catastrophe 15 years ago. That was the first time the gateway between Earth and the elf realm was ever opened. You elves, you attempted to divert all of your realm's corruption onto Earth. But you failed, because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. His voice grew heavier, his words cutting deep. So tell me, what is it that you truly intend to do? Do the elves still wish to repeat their past failure, forcing a connection between your world and Earth? Have you been using me to make that happen? Facing Mikhail's oppressive questions, beads of sweat continued to roll down Missile's face. Stammering, he muttered, that. Suddenly, Muka spoke, but I don't care. His words caught Missile off guard, causing him to drop to his knees in shock. What? Mikhail asked for clarification. I only want to use you to open as many multi-dimensional dungeons as possible and absorb as many skills as I can to match that transcendent being. Whatever happens to this world is none of my concern. He turned away and continued. From now on, I will take matters into my own hands. Missile hurriedly stood up and protested. You cannot leave now. Lord Mikhail, you are the leader of the multinational guild. Satoru, if you leave without a proper reason, it may attract unwanted attention and make others wary. Missile voiced his concerns, but Mikhail responded calmly. I have already anticipated this possibility and ordered Lucas to execute Plan B.
Please subscribe. I need 1,000 subscribers to monetize my channel. Your support means a lot.